Chapter 334. The three were overjoyed, taking out the other half of the token and assembling it into one. It turned out that the demonic goo masters back then also had a bloodline. Before being arrested by Tai clan, he had instructed his descendants to remember this past, and if possible in the future, they had to repay this debt. The three brothers were the descendants of the demonic goo masters. After seeing this token, they immediately explained the situation to the young stall owner. They asked him if he needed any help, and that he would do his best. This young man was very crafty. He immediately replied, saying that he lacked 3 subordinates, and had no one to help him. The three brothers looked at each other, and immediately knelt down in front of the young man, acknowledging him as their master for the next 20 years. For the next 20 years, they would be at his beck and call. But after 20 years, they would regain their freedom. These three brothers were famous figures in the battle stage. Each of them had rank 3 cultivation, and were most proficient in joint attacks. The young man relied on the three brothers' abilities, and had another 20 years of wealth. During this period, he asked the three brothers to bring tea and water, and used yuan stone, and they all agreed. But after 20 years, the three brothers repaid the debt, and left him. Because he had already forgotten how to work, and was even more ashamed of begging, he did not even know how to control himself, and continued to lead a befuddled life. Not even half a month later he died. Of course, these were all things that happened in Fan Yuan's previous life. Right now, the three demonic goo masters had not found this half-token. And this half-token was already in Fan Yuan's hands. As for that young man, who cared about his life or death? According to his previous life's memories, this half-token would only be found by the three demonic goo masters next year. But now, Fan Yuan had the half-token, and brought Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci to find them. The three brothers also set up a stall in front of their house, enjoying themselves. Ah! It's Lord Fangjing! And Lord Bai Ningbing! Seeing Fang and Bai, the three quickly stood up. They had all been beaten up by Fan Yuan or Bai Ningbing. In this world, strength was respected. In the demonic goo master's perspective, it was even more so. Bai Ningbing had rank 4 cultivation, and Fan Yuan defeated Zhu Kai Bei, thus all the demonic goo masters respected them. This time, I came to find you guys. Fan Yuan was expressionless, his gaze sweeping across the three brothers. These three brothers had the surname Xiong. The eldest was Xiong too, and was the shortest among the three brothers. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage goo master. The second brother was Xionghua. He was bare-chested and wore short pants, and his body was red. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage. The third brother's name was Xiongfeng. He wore a bamboo hat and had a pair of phoenix eyes. He liked to squint at people. He was a Wind Path rank 3 initial stage goo master. Hearing Fan Yuan's words, the three brothers immediately felt uneasy. Xiong Tu quickly cupped his fists, greeting Fan Yuan. Lord Fangjing, may I know why you are here? If my brother has eyes and unintentionally offended you in any way, I apologize to you. Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. You must have heard that I have given up on the battle stage and chose to help Shang Xinci to become Shang Clan Young Master. We're short on manpower right now. The three of you can come over. The three Xiong brothers immediately frowned. They came to Shang Clan City and participated in the battle. They only had one goal, that was to become Shang Clan external elders. However, Fan Yuan wanted them to assist Shang Xinci, which was far from their ideals. Shang Xinci was just a silly little girl. Her cultivation was only at the first transition, and her aptitude was even worse. All three of them had B-grade aptitude, and together, they could even contend against a rank 4 goo master for a short period of time. The three brothers were extremely unwilling to kneel at Shang Xinci's feet and become her subordinates. If these words were spoken by someone else, the three brothers would have immediately attacked and beaten the person to the ground. However, it was Fan Yuan who said it. The three brothers felt very embarrassed. They had seen Fan Yuan defeat Zhu Kai Bei with their own eyes. Even if they worked together, they were not Fan Yuan's match. Fang Jing came with ill intentions, those with good intentions won't come. He is clearly trying to force us to acknowledge him as our master. Sigh, this is an unlucky year. We actually caught Fang Jing's eye. The three of us cannot beat him alone, not to mention he has Bai Ningbing as his helper. He even has a purple thorn token. The three brothers looked at each other, knowing each other's thoughts. They did not want to acknowledge him as their master, but the situation was against them. They could only lower their heads. However, Fan Yuan continued, I don't want to force you. If you want to come, then come. If you don't want to, I won't force you. The three brothers looked at each other, not knowing if Fan Yuan was speaking the truth or just trying to show off his elegance. In the end, Xiong Feng was the youngest. He mustered his courage and said carefully, Lord Fangjing, to speak the truth, we are used to living like wild cranes. We really don't want to participate in the Shang clan young master contest. So. The other two smiled sheepishly, nodding and bowing to Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining with a sharp and cold light. You three are really daring. You dare to reject my invitation? The three brothers' hearts thumped. Xiong Tu quickly cupped his fists, explaining hurriedly. It's not like that, it's not like that. Lord Fangjing, don't misunderstand, we feel honored to be recruited by you. My third brother is too excited, he doesn't know how to speak, he can't express his meaning. Actually, he wants to say that he really wants to join Lady Shang Xinci. Yes. That's exactly what I mean. Xiong Feng quickly agreed. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. You three are so eager, Xinci, just accept them. Fan Yuan turned around and said to Shang Xinci. At the side, Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Forcefully recruiting people like this will not win their hearts. What's the use of having subordinates who seem united but are actually divided? Shang Xinci had the same concerns, but she still chose to believe in Fang Yuan. She took a step forward, saying to the three brothers, From now on, work hard. Yes. Xiong clan's three brothers greet Lady Xinci. The three brothers cupped their fists and bowed, answering weakly. Ha! Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed. The three brothers scolded in their hearts. Fangjing is too despicable, he's the son of AB*TCH, yet he still wants to maintain a chastity. He speaks righteously, but his actions are the worst. Oh right, I almost forgot something. Take a good look. Fan Yuan suddenly stopped laughing, taking out half a token and tossing it to Xiong Tuesday. Xiong Tu subconsciously reached out and caught the token. What is this? The other two brothers also looked over curiously. But soon after, the three brothers were dumbfounded. This is his? Xiong Tu, who had always been calm, cursed in agitation. Xiong Hua snatched the token and turned it around to look at it. Xiong Feng also saw some clues, and urged his brother Xiong Tu. Big brother, quickly take out our token. Under Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci's strange gaze, Xiong Tu took out the other half of the token. When the two tokens fit together perfectly, the token started to emit a flame-like glow. This is real! The three Xiong clan brothers' eyes widened. Xiong Tu's hands that were holding the token were trembling slightly. What's going on? Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci were confused. Xiong clan brothers, do you think I'll come looking for you for no reason? What are you waiting for? Fan Yuan spoke at the right time. His words woke the three brothers up. Grandfather once said that no matter who the owner of the token is, even if he's an enemy, he has to repay the kindness of the past. That's right, even though grandfather is trapped, we cannot tarnish his reputation. From today onwards, Lady Xinci is our new master. However, it was only for 20 years. 20 years is enough for us to repay the kindness. The three brothers spoke one after another, and quickly came to an agreement. Immediately after, they knelt on one knee and cupped their fists towards Shang Xinci. Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, Xiong Feng, three brothers greet Lady Xinci. They shouted together, their tone different from before, filled with sincerity and excitement. Big brother Hey Tu, what's going on? Shang Xianci immediately knew that these three had submitted to her in body and mind. She became even more curious. Fan Yuan chuckled. This is a long story. Let's not talk about it for now. Next, I'll bring you to recruit another person. The group of 6 arrived at the slave market. In this world, there was a slave business. Any first-rate family or super first-rate family with great power would be in the slave business. Shan Clan City's slave business was personally managed by the head of the 5 great clan elders, Shangbuli. The slave business was too profitable, and Shan Clan's higher-ups would not be at ease handing it over to an external clan elder. Thus, it had always been handled by Shan Clan members. Fan Yuan had planned this first, and had already investigated the situation. He walked in front, leading the group, and with great familiarity, they arrived at a cage. In the cage, there were many people imprisoned. Lady Xinci, Lord Fangjing, Lord Bai Ningbing, are you here to buy slaves? If so, I don't recommend you to buy the people in these cages. A Gu master in charge of business immediately walked over. Oh? Why is that? Shang Xinci asked. Lady Xinci might not know. These people are from Wei Clan. Wei Clan had a coup some time ago, and the younger brother of Wei Clan leader seized the position. These people in the cages are the clansmen of Wei Clan leader's faction. They were all sold by the current Wei Clan leader. The Gu master answered. Shan Xinci immediately understood why this Gu master did not recommend her to buy these slaves. Wei Clan was a first-rate clan. Although it could not compare to Shang Clan, it was famous in the southern border. Wei Clan's coup was said to be supported by Shang Yanfei. The current Wei Clan leader had even sent his family to Shang Clan as hostages. Many Wei Clan elders had also secretly transferred their assets to Shang Clan. Wei Clan could be said to be Shang Clan's puppet. To Shang Xinci, who was competing to become Shang Clan young master, these people were like hot potatoes. Chapter 335. This? Lord Fangjing, are you sure you want to buy them? The Gu master in charge asked hesitantly. What, are you questioning my decision? Fan Yuan glanced at this Gu master lightly. This Gu master chuckled. He was a Shang Clan clansman, and was not afraid of Fan Yuan like the 3 Xiong Clan brothers. I don't dare. He cupped his fists and turned to Shang Xinci. If I am not wrong, Lord Fan wants to buy these people to increase Lady Xinci's manpower. But these people are at a disadvantage in the competition for the young master position. Lady Xinci, you are so intelligent, what do you think? Shang Xinci looked at Fan Yuan and smiled. Brother Heitu's thoughts are my thoughts. Just do as I say. Is that so? The Gu master in charge was stunned for a moment before smiling. Since Lady Xinci insists, I will do as you say. Honestly speaking, I support and look favorably upon Lady Xinci. You talk too much nonsense. Fan Yuan coldly looked at the Gu master in charge, interrupting him with a cold voice. He. The Gu master laughed. Then I will handle it for you. But there are too many people and the procedures are complicated. You will need to wait for a day. After a day. Bam! Fan Yuan raised his leg and kicked fiercely. That Gu master did not expect Fan Yuan to attack him and was caught off guard, getting kicked in the stomach. He flew 30 steps away and crashed into an innocent passerby, falling on the ground and vomiting blood before fainting. Who dares to attack in Shang Clan's inner city? You don't want to live? Quickly surrender and be captured. Such a commotion immediately caused a commotion. The slave market was heavily guarded and soon, 3 groups of Gu masters surrounded it. I was the one who kicked. Fan Yuan stood out without fear. It's Fangjing! The aggressive group saw Fan Yuan and immediately became sluggish. Fan Yuan had rank 4 battle strength while they were only rank 2. The leader had the highest cultivation level, rank 3 initial stage. However, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between Fan Yuan's teeth. Fan Yuan calmly took out his redbud token again. Shang Clan's Gu masters saw this token and their morale fell to rock bottom. The leader's ferocious face suddenly changed. With a smile on his face, he said to Fan Yuan politely, Lord Fangjing, we all know that you are our Shang clan's honored guest. But even if you are an esteemed guest, you can't casually attack in Shang clan. You even injured my clansmen. According to the rules of Shang clan city. According to the rules, I should be fined 49 yuan stone, Fan Yuan said. The leader was stunned. He did not expect Fan Yuan to be so familiar with Shang clan's rules. Fan Yuan threw out a bag of yuan stone and waved his hand. There are 50 yuan stone in here, keep the change. The leader took the primeval stones, feeling like he was a beggar. With a stunned and confused expression, he left with the others. If Fan Yuan did not have the strength, even with the redbud token, he would not be able to handle this situation. But now that he had the strength, even in Shang clan city, beating up a Shang clan clansman, as long as he was not an important person, was nothing. The Gu master in charge fainted from Fan Yuan's kick. At the slave market, another Gu master was sent to take care of them. We will buy all the people in this cage. Fan Yuan pointed at the cage and said. The people in the cage looked at Fan Yuan. Most of them had a numb expression, or a lifeless gaze. But a few stared angrily at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's casual attitude in buying and selling goods made them feel insulted. Yes, yes, yes. The new Gu master wiped his sweat as he bowed to Fan Yuan. In less than 15 minutes, all the procedures were done. This is a rank 3 poison scorpion Gu, please keep it well, Lord Fangjing. Finally, the Gu master presented a Gu worm to Fan Yuan with both hands. This poison scorpion Gu was pure white, like a flawless porcelain, and was only the size of 2 fingers. This was a rank 3 Gu worm. It only had one ability, to defecate. The scorpion's defecation was black like a bean. It was a rank 2 Gu. As the saying goes, scorpion defecation is unique. This scorpion defecation Gu's poison was very unique. Once someone was planted, the corresponding poison scorpion Gu had to sting it once every 7 days before it could be removed. This was the most commonly used method to control slaves. Although there was slavery Gu with better effects, it was a rank 5 Gu. It was expensive and rare, not something ordinary people could afford. Shang Xian's CI could not activate the poison scorpion Gu, and could not make it defecate. But using it to sting people did not expend primeval essence. This poison scorpion Gu, Fan Yuan was going to refine it first, before giving it to Shang Xian's CI. It was too difficult for Shang Xian's CI to refine this Gu alone. What did you say? That group of people from the Wei clan was bought by someone. What did I tell you? I told you to take good care of them. After I settle the score with Shang Qiu and the situation calms down, I will buy them. In the room, Shan Pu Lao's expression was ugly as he reprimanded the Gu master in charge. The Gu master in charge was lying on the bed with a pale face. After being kicked by Fan Yuan, he had just woken up. But now, Shang Pu Lao came to question him. Young Master Pu Lao, I've already tried my best. I wanted to sow discord, but that Shang Xian's CI only listened to Fangjing. I wanted to stall for time, but before I finished speaking, Fangjing kicked me unconscious. The Gu master in charge laid on the bed weakly, crying out in grievance. Sigh, these Wei clan people were once in high positions, holding authority in Wei clan. They have their own cultivation and management abilities. If I could obtain them, I could create half of Wei clan. Among them, especially Wei clan's Madame Wei de Xian, she is most skilled in nurturing guards. Wei clan leader's guard army was famous for a while. They had successfully dealt with many assassinations and sneak attacks, and even resisted the attacks of 5 rank 3 Gu masters. If it wasn't for this, how could it have dispersed just like that? Shan Pu Lao heaved a long sigh. Let me ask you, can this matter be salvaged? He looked at the Gu master in charge with a sharp gaze. The Gu master shook his head helplessly, saying with a sobbing tone. The people were taken away by them. There were no problems with the procedures. It is hard to find fault with them. Young master, I have let you down. Forget it, take care of your injuries. Shan Pu Lao heard this and lost interest. After consoling him, he flicked his sleeves and left. The next morning, at Nanqiu Garden Square, over 30 Wei clan members stood. Fan Yuan and Shang Xinci came together. Just earlier, Shang Xinci had already grasped the poisoned scorpion goo with Fan Yuan's help. Rank 3 goo was too strong for her. Thus, Fan Yuan chose other goo worms to help Shang Xinci control the poisoned scorpion goo. From today onwards, Shang Xinci is your master. Come and pay your respects. Fan Yuan handed the poisoned scorpion goo to Shang Xinci in front of everyone. The Wei clan members slowly kneeled on the ground, paying their respects to Shang Xinci. Their voices were weak, filled with helplessness, numbness, and all sorts of other emotions, like they were made of wood. They were chased out by the clan, they had high positions and were well fed, but now they were slaves. Thus, it was normal for them to be depressed and dispirited. Would they be able to rest assured when using such a person? Shang Xinci sympathized, but was also worried. Wei de Xian, come out, I want to talk to you alone. Fan Yuan stretched out his hand, pointing at a person in the middle of the crowd. The crowd immediately became restless. Many pairs of eyes that were originally dull suddenly burst forth with a strong and fierce light. What do you want? Many people stood up at the same time, protecting Wei de Xian. I'm warning you, don't even touch a hair on the madam. A person pointed at Fan Yuan, his face full of vigilance. Slap. Fan Yuan's expression sank, he took a step forward and slapped. The person who was pointing at him was immediately sent flying by a powerful force. Blood flowed, his teeth were shattered on the ground. It seems you still do not understand reality. Although I spent a huge sum to buy you, I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. But I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. Even if I want to do anything to your clan leader's wife, can you stop me? Fan Yuan's expression was cold, his voice as cold as ice. You! The Wei clan was furious. Some of the youths clenched their fists tightly, but did not dare to act rashly. All of you leave. Wei de Xian took the initiative to dismiss the people around her, and walked out. Although there was dirt on her face, it could not hide her peach-like beauty. She bowed to Fan Yuan. I wonder why Lord Fangjing called for me. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, using a sharp gaze to size up Wei de Xian's body. Madam Wei, you talk too much. Come with me, just listen carefully. With that, he turned and walked away. Wei de Xian was helpless. She bit her lips and followed Fan Yuan to the pavilion by the lake. A cool breeze blew gently, the small lake rippled. Carps swam freely in the lake, the green leaves connected together, and red and white lotus flowers dotted the lake. Such a beautiful scenery made Wei de Xian slightly relax. Who knew what Fan Yuan said next, made her nervous again. She only heard Fan Yuan say, Madam Wei, I am very interested in you. Wei de Xian quickly kneeled on the ground. This servant is lowly, my looks are shallow, it is this servant's fortune to receive Lord Fangjing's favor. But this servant does not dare to stain Lord's majestic body with this withered body. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed lightly 3 times. Wei de Xian, don't misunderstand. I am very interested in your talent, but your looks, to me, are only a set of withered skin and bones. Next, you need to train a group of loyal female guards for Shang Xinci. At the same time, you need to explain clearly to the people of your Wei clan, tell them to work hard, and have a positive attitude. Hearing Fan Yuan say this, Wei de Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly nodded. Yes, this servant will definitely do as Lord says. Fan Yuan laughed deeply a few times, and stared at Wei de Xian with deep meaning. Madam Wei, I know you are pregnant, and I also know your plan. You want to protect your husband's only bloodline, and at the same time, you want to contact your blood brother, Wei Shenshi, to help you take revenge. Is that right? Chapter 336. Wei de Xian's pregnancy was something she had deduced from her own reaction. The new life in her belly brought her great hope in life. This was her greatest secret, but she did not expect an outsider to expose it in just a few days. How could she not be shocked? How could she not panic? In Fan Yuan's previous life's memories, it was Wei de Xian who helped Shang Pu Lao defeat Shang Qiuniu, and became a popular candidate for young tribe leader. But during the righteous and demonic war, Wei de Xian and Wei Xingjian secretly cooperated and helped Wu tribe plot against Shang clan. She destroyed Wei tribe's village and took revenge for her husband's death. After the matter was exposed, Wei de Xian, who caused Shang Yanfei's first loss, became famous. Shan Pu Lao was also implicated and exiled. His fate was pitiful. His success was because of Wei de Xian, and also because of her. Wei de Xian's talent was outstanding, and now she was in Fang Yuan's hands. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to control her and make her work for Shang Xian's CI. Wei de Xian, don't be afraid. As long as you work hard to support Shang Xian's CI, I will not do anything to you. In fact, I will even help you raise the son in your womb. Also, I advise you not to search for your brother Wei Xingjian in the short term. He has already been recruited by Wu tribe, and is being monitored daily. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Fan Yuan rubbed his fingers as he sat on the stone stool. His tone was like he had everything under control. Wei de Xian was stunned by his aura. She knelt on the ground. Her expression changed. She opened her mouth a few times, but chose to keep quiet in the end. Finally, she bowed deeply to Fan Yuan, her forehead touching the ground as she said respectfully, "This concubine." But just as she spoke, Fan Yuan interrupted her. "No need to say more, it is useless. The performance of you and your clansmen will be the best answer to that question. You can leave." Fan Yuan waved his hand. Wei de Xian retreated. Fan Yuan sat in the pavilion and did not get up for a while. He looked at Wei de Xian's back as she gradually disappeared into the green forest. He knew that after this conversation, she would definitely do her best to assist Shang Xian's CI. After all, in his previous life, Shang Paleo had also used the child in her womb to entice her to support him. A cool breeze blew over as Fan Yuan gazed at the surface of the lake. The ripples of the lake reflected in his dark and deep eyes. He was deep in thought. Now that Shang Xian's CI has the Wei family, she has the backbone of the middle and lower class. With Wei de Xian, he would be able to form a female guard, forming a strong and stable armed force. There were also the three brothers of the Xiong family who could be trusted. My personal maids, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, can be trusted aides. In this way, the general framework of power has been constructed. This was more than enough to deal with this young master battle. However, if they could recruit Zhou Quan and make him the chief steward, then they would definitely win the battle for the position of young master. Wei de Xian, the three brothers of the Xiong family, Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan and the others would all be trusted aides, while Zhou Quan would be the commander. Fan Yuan was clear that with Zhou Quan's help, Shang Xian's CI would definitely be able to obtain the position of young master, and at the same time, become more and more stable. Even if Shang Xian's CI did not work hard, with Zhou Quan's help, her force would become more stable and slowly expand. Only Zhou Quan could suppress these subordinates of Shang Xian's CI. Right now, even Shang Xian's CI could not control these talents. After all, Shang Xian's CI was still too young, her aptitude was not high, and her cultivation was insufficient. In the world of Gu Masters, the rules of the game were cruel and real, and the most important thing was strength. Everything else could be put aside. However, it was not so easy to subdue Zhou Quan. Especially now that the rumors were spreading, describing how Shang Xian's CI had failed to recruit Zhou Quan more than 10 times. Fan Yuan was clear in his heart that someone was causing trouble in the dark, using this matter to attack Shang Xian's prestige. However, even though Fan Yuan knew, he did not stop them. The time was not ripe yet, and he already had a plan. A few days later, on a night, in Nanqiu Garden's secret room. Swish, 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 in the aperture, waves surged and swept up millions of silver snowflakes. Rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, under Fan Yuan's control, swept towards the aperture walls. Like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, or like a galactic river, 90% of the primeval sea swept in all directions, far more majestic than middle or low-grade aptitude. Countless primeval essence continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. Bit by bit, the nourishment caused Fan Yuan's aperture walls to quietly undergo some kind of hidden transformation. When this transformation accumulated to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change from quantitative to qualitative, advancing by leaps and bounds, reaching a new realm. This realm was rank 4. Fan Yuan used the relic goo to advance to rank 3 peak stage. And with the help of Bai Ning Bing and Bone Flesh Unity goo, his cultivation had been advancing rapidly. Every day, he made huge progress. It was unimaginable to ordinary people. Rank 4, I am only a step away from rank 4. In Fan Yuan's heart, this realization was getting stronger. But the primeval sea was getting lower and lower. The snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed intensely. Advancing to rank 4 consumed too much primeval essence. 90% was not enough, and the aperture walls had already been polished until they were sparkling and translucent, but there was no change. Although it was only a step away, it was like a deep ravine, difficult to cross. From rank 3 to rank 4, who knew how many goo masters had stumped at this step, and how many lofty aspirations had been trapped. Just as the aperture was about to reach its bottom, at this moment, a golden waterfall flowed down from the aperture. This was the powerful assistance that Bai Ning Bing had given to Fan Yuan through Bone Flesh Unity goo in the outside world. Rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence. Although it was only initial stage light gold, once it appeared, it gave Fan Yuan's aperture a throbbing feeling. The waterfall-like primeval essence, under Fan Yuan's control, turned into waves and followed the steps of the snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. Everything that had been accumulated earlier was raised to a higher level at this moment. Crack, crack. Following a soft sound, the walls of the aperture started to crack. In the cracks, white light shone dazzlingly. The cracks continued to expand, and the crystal walls started to crumble, like an iceberg collapsing, sinking into the primeval sea piece by piece, turning into nothingness. After 2 hours, under the continuous support of Bai Ning Bing's primeval essence, this transformation finally ended. The original crystal walls had disappeared, replaced by a thin layer of light. But it was even brighter, illuminating the entire aperture in white light. A trace of light gold primeval essence seeped out from the bottom of the sea. Yellow gold primeval essence. This signified that Fan Yuan had also entered rank 4 realm. I have finally reached rank 4. It has only been 2 to 3 years, and I have already improved so much in Shangclan City. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes, shining brilliantly, like a flash of lightning in the dark secret room. He was very satisfied with this result. In a short period of 2 to 3 years, he had advanced to rank 4. The main contributors were Bone Flesh Unity goo, Bai Ning Bing, and the favorable environment of Shangclan City. At the same time, there was his rich experience from his previous life, as well as his own hard work. Advancing to rank 4 was stepping into a whole new world. In the mortal world, rank 1 and rank 2 were at the bottom, rank 3 were the middle tier, and rank 4 and rank 5 were the upper echelons. Many clan leaders had rank 4 cultivation level. If Guyue village still existed, Fan Yuan could already compete for the clan leader position. Whether it was southern border, central plains or other places, rank 4 cultivation allowed a goo master to roam the world. As long as a goo master had rank 4 cultivation, they would at least be a hero of a region. Many clans only had 1 or 2 rank 4 goo masters. Fan Yuan could only be considered to have matured after reaching this step, surpassing the majority of goo masters. Since rebirth, I have reached rank 4. Compared to my previous life, it is many times faster. Step by step, accumulating advantages to reach today's achievement. This is the huge help from my previous life's experience. It is all thanks to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fan Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was because of Spring-Autumn Cicada that he could rebirth. However, although I advanced to rank 4, Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed is faster. Right now, the pressure it exerts on my aperture is also increasing. Rank 4 is a brand new starting point, the light gold primeval essence allows me to use more rank 4 goo. Next, I need to refine charge and crash goo. But before that, I have one more thing to do. 4th Inner City. This is the house Zhou Quan is in charge of. Fan Yuan stood in front of a courtyard, his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently. Immediately, a subordinate reported, "Yes, Lord Fanjing." Right now, standing behind Fan Yuan were Bai Ningbing, Xiao Dai and the 3 Xiong brothers, as well as Wei de Xian who had just replenished some goo worms and recovered some strength. "This is the place, miss, and I have been here many times, but the door was shut in our face." Xiao Dai added angrily, "Lord, if you wish to see my master, please hand over your visiting card. My master is still taking an afternoon nap." The courtyard's doorman walked forward with an arrogant attitude. He recognized Xiao Dai and understood that this was Shang Xian's people. "Afternoon nap? Visiting card? He." Fan Yuan sneered, his expression suddenly turned grim as he waved his hand. "Go smash! He. The people behind him were stunned. The 3 Xiong brothers were the first to step forward. What are you trying to do?" The doorman was incomparably frightened as he shouted. "Little thing blocking the way, get lost!" Xiong Ho laughed sinisterly, raising his leg and kicking the doorman away. Bam! Xiong Tu used brute force and forcefully smashed the courtyard's door open. "What are you trying to do?" Some servants ran over, but seeing the group of fiendish goo masters, they immediately became terrified. Clang, 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 bam, 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 Fan Yuan's group rampaged and barged into Zhou Quan's house, smashing everything they saw and beating people up. Xiong Feng even took liberties with some pretty maids. Chapter 337. "What do we do, master?" The steward trembled as he ran to Zhou Quan, asking for instructions. Zhou Quan had already woken up, seeing Fan Yuan's group wreaking havoc in his house. His expression was ashen. "This Fangjing is simply lawless. He actually dares to use force in Shan Clan City. Wait, this aura, he is clearly rank 4. Heavens, how old is he? He has already advanced to rank 4? Zhou Quan observed in secret. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked expression. He was once a rank 4 goo master, a clan leader. But he only reached rank 4 realm when he was 40 or 50 years old. Fan Yuan's age had already been known by everyone in the battle stage. He was only 20 years old. What kind of outstanding talent was this? Zhou Quan sighed inwardly, feeling envy and jealousy, anger and helplessness. Fanjing has also advanced to rank 4. He is a true rank 4 goo master. He also has the purple thorn token, and now Shang Xianci has a relationship with Shang Chao Feng. This person is too arrogant. Not long ago he caused trouble in the slave market, and was only fined 49 yuan stone. His future is bright. He is likely to become a rank 5 expert. According to rumors, Shan Yanfei thinks highly of him. Now even Shang Clan is turning a blind eye to him. How can I fight him? I can't afford to offend him, but can't I just hide? Thinking of this, Zhou Quan sighed, saying to the old steward, "Quickly pack up, we will move to a shop. The other party is too strong, we need to lie low for this period of time." "Yes, master." The old steward hurriedly went to pack up. A moment later, everyone turned the courtyard upside down. The elegant and quiet courtyard was now in a mess. "Lord, we searched, but did not find Zhou Quan," Xiong Tu reported. He must have snuck out from the back door. He can't have gone far, he must be hiding in a shop. However, this was also within my expectations. I purposely left a back door, hee. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. Zhou Quan thought he would care about Shang Clan and not cause trouble. But what kind of person was Fan Yuan? In his heart, even the super first-rate merchants were nothing more than a slightly larger stepping stone. "Have you prepared everything that I have instructed you to do?" Fan Yuan turned around and asked Wei Dixin. Wei de Xian quickly replied, "It's ready." "Very well." Fan Yuan waved his hand. "Let's go." Everyone walked out of the courtyard and immediately caused a commotion. Shan Clan City had always been peaceful and stable. Fan Yuan had caused a huge commotion when he smashed up the courtyard, attracting the attention of many people. Furthermore, Fan Yuan instructed Wei de Xian to spread the news. Therefore, it created an even more sensational effect. Countless passers-by were attracted over. "Let's go." Fan Yuan walked in front, leading the group through the streets. Along the way, more and more passers-by were attracted by the liveliness, almost forming a phenomenon of rubbing shoulders. Master, that Fangjing has brought people here again," the old butler reported in panic. "Don't worry. This shop is Shang Clan's property. Even if he had more guts, he would not dare to barge in." Zhou Quan stroked his goatee, consoling. But just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Under everyone's gaze, Fan Yuan had sent the shop's door flying with a kick. Then, he took a big step into the shop. "Wait!" A group of Shang Clan city guards walked out with gloomy expressions. Fan Yuan's group had such a huge commotion, the city guards were already attracted by them. "This is Shang Clan's shop, you cannot barge in here. You are violating Shang Clan City's rules." The leader of the city guards was sweating profusely as he shouted. It was his turn to be on duty today. If he did not stand up now, Shang Clan City would definitely punish him for his negligence in the future. But Fan Yuan did not care about him, continuing to walk in as if he did not hear him. The rest of the people entered one after another. Bai Ningbing stayed behind, looking coldly at the city guard leader, emitting a rank 4 aura. "So what if we barge in now? Can you stop us?" The leader, who was only a rank 2 cultivator, felt his heart trembling. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face extremely pale, but he still shouted with all his might. "Even if we cannot stop you, we have to do our best. Because this is Shang Clan City, this is our duty. You have to know, Lord Fangjing's actions have already violated our Shang Clan City's 3rd chapter, Rule 25. Of course we know, it's just a fine." Bai Ningbing raised his eyebrows, throwing a bag of yuan stones at the leader's face. "There are 500 yuan stones in this bag, keep the change. We still need to smash it later, pay up first." Saying this, Bai Ningbing followed them into the shop. The leader stood stupidly on the spot, holding the heavy bag of yuan stones, stunned by Bai Ningbing's imposing manner. Too arrogant! Too arrogant!" The passers-by excitedly shouted. "I have never seen anyone who dares to act so arrogantly in Shang Clan City. Fangjing and Bai Ningbing are rank 4 Gu masters, they have the strength and the purple thorn token. With the redbud token as his capital, who else would dare to do it? Even if I have the strength and qualifications, I might not dare. Their guts are too big. They actually dared to do this in broad daylight. Really?" The passers-by discussed, many people were dumbstruck. Some people wanted to enter the shop to watch the show, but they were either blocked by the men left behind by Fan Yuan, or chased away by the city guards. "Leader, are we going in?" a city guard asked carefully. "What for? To continue throwing yuan stones at our faces?" the leader suddenly shouted. Wait for Lord Clan Elder to come and deal with it." Back to Fan Yuan, he walked into the shop. "Fangjing, what are you trying to do? You dare to attack Shang Clan's shop, do you still want to stay in Shang Clan?" Zhou Quan's face was ashen, he wanted to use Shang Clan's name to suppress Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sneered, looking at Zhou Quan with disdain. "Old thing, aren't you taking a nap at home? Why are you hiding here? You and I are smart people, let's not beat around the bush, I am here for you. I will give you 2 choices, one is to submit, the other is to die. You choose." Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant." Zhou Quan squeezed out a smile, his arrogant nature flared up, he was unwilling to lose. "You want to touch me, but look at where you are." Fan Yuan laughed loudly. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Quan's expression was extremely ugly. "You have lived for so many years, your eyesight is terrible. Why can't you see that I am different from Shang Xianci? Well, I'll be merciful enough to give you an opportunity to know me well." Fan Yuan said as he suddenly shouted and attacked. Zhou Quan did not expect Fan Yuan to be so unbridled, he was immediately ambushed and fell to the ground, almost fainting. But he had a strong foundation. He quickly got up and fought with Fan Yuan. Boom, 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 the intense sounds of battle spread out. The crowd outside the house was also stirred up. He is attacking, he is attacking. He really dared to attack. This Fan Jing is too daring, too crazy. Zhou Quan is going to be unlucky to encounter him. Everyone sighed. Almost no one thought Zhou Quan would win. The crowd's eyes were bright. The battle in the shop ended quickly. Zhou Quan was not Fan Yuan's match. He still had hidden injuries. Even though he was rank 3 peak stage, he could not block the powerful Fan Yuan. The shop was unavoidably affected. Half of it was destroyed. After the dust settled, everyone saw Zhou Quan lying on the ground after being beaten by Fan Yuan, bleeding and with broken bones. He could not move. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan was standing. He stepped on Zhou Quan's head. His fierce gaze was filled with power. Lord Fangjing, what are you doing? 3 Shang clan elders rushed over and asked coldly. What are your eyes doing? Can't you see it is so obvious? I am beating him up. Fan Yuan rolled his eyes and replied loudly. The crowd laughed. Lord Fangjing, we are not here to joke with you. This matter is too serious. Do you know what the consequences will be? The elders' expressions were grave and solemn. Under Fan Yuan's feet, Zhou Quan snickered coldly. When he opened his mouth, a string of blood foam came out. This time, Fangjing is too rash. This matter is too big. I don't know how to end it. Even though Fangjing is a great genius, he is not a Shang clan clansman. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Of course I know what the consequences will be. Not only that, I also know the consequences of killing this person. Saying so, he took out his purple thorn token. Elders, if I kill someone in Shang Clan City, it will be a serious violation of the peace of Shang Clan City. According to the city rules, I will lose this purple thorn token, am I right? Fan Yuan asked back. Yes. An elder immediately replied. After getting a clear answer, Fan Yuan's lips curled up, forming a cold smile. Then, he clenched his fist, crushing the purple thorn token into pieces. This sudden change immediately caused the crowd to burst into a wave of intense cries of surprise. The 3 elders' pupils shrunk. Fangjing actually crushed the purple thorn token. That's a purple gold command token. He actually crushed it. What a waste! Fangjing doesn't even want the purple thorn token, he clearly wants Zhou Quan's life. Zhou Quan is too arrogant, he rejected Shang Xinc's recruitment many times, and ended up angering Fan Yuan. He is really unlucky. Seeing the purple thorn token's fragments fall to the ground, even splashing on his face, Zhou Quan's sneer froze. This is a purple thorn token! Fangjing even destroyed the purple thorn token, he wants to take my life. Is he crazy? Chapter 338. He originally thought that Fan Yuan wanted to teach him a lesson. But he didn't expect that Fan Yuan wanted to kill him, and was even willing to pay such an expensive price like the Redbud token. For me, you are so brave and ruthless, is it worth it? Zhou Quan wanted to cry after receiving such attention from Fan Yuan. He was a normal person. He was also afraid of death. Or else, after the Zhou clan was destroyed, he would be alone and heavily injured. He would have taken the chance to die. But he survived. Survival was every living being's instinct. He rejected Shang Xinci because he didn't like her. He was naturally arrogant, and was once the leader of a clan. How could he submit to a silly little girl? But he didn't expect things to become so big. Now he was facing the threat of death. Fan Yuan's craziness was something he never expected. If I had known this, I would have listened to that girl and let it go. But I actually ended up like this. Zhou Quan's heart was filled with intense regret. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Between survival and arrogance, of course survival was the priority. Or else he wouldn't have been a stray dog, living without purpose until now. That's right, I understand now. I rejected Shang Xinci multiple times, and severely damaged her reputation. Fangjing is also Shang Xinc's biggest supporter, So he wanted to get rid of me. Shang Yi Fan misled me. Feeling the increasing killing intent from Fan Yuan, Zhou Quan's mind was in a mess. With his intelligence, he only needed to probe a little to understand that the rumors on the streets were caused by Shang Yi Fan. At first, he was still very pleased with himself, hiding his pride. These rumors would be an excellent excuse for him to reject Shang Xinci. At the same time, from the rumors, he could see how highly Shang Yi Fan regarded him. If he really couldn't, he could rely on Shang Yi Fan. There was no difference between Shang Yi Fan and Shang Xinci to him. As long as he was willing to assist them, he could make them the young master. This was Zhou Quan's confidence. But now he was filled with regret. It was because of these rumors that caused Fan Yuan to have killing intent towards him. It was too late for him to rely on Shang Yi Fan now. Fan Yuan was a madman, he didn't play by the rules at all. This time, Zhou Quan was completely screwed. Zhou Quan was lying on the ground, his bones were broken, and his face was being stepped on by Fan Yuan. He couldn't move at all. He opened his mouth, wanting to beg for mercy. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. There are so many people watching. Begging for mercy in front of everyone would be a complete disgrace. But if I don't beg for mercy and surrender, my life will be over. At this crucial moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance was still. At this moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance still remained. Zhou Quan, Quan said. Zhou Quan, since you don't know what's good for you, then you're not a hero. That Fan Yuan. To Fan Yuan, Zhou Yu T. T. To Zhou Yu to. T. T. Zhou. Zhou goes. Quan. T. Fan to Fan Tian. But Fan Yuan's leg exerted so much force that his cheeks were stuck. Zhou Quan wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Zhou Quan panicked. Wait, I don't want to die. I want to beg, I want to surrender, let me talk. He roared in his mind. At the same time, he used all his remaining strength to swing his arms and legs. He grabbed Fan Yuan's calf, but Fan Yuan's body was like steel, he didn't move. My life is over. Just when Zhou Quan was in despair, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Big brother, hey too, have mercy. Shang Xinci rushed to the scene. Xinci, looks like I couldn't hide it from you. I know you're thirsty for talent, but don't plead for this guy. This kind of person deserves to die. Fan Yuan replied coldly, but he was slowly withdrawing his strength. No, big brother, hey too, I want to speak. Shang Xinci insisted. She continued. Big brother, you haven't known old Mr. Zhou Quan for a long time, but I know him better. Old Mr. Zhou has always wanted to rebuild the Zhou family. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and his ambition couldn't be fulfilled. He had once spoken to me in sorrow, saying that he couldn't let go of his family. Before his wife died, she had asked him to rebuild the family. These years, he had been carrying a heavy burden, fighting hard. He had his own difficulties. It's like this. Fan Yuan withdrew most of his strength, his expression changing slightly. Why don't I remember speaking to you? Zhou Quan felt strange. When his wife died, he wasn't even at the scene. But he soon realized that this was a show put up by Shang Xinci and Fan Yuan. Actually, Fan Yuan and Shang Xinci still wanted to recruit him. They used Shangclan City as a stage, and put up a good show in front of everyone. What they said just now was a prearranged stage. Not only did they proclaim Shang Xinci's benevolence and thirsty for talent, they also gave him a way out. Such a good plan, a good plan. I, the great Zhou clan leader, have fallen in the hands of these juniors. The new generation truly surpasses the old. Zhou Quan gritted his teeth, sighing in his heart. There was anger, hatred, and also helplessness. I see. I didn't expect old Mr. Zhou to be such an ambitious person. However, you are still foolish. Assisting Xinci does not conflict with your ambition to rebuild the Zhou family. For your ideals, you are not afraid of death. I admire you. But you don't know, dying is easy, but enduring humiliation for your ideals, carrying a heavy burden and moving forward, that is true courage. Fang Yuan said loudly. When Zhou Quan heard this, how could he not know that Fang Yuan was giving him a way out? This was very likely the last step. If he did not grasp it, then his life would be over, he would not have any more chances. Thinking of this old man opened his mouth. Sigh. Geniuses will appear in every generation, those who succeed are the teachers. After hearing your words today, I am enlightened. Fang Yuan released his leg. Shang Xianci was overjoyed, quickly helping Zhou Quan up. Zhou Quan endured the pain all over his body, stood up shakily, and knelt down towards Shang Xianci. Zhou Quan greets Lady Xianci. What did you say? Zhou Quan actually acknowledged that silly girl as his master? In the study room, Shang Yifan heard the news and was stunned for a long time. Impossible! I know Zhou Quan's personality. Even when Shang Yizi was the young master and controlled the shops in Shang Clan City, he could not recruit him. How did she, Shang Xianci, obtain Zhou Quan's loyalty? Shang Yifan reacted and exclaimed loudly. This is true. Old Steward Zhang sighed. Shang Xianci is still inexperienced, she naturally does not have the ability. But she has Fang Jing and Bai Ningbing by her side. Honestly speaking, I underestimated Fang Jing. She didn't expect him to be a shrewd man despite his rough exterior. He purposely caused a huge ruckus, forcing Zhou Quan to acknowledge him as his master. If Zhou Quan did not acknowledge him as his master, Fang Jing would have killed him on the spot. Now, the entire street and shops are talking about this. There are rumors everywhere, saying that Zhou Quan endured humiliation in order to rebuild his clan. After being enlightened by Fang Jing, he finally chose to submit to Shang Xianci, who is thirsty for talent. Now, Shang Xianci's prestige has reached a peak. Shang Yifan heard this and was enraged. That means we spent so much effort to spread rumors, but it was all for them? Liars, they are all liars. These rumors must have been purposely spread by them. What a good story of a meeting between a ruler and a subject. Pa! Young Master Yifan, don't be impatient. This competition is far from over. Although Shang Xianci has talented subordinates, they might not be able to gain their loyalty. Next, with the help of Madam's forces, we still have a high chance of winning. Old Steward Zhang said calmly. Under his persuasion, Shang Yifan's emotions gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. You are right. Building a force is not something that can be done in a day. She obtained these people almost all because of Fang Jing's threats and promises. How can they truly submit? Next, I will sow discord, and use money to bribe them. I don't believe it will be ineffective. With Shang Xianci's planning, Fang Jing and Zhou Quan's support, Wei de Xian, the three Xiong clan brothers working together, the information business regarding the martial stage was finally established. Just like Shang Xianci expected, once this business opened, it caused a huge commotion and reaction. On the first day of business, they earned back all the money they had invested in the store. On the second day, it still caused a commotion. On the third day, the excitement had yet to subside. After 7 days, Shang Xianci's 300,000 yuan stone had increased to 440,000. Shang Yifan's schemes did not make any progress. Shang Xianci's force was like an iron bucket, tightly controlled by Zhou Jin. Everyone's loyalty caused the other young masters to be shocked. Shang Yifan was panicking, because he knew, if Shang Xianci continued to develop, with her ferocious momentum, she would definitely be the final winner. He started to borrow his mother's force to influence Shang clan's higher-ups. Shang Xianci's information business involved the martial stage. It was a sensitive topic. Shang clan's higher-ups and elders discussed, just as they were about to order Shang Xianci to stop the business, Shang Yanfei stood up and supported his daughter. Shang Yanfei's stance was the final blow to Shang Yifan. Months later, Shang Yifan and his mother's force could not reverse the situation. They were defeated by Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci succeeded Shang Yizi's position, becoming one of the 10 young masters. But the sadness of parting washed away the joy of success. Big brother Hey too, are you really in such a rush to leave? Shang Xinci walked out of the city gates, sending them off. You have already succeeded in becoming a young master. With your talent, you will definitely be able to hold on to it. Xinci, all good things must come to an end. We will meet again, don't be too sad. Fan Yuan consoled, before changing the topic. Before I leave, I have something to remind you. You have to look far ahead. Above the 10 young masters, there is still young clan leader Shang Tuahai. Above Shang Tuahai, there are the 5 important clan elders of Shang clan, and your father Shang Yanfei. Above Shang Yanfei, there are Shang clan supreme elders. Big brother, don't worry. Back then, Shang Tuahai became young clan leader at the right time. The other Shang clan young masters had the geographical advantage. I have neither the right time nor the geographical advantage. Only investors and people can fight against them. Big brother, if you need anything, just inform me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely do it for you. Shang Xinci's eyes shone with wisdom. These words made Fang Jing and Lu Qiyu involuntarily look over. As expected of the outstanding female talent who would become Shang clan leader in the future. All right, we will meet again. Fan Yuan looked deeply at Shang Xinci before turning to leave. Bai Ningbing followed beside him. Their figures, one black and one white, gradually disappeared into the forest on the mountain path. Shang Xinci and the 2 maids stood on the spot for a long time, gazing at the direction where Fang and Bai disappeared without moving. Big brother Hey too, Sancha Mountain is dangerous, please take care. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes became misty as she prayed in her heart. Chapter 339. The world of Gu Masters was vast and extraordinary. To the east, there was a vast sea with islands dotting it like stars in the sky. It was called Eastern Sea. To the west, there was the Gobi Desert. The oases were like pearls, sprinkling in the yellow sand. It was called Western Desert. To the north, there was a vast grassland, called Northern Plains. To the south, there was 100,000 mountain range, called Southern Border. And surrounded by Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains and Southern Border, there was a central region called Central Continent. Central Continent had a vast territory, stretching for hundreds of millions of li. It had the most abundant primeval energy and many sections. Many heroes, righteous path and demonic path hid within. It could be said to be a land of heroes. Its overall strength was the strongest compared to north, south, east and west. In the southern part of Central Continent, 100,000 feet above the mountains, at the peak of the Sea of Clouds, there was a huge mountain floating in the sky. Feihe Mountain. Feihe Mountain was majestic and swift, floating in the sky in the black-white sea of clouds. Sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the green trees on the mountain. The whole mountain was green and glistening. Mountain waves and peaks surged, layer upon layer. Every time the wind blew, the sea of clouds on the mountain moved like boiling water. The pine and bamboo forests moved like waves, and tens of thousands of cranes cried out. Iron-beak flying cranes, fire-pellet cranes, phoenix-tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, star aurora cranes, tens of thousands of flying cranes were either flying in the sky, resting on the pine trees or on the mountain rocks. It was a majestic and magnificent scene. The tens of thousands of cranes on Feihe Mountain were famous in Central Continent. And the Gu Masters on the mountain were famous in the world. This was Crane Gate, one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, a peak force in Central Continent. At this time, on the sect battle stage of Crane Gate, a battle had already reached its most crucial moment. 2 youths, wearing similar clothing, were fighting intensely. Both sides were advancing and retreating, sometimes tangling together, sometimes separating like they were electrocuted. Too strong. It is hard to imagine, both sides are only in their 20s. Outside the stage, the spectators were closely watching the battle. Shock and admiration were written all over their faces. Senior brother Sun Yuanhua is a veteran expert. He was first in the last 3 years' small exam. I am not surprised that he has such strength. But junior brother Fang Jing actually has such strength. It is truly shocking. Not bad. Junior brother Fangjing was the biggest dark horse in this year's 8-year entrance exam. No one would have thought that he would actually reach the finals. All these years, junior brother Fangjing has been a nobody, just like an ordinary rock. No one paid attention to him. He was completely inconspicuous. I didn't expect him to soar to the sky and become famous in the Crane Gate. Many people sighed with emotion. Some were envious, and some were jealous. Fangjing's face was solemn, his eyes gleaming as he fought with Sun Yuanhua. Over the years he had grown taller. His shoulders were broad, and his waist was as thin as a bee's. He had developed a steady and vigorous aura. Suddenly, Fangjing threw out a dark green gale, forcing Sun Yuanhua to retreat. "Senior brother Sun, just admit defeat," he said. His calm tone was filled with confidence. "Little junior brother, if you have any trump cards, just use them." Sun Yuanhua smiled, replying confidently, "All right." Fangjing suddenly whistled, the sound spread out. Soon, the cries of cranes could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the sound, countless pairs of eyes widened as countless mouths opened wide. "This is an ironbeak flying crane group! Oh my god, so many flying cranes, am I hallucinating? How can this be? This is a myriad beast king! Fangjing has already cultivated to rank 4 middle stage, his talent is already unparalleled. But he can actually control a crane group of over 10,000, what method is this?" Everyone was in an uproar, they were all extremely shocked and in disbelief. Even the sect elders outside the arena were so shocked that they stood up from their seats. Sun Yunhua's expression became extremely solemn. The group of ironbeak flying cranes was imposing and imposing, making him feel extremely pressured. However, he did not plan to give up. His eyes shone with determination. "Junior brother Fang, you are indeed powerful. But can you control so many flying cranes at once? I have not lost yet, because I also have a crane group. Come out." Flying Crane Mountain had millions of flying cranes. Such a geographical advantage was fully used by Crane Gate's people. Fangjing had a crane group. Sun Yuanhua was indeed a sect genius that received much attention. He also had a crane group. Hearing Sun Yuanhua's summon, a crane group soon flew out from the sky. The size of the crane group was in stark contrast to Fangjing's ironbeak flying crane group. There were only a few hundred of them. But the cranes that Sun Yuanhua controlled were completely different from the ironbeak flying cranes. Most of their bodies were covered in white feathers, but the tips of their wings, tails and claws were deep blue. Under the sunlight, they shone with a metallic luster. At the same time, as they danced in the air, traces of blue lightning could be seen coiling around their bodies. "Be careful, these flying cranes are illusion lightning cranes. They are ferocious, and in a one-on-one fight, ordinary ironbeak flying cranes are not their match." Master Tenchura's voice suddenly appeared in Fangjing's mind. "I understand, Master." Fangjing immediately replied, his eyes shining with brilliance as he stared at this illusion lightning crane group, while controlling the ironbeak flying crane group in his hands. "They are going to collide! The ironbeak flying crane group is too huge, it is like a giant monster. Senior brother Sun's crane group might not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. No, senior brother Sun still has a chance of winning. Crane battles are not just a competition of numbers, but also of control. Senior brother Sun has been cultivating hard, his ability to control cranes is top-notch in the sect. Now it all depends on Fangjing. To be honest, I don't think Fangjing will win. Fangjing might be a genius, but he is still a human. These years of cultivating to rank 4, and doing sect missions to accumulate this outstanding set of goo worms, he has already expended a lot of energy. I don't believe he still has the time and ability to control the crane group." Everyone discussed, their emotions surging. Such a huge scene was rare in the sect's 3-year small exam and 8-year high school exam. Only in the 15-year large exam would it happen occasionally. Although Fangjing had a huge number of cranes, not everyone thought highly of him. The current situation was like two armies facing each other. Fangjing had over 10,000 flying cranes. His army was huge, but once the numbers increased, he would not be able to control them all. He was after all only at rank 4 middle stage, his soul could only reach a certain level of strength, and his mental strength was also limited. And although Sun Yuanhua had few cranes, he was a group of elite soldiers, and could command them as if they were his own limbs. Adding that he spent a lot of time training, his outstanding crane control skill was widely known in the sect. The two crane groups were about to collide in the sky. But at this time, Sun Yuanhua suddenly leapt. He activated his aperture goo, and his body turned into a flash of lightning. With a crack, he arrived in front of Fangjing. Fangjing did not expect Sun Yuanhua to suddenly attack. This way, Sun Yuanhua would fall into the iron-beak flying crane group's encirclement, and fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Sun Yuanhua unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. As if he had gone crazy, the intensity was unprecedentedly fierce. Fangjing had lost the initiative, and was suppressed by Sun Yuanhua, and could only defend with all his strength. The two crane groups fought in the sky, while on the ground, Fangjing and Sun Yuanhua were engaged in an intense battle. Although the illusion lightning crane group was few in numbers, they gathered together and charged forward, tearing apart countless iron-beak flying cranes with their iron claws. In contrast, the iron-beak flying crane group was in chaos, like a swarm of headless flies. The iron-beak flying crane group could not stop this small group of illusion lightning cranes. Senior brother Sun is mighty. The battle tactic he chose is too appropriate. That's right. Fangjing's mental strength is limited. Commanding such a large group of flying cranes is like a baby playing with a hammer, extremely clumsy. Right now, he is being attacked by senior brother Sun with all his might. He cannot even protect himself, and can only defend with his utmost concentration. How can he spare any attention to deal with the flying cranes above him? But the iron-beak flying cranes are too numerous. There are many hundred beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and even myriad beast kings. The illusion lightning crane group only has 300 beast kings, and one crippled 1,000 crane king. To avoid these beast kings, the illusion lightning crane group has to charge left and right, and even if they kill large numbers of ordinary iron-beak flying cranes, they also suffer heavy losses. Sun Yuanhua and Fangjing are evenly matched, one attacking and one defending. They are extremely familiar with each other. There is no way to determine the victor. Now let's see the outcome of the battle between the flying cranes. An elder saw the key to victory. If the iron-beak flying crane group devours the illusion lightning crane group, then Fangjing will definitely win. But if the illusion lightning crane group breaks out of the iron-beak flying crane's encirclement, and rush down to help Sun Yuanhua, then Fangjing will be the loser. Persevere, persevere. Work hard to divert your attention, look after the iron-beak flying cranes, and kill all the illusion lightning cranes. If you can do that, it will be a huge breakthrough, and will be of great benefit to you in the future. In Fangjing's mind, Master Tenchuru's voice continued to guide him. Fangjing tried his best, and followed Master Tenchuru's instructions. But just as he was about to succeed, he would be interrupted by Sun Yuanhua's attacks. Sun Yuanhua was older than Fangjing, and had put in a lot of effort to control the crane group. Under his control, although the crane group suffered heavy losses, they were about to break out of the iron-beak flying crane's encirclement. Junior brother Fangjing, if you want to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. He laughed coldly, and said. When these words entered Fangjing's ears, it suddenly drew out a scene from deep in his memories. Back then, in southern borders Qingmao Mountain, in Guyue's village, he and his own brother Fan Yuan had fought in the arena. Fan Yuan had also said the same to him. No, I cannot lose. I still have to take revenge for my family, for my aunt and uncle, for my clan leader, for Lord Qing Shu. All these years, what have I worked so hard for? I want to stand in front of my brother and defeat him. How can I lose to Sun Yuanhua now? In Fangjing's eyes, there seemed to be a raging fire burning. He endured the pain in his head, and diverted his attention. The iron-beak flying cranes suddenly moved, like a huge beast opening its mouth. They swallowed the illusion lightning crane group. Seeing this, Sun Yuanhua's face was ashen. He won! The entire place was filled with praises. Chapter 340. Central Continent had many sects. It was different from Southern Borders' clan system. In clans, kinship was maintained and clansmen were nurtured. But in sects, the relationship between master and disciple replaced kinship. Sects accepted disciples. As long as they had aptitude and character, they could be accepted into the sect. Because of this, Fangjing could be accepted into Crane Gate and become a member. In Immortal Crane sect, from bottom to top, they were divided into outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, legacy disciple, sect elder, sect leader, and supreme elder. 3-year small exam, they could choose to become inner disciples. 8-year middle exam, the winner could become elite disciples. 15-year large exam, they could become true disciples. Above the direct disciples were the sect elders. Crane Gate's sect elders had at least rank 4 cultivation. The sect leader was definitely rank 5, while the supreme elders were rank 6 Gu Immortals. There were even rank 7 Gu Immortals. Central Continent was the strongest region among the north, south, east, and west. And Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It was even stronger than Shang Clan. Because when sects chose disciples, they did not ask about their background and only chose the best. Thus, in Crane Gate, there were almost no C-grade aptitude members. B-grade aptitude was the most common, but a grade aptitude was not rare. Fangjing had a grade aptitude. He was indeed a genius. But in a peak force like Crane Gate, there were many geniuses like him. Fangjing, you are talented and diligent. Now you have rank 4 middle stage cultivation. With this cultivation, you can already become a sect elder. But you have only joined for a short period of time. You need to complete a large number of sect missions to test your loyalty. I hope you can continue to work hard and obtain victory in the large exam, becoming a true disciple. Crane Gate's leader sat on the sect leader's throne, looking down at the kneeling Fangjing. Yes, I will remember sect leader's teachings. Fangjing answered. Now there's a sect mission for you and a few elite disciples to handle. Go back and think about the details of the mission. Go. As the sect leader spoke, a bookworm flew out. Fangjing respectfully excused himself after receiving it. When he returned to his residence, he lay on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Controlling goo worms expended a lot of mental energy. Sometimes it required a high degree of concentration, and sometimes it required multitasking, splitting one's attention. In the battle with Sun Yuanhua, Fangjing had used up all his trump cards and exhausted all his effort. He was too tired. He forced himself to meet the sect leader and complete the promotion ceremony for elite disciple. His brain was still hurting, and his head felt like it had turned into a heavy hammer. His neck and shoulders couldn't bear it, and he felt muddle-headed and light-headed. Fangjing slept for 2 days and 2 nights before he was awakened by a knock on the door. Pushing the door open, Zhang Xian saw a group of elite disciples. There were both males and females in this group. Most of them were rank 3 while some were rank 4. Unlike a family, the loyalty of a family usually didn't need to be tested. But the sect needed it. The higher up one went, the more elite disciples, true disciples, and elders would be restricted. Many people cultivated to rank 4, but were eliminated in the assessment. Thus, this resulted in many disciples and elders in the sect having rank 4 cultivation. But regardless of their cultivation, the elders' battle strength was definitely higher than the disciples. Because they had been selected through strict assessments step by step, and were outstanding individuals that were 1 in 10,000. Fangjing, we have the same mission. Along the way, we need to take care of each other. Fangjing, I saw your battle with Sun Yuanhua. It was very exciting. I hope we can spar along the way. These people all behaved in a very friendly manner. They all knew that Fangjing had a group of over 10,000 ironbeak flying cranes. Although Fangjing could not control them as he wished, such a powerful force made them revere him. Greetings, fellow sect members. I am ashamed to say this, but I have been sleeping these days and have not read the mission details. Fangjing cupped his fists towards everyone, feeling a little ashamed. So that's it. Then I will tell you directly, our sect mission this time is not a small matter. Fangjing, a few months ago, an earth-shattering matter happened on Tianti Mountain. Do you know about it? An elite disciple asked. Tianti Mountain? Fangjing nodded. This matter is too big, of course I know about it. On Tianti Mountain, Fairy White Fox's inheritance suddenly appeared. Fairy White Fox is a famous righteous path figure, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and she occupies Hu immortal blessed land. Once this inheritance appeared, many Gu immortals came out. As long as one inherits this inheritance, they can obtain Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Tianti Mountain is surrounded by many Gu immortals. Fangjing, I will tell you directly. Our mission this time is to go to Tianti Mountain and try our best to obtain this inheritance. Our Lord Crane Gates Gu Immortal has already discussed with the lords of the other sections. In order to avoid harming our relationship, they will not make a move, and will choose a few elite disciples from their sects to have a gentleman's competition. When Fangjing heard that, his eyes widened. His eyes emitted a luster of desire. Are you serious? This is a Gu immortal inheritance. Of course. Our luck has arrived. If we can become the inheritors, we will definitely soar to the sky. There is also great hope for us to become Gu immortals in the future. But other than our Crane Gate, there are still Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and the other top 10 forces of Central Continent. Thus, we need to cooperate with sincerity and unite our wills. Of course. Fangjing immediately nodded in agreement. Southern Borders Huatan Mountain was a half-dead volcano. It was thousands of meters tall, and there was a large circular hole at the peak. Lava flowed inside, and sometimes, dust would rise, like a huge chimney. The biggest resource on the mountain was fire charcoal. It could be seen almost everywhere. This kind of fire charcoal could burn for a long time, had low heat, and had no smoke. It was widely used in 5th Inner City by Shang Clan City. It had been several days since Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stepped into Huatan Mountain. They had set off from Shangliang Mountain, and to reach Sancha Mountain, Huatan Mountain was the only way. Stepping on the fire charcoal, they could feel heat from their feet, and the air was dry without a trace of moisture. Looking ahead, all they could see was the dark red color of the charcoal. There were also trees on this mountain. But these trees were short and thin, their branches and leaves were as thin as needles, they did not obstruct one's vision. Thus, Huatan Mountain had a wider field of vision compared to other mountains. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing trekked on the mountain. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like 2 tiny ants crawling. In fact, they were indeed receiving attention. Hee, they are finally here. Huatan Mountain is a necessary route, they will definitely come to Sancha Mountain. In an inconspicuous corner, 2 demonic Gu masters were hiding. They were 2 bald men. The old man was called Jiao Huang, while the young man was called Meng Tu. They were a famous assassin duo among the demonic Gu masters. As long as we kill these 2, Shang Clan City will not only reward us with 10,000 yuan stone, they will also give us a yellow pear token. How can we let go of such a good deal? Meng Tu excitedly licked his lips. But they are both rank 4 Gu masters, while we are only rank 3 peak stage. The benefits of this deal are great, but the risk is even higher. I don't know if accepting this deal is right or wrong. Jiao Huang was older and more prudent, his face showing some worry. Brother Jiao Huang, don't be scared by their cultivation. So what if they are rank 4, they are only rank 4 initial stage. The Gu worms in his hands were mostly rank 3 Gu. Moreover, it is not like we have never killed a rank 4 Gu master before. Back then, didn't that Xiao Fu Lu die in our hands? Meng Tu encouraged. Once Xiao Fu Lu was mentioned, Jiao Huang immediately frowned and said nervously, "Didn't I tell you many times? Don't mention Xiao Fu Lu anymore. He is the grandson of Shao Clan's supreme elder. If we kill him, we will offend a Gu immortal. We must keep this matter to ourselves and never mention it again." Humph. So what if they are Gu immortals? After so many years, aren't we still living freely? Meng Tu curled his lips unconcernedly. Gu immortals are not omnipotent, not to mention these 2 newly advanced rank 4 Gu masters. Brother, don't forget the trap we painstakingly set up for them these days. Hee hee hee. Jiao Huang's expression immediately relaxed at the mention of that trap. He pondered. As long as Fan Jing and Xiao Fu Lu fall into this trap, after an intense battle, their primeval essence will be greatly damaged, and we will have a chance. That's right. Meng Tu said this. His eyes suddenly shined as he excitedly shouted. Look, they fell into the trap. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing stopped in their tracks. The nearby mountains suddenly trembled violently. Small mountain rocks rolled down the two sides of the cliff. On the ground, the soil opened up as lava crocodiles crawled out. It's a lava crocodile group. There's a 1,000 Beast King! Bai Ningbing's gaze focused as he saw the leader of this beast group. This lava crocodile king was huge, with the body of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its whole body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster and was 10 meters long. On its back, there were 2 protrusions, as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcano's crater, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. The lava crocodile king crawled out of the ground and stared at Fang and Bai. Most of its attention was on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, but he had rank 4 middle stage primeval essence. The lava crocodile king's senses were extremely sharp. It immediately sensed that between the two, Fan Yuan's aura was more terrifying. It opened its mouth and roared, and over 1,000 lava crocodiles slowly surrounded Fang and Bai. Facing such a dangerous situation, Fan Yuan smiled. It's just a group of underground crocodiles. Bai Ningbing, let's work together and kill this lava crocodile king. Okay. Bai Ningbing lightly answered, but his eyes were filled with battle intent and heroism. Back then, when they drifted out of Qingmao Mountain, they had met a lava crocodile king and avoided it. Now, they were no longer the same as before, they both had rank 4 cultivation. Even if this lava crocodile king was a 1,000 beast king, it could not stop them. Chapter 341. Mountain rocks flew, crocodiles wailed. The battle was nearing its end. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood proudly on Huatan Mountain. Lava crocodile corpses littered the ground below them. As for the 1,000 beast king lava crocodile king, all of its bones were broken, and the 2 volcanic protrusions on its back were forcefully crushed. It wailed softly, lying on the ground as blood flowed out from the countless wounds on its body. Its claws trembled slightly, trying to dig back into the ground, but it could no longer do so. It struggled less and less until death befell it. With the death of the 1,000 beast king, the remaining lava crocodiles scattered, burrowing into the ground and fleeing in panic. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang and Bai continued their journey. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu hid in a corner far away, not moving. These 2 famous assassins of the Devil Dao had ugly expressions on their faces at this moment, like zombies. They were frightened. Are these 2 still human? They fought against the entire lava crocodile group alone. Bai Ningbing's eyes Dao as a great counter to the lava crocodiles. That was nothing, but the crux of the matter was that Fan Jing was a monster in human form. The more heavily injured he is, the stronger he becomes. In the end, he easily sent the lava crocodile king flying. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu glanced at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. The terrifying battle prowess of Fang and Bai had greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not live in Shangclan City, but after witnessing the entire battle, they deeply understood how terrifying Fang and Bai were. These 2 youngsters, are they really only in their 20s? Damn it, compared to them, my 40 years of life is like a dog's. Meng Tu cursed with lingering fear. Old brother Meng Tu, don't say that. You're making me too ashamed to show my face. The older Jiao Huang heaved a deep sigh. There's no doubt that these 2 are geniuses. Comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. We are not their match at all. If I knew this, I wouldn't have accepted this deal. Old brother Jiao Huang, what you've said has instead aroused my competitive spirit, causing me to feel even more unwilling. This matter is not over. Although we can't beat them, we still have a chance. Meng Tu spat on the ground and said fiercely. Oh? What kind of opportunity? Think about it, Brother Jiao Huang. The two of them are going to San Cha Mountain to fish for benefits from the Three Kings' inheritance. San Cha Mountain was in chaos. There were rank 4 and 5 experts. When they got there would definitely be conflict. Let's find the right time. If we can pick up a bargain, that would be the best. With Meng Tu's reminder, Jiao Huang's eyes lit up. He patted Meng Tu's shoulder and said, Brother, what you said makes sense. Let's go, we will also follow to San Cha Mountain. The appearance of the lava crocodiles just now was a little strange. Fan Yuan thought to himself as he walked. The timing and location of these lava crocodiles were too coincidental. Once they appeared, they firmly surrounded Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing could not sense anything, but with his previous life's experience, the astute Fan Yuan could smell a trace of a scheme. Fan Yuan was very familiar with this smell. Someone purposely set up this trap to deal with me. Then which side is it? Wu clan, Bai clan, or Shang clan? Fan Yuan thought to himself. Wu clan is because I know Li Ran's identity. If I leave Shangliang Mountain, they will most likely attack. And Bai clan? I have enmity with them. I know their clan's spirit spring has dried up, and extorted 3 million yuan stone from them. How can they not hate me? There is also Shang clan. I have offended many people in Shang clan. Shang Yizi and Shang Yifan bought Wei clan's people, and offended Shang Pu Lao. Shang clan young masters are competing with each other. I am one of Shang Xinc's helpers. If I am killed outside, Shang Xinci will be weakened. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. I will deal with it when it comes. Fan Yuan shook his head, throwing all the complicated thoughts out of his mind, and calmed his mind. If it was before, when he was weak, he would have to put in all his effort and scheme for everything. But now that his strength had grown, he had the feeling of being unshakable no matter what happens. Central Continent. Above the cloud sea, intense winds were howling. Tens of thousands of cranes were spreading their wings and flying together. Fang Jing and the other elite disciples of Crane Gate were either standing on or sitting on the back of the cranes, rushing towards Tianti Mountain. Boss Fang Jing, your crane group is truly majestic. This time, you will definitely shine on Tianti Mountain and sweep through everyone, an elite disciple said. As he spoke, he used a goo worm. No matter how the wind howled, it could not stop his voice from clearly entering everyone's ears. Fellow disciples, you are praising me too much. This time at Tianti Mountain, those participating in the White Fox Goo Immortal Inheritance Contest are the elites of the 10 great sections. If we want to obtain the inheritance, not only do we need strength, we also need luck. Fangjing said. Boss Fangjing, you are too humble. With your tens of thousands of cranes, who can stop you? An elite disciple immediately said. Boss Fangjing, you are the role model of our generation. No wonder you were sent out by the sect leader the moment you became an elite disciple. In this trip to Tianti Mountain, we will follow your lead. An elite female disciple said respectfully. Along the way, Fangjing had sparred with these elite disciples one by one. He was strong, and had the spirit incubating flea in his aperture. Master Tenchu's soul was placed in the spirit incubating flea, and could guide him at any time. He also had the support of tens of thousands of cranes. Thus, Fangjing defeated the other elite disciples one by one. He was not arrogant, had a magnanimous bearing, and was even more humble. He easily won everyone's goodwill, and was elected as the leader. They were all filled with admiration towards Fangjing. Which of the 10 great sects of Central Continent doesn't have deep foundations? I believe there must be capable people among them. Although I have the tens of thousands of cranes, I also have a weakness of not being able to command them. As for commanding the flying cranes, I still need to seek your guidance. Fangjing said, cupping his fists towards the people beside him. We don't dare. To be able to spar with Boss Fangjing is our honor. These days, Boss Fangjing has been training hard, and your hard work makes us all blush with shame. Boss Fangjing, your progress is godly, and you have great talent in controlling cranes. You only lacked practice earlier. In time, you will definitely surpass Sun Yuanhua. The other elite disciples replied one after another. Their words were completely from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way, Fangjing's progress was obvious to all. Fangjing couldn't help but smile. He had Master Tenchu's guidance at all times, imparting his secret insights, and sometimes even controlling on his behalf. How could he not improve quickly? After flying for a while, the iron-beak flying cranes started to call out. Fangjing and the rest understood. All right. It's time, let's go down, it's time to feed the cranes. Fangjing stomped his foot, and under his command, the flying cranes started to dive towards the clouds below. Instantly, everyone's surroundings were filled with white fog. Soon, the fog disappeared, and everyone followed the flying cranes down to the lush ground. The flying cranes also needed to eat. The larger the crane flock, the higher the need for food. But fortunately, the ironbeak flying cranes ate everything. Sometimes, they could even eat pebbles to fill their stomachs, and were very easy to feed. Fangjing had this huge crane flock, but it was also troublesome. Every once in a while, he had to fly down to the ground to feed the cranes. There's a battle below. While descending, an elite disciple suddenly spoke. Everyone soon discovered the abnormality below. The 4 demonic goo masters laughed sinisterly, surrounding the 3 female goo masters and slowly closing in. Pfft, it's those 4 great perverted thieves. Soon, an elite disciple revealed the identity of those 4 demonic goo masters with a disgusted tone. These 4 great perverted thieves were East perverted Shinin Dao, West perverted Yu Ba Guang, South perverted Shi Bao, and North perverted Fan Chun Yao. They had been roaming in Central Continent, and each had rank 4 cultivation. Together, they could even contend against rank 5 Gu Masters, and were extremely powerful. Look, they are surrounding Heavenly Lotus Sect's little fairy by Xia. An elite disciple with a sharp gaze shouted. Humph, demonic cultivators, everyone has the right to punish them. Fangjing's expression was extremely cold, and without thinking too much, he immediately commanded the crane flock to dive down. Fairy by Xia can't escape this calamity today. To think my luck is so good today, to be able to obtain little fairy by Xia's grace. Even if I suffer heavy injuries, it is worth it. The 4 great perverted thieves winked at each other, gradually approaching the 3 female Gu masters of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Damn it! Little fairy by Xia almost crushed her teeth. She was heavily injured, and wanted to break out of the encirclement, but she was powerless. Just as she gradually felt despair and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide, a group of cranes suddenly cried out in unison. Who is it? The 4 great perverted thieves raised their heads and shouted in unison. Crane Gate's elite disciple, Fangjing. Fangjing stepped on the ironbeak flying crane king's back, his voice like thunder. He stood proudly on the crane's back, his body robust, thick eyebrows and fierce eyes staring at the 4 perverted thieves, before pointing his finger. The elite disciples behind him, as well as over 10,000 ironbeak flying cranes, passed him and charged towards the 4 perverted thieves. Oh my God, so many cranes! They are the elite disciples of one of the 10 great sects, Crane Gate. Oh no, we are injured, we are not their match, let's retreat first. The 4 great perverted thieves judged the situation and turned around to run, quickly running far away, their figures vanishing from everyone's sight. These demonic dregs, they don't have any other abilities, but they can run fast. The elite disciples laughed loudly. Are you all right? Fangjing walked down from the crane's back and arrived in front of little fairy by Xia, asking warmly. I am fine, thank you young Master Fangjing for saving my life. Fairy by Xia looked at Fangjing, her face flushed red, her gaze filled with infatuation. She had thought she could not escape this calamity, but she did not expect a hero to descend from the sky. Chapter 342. 2 young dolls, leave behind your yuan stone, strip off your clothes and count out to me 3 times, and I will spare your lives. Hee. A rank 3 demonic Gu master old man with disheveled hair suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Hee, Old Monster Hay sure is making things difficult for the newbies again. These two youngsters are unlucky to meet Old Monster Hay sure. That girl looks really good. Why does she look familiar? Too bad Old Monster Hay sure is here, otherwise we would have made a move. In the darkness, many demonic goo masters looked over and laughed sinisterly. Bam! Fan Yuan's response was very straightforward, directly using a beast phantom. The moment he moved, the breath concealment goo's effect immediately dissipated, and a rank 4 aura burst out. Old Monster Hay sure's face immediately showed a horrified expression. He wanted to escape, but Bai Ningbing attacked at the same time, restraining his movements. Old Monster Hay sure was directly hit by the beast phantom, and his whole body was smashed into meat paste. Blood, bone shards, and brain matter mixed together and splattered everywhere. Damn, these two youngsters are rank 4 goo masters. I remember, they are the black and white twin demons. One is called Fangjing, the other is Bai Ningbing. They are both geniuses of the demonic path. They shine brightly in Shan Clan City's battle stage, especially Fangjing. People call him Little Beast King, almost dominating the place. Why did they come out? The temptation of Sancha Mountain's inheritance is too great. They were also attracted here. Old Monster Hay sure kicked an iron plate, dying so miserably. In the darkness, countless demonic goo masters' eyes almost popped out. They were extremely shocked. Humph! Fan Yuan did not feel satisfied after killing Old Monster Hay sure. With a thought, he sent out a beast phantom and pounced towards a certain shadow. Bam! With a loud sound, a certain demonic goo master hiding in the shadow was smashed into meat paste by Fan Yuan. In the darkness, countless demonic goo masters drew in cold breaths. Jin Qingzhen is also dead. Little Beast King is too murderous, he doesn't even let bystanders go. Go, go, go. Even Old Monster Blackrock is no match for them. If we're too late, we won't be able to leave. The forest moved. The stone was lifted, and countless black shadows scuttled out, running in all directions. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched quietly without stopping them. They trekked all the way and got closer to Sancha Mountain. The more demonic goo masters they encountered. Normally, he would only meet these people occasionally. But Sancha Mountain was like a fragrant honey, attracting all the flies, bees, and so on. Even before reaching Sancha Mountain, all sorts of demons and monsters are fighting to appear. One can imagine how chaotic Sancha Mountain's situation is right now. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. His tone was grave. Since Sancha Mountain's 3 kings' inheritance had appeared, it had already been a few months and it had caused a huge impact in the southern border. Countless figures. One by one, they all rushed there. The righteous path and the demonic path fought with each other for a spot to enter the inheritance. Sancha Mountain had become a meat grinder. Every day, a large number of lives were lost in open battles and plots. Kill, we can only kill to gain fame. Kill until these people are terrified, only then will they not dare to provoke us. Fan Yuan sneered, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Fan Yuan knew, reputation is very important when you are outside. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing mingled in Shan Clan City. Although their reputation had spread, it was mostly limited to the city. Many people did not understand Fan Yuan and Bai. Making a name for himself by killing his way out would be a huge help to Fan Yuan's future plans. Good. We will continue to use breath concealment goo to conceal our rank 4 aura. This way, the process of killing will be very exciting and interesting. It will leave a deep impression on others and make them remember it for life. Bai Ningbing smiled, her blue eyes flashing with a cold light. She was as beautiful as an ice fairy, untainted by dust. Her words were like a venomous scorpion, filled with terrifying killing intent. Breath concealment goo was only a rank 3 goo. Fang and Bai were barely able to use it to conceal their rank 4 cultivation. Fan Yuan advanced to rank 4 initial stage. Many goo on him would need to be replaced. Bai Ningbing was the same. There are many goo I need in the 3 kings' inheritance. As long as I obtain these goo, my set of strength path goo worms will be greatly perfected. They will be a huge help to me advancing to rank 5 and roaming the mortal world. Looking at the time, Central Continent's Who Immortal Blessed Land should be opening soon, right? Fairy White Fox is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. The inheritance she left behind is extremely complete, many times better than the Three Kings' inheritance. Unfortunately, I am not in Central Continent. No, even in Central Continent, I am not a disciple of the 10 Great Sects, and cannot participate in the contest on Tian-Ti Mountain. What a pity! Fan Yuan looked towards Central Continent's direction, before continuing to move forward. Bai Ningbing was silent, walking beside him. The two crossed mountains, rampaging around, directly killing demonic Gu masters and righteous Gu masters they met. His ruthless reputation quickly spread. In Fan Yuan's opinion, every stage has its own corresponding and suitable development path. When they are weak, they need to keep a low profile, act in the dark, endure hardships, and secretly develop. When they are strong, they need to spread their fame and make a move when it is time to make others feel fear, dread and fear. Sometimes, reputation is a more powerful weapon than strength. Soon, Bai Ningbing felt the benefits of reputation. When they had just set off, they were often troubled by Gu masters along the way. For example, that old monster Black Rock dared to come out with merely rank 3 cultivation. Fang and Bai's age, as well as Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty, were all reasons that caused others to have the impulse to commit crimes. But now, even if Fang and Bai used breath concealment Gu and concealed their cultivation, they were unobstructed, saving them a lot of trouble. They had not even reached Sanchao Mountain, but their bad reputation had already spread. Good deeds are not famous, but bad deeds spread far and wide. This kind of bad reputation spread the fastest. Right now, everyone knew that there were 2 rising stars of the demonic path, both were rank 4 geniuses. They charged towards Sanchao Mountain with fierce momentum, killing people at the drop of a hat. They were both terrifying characters. On this day, they finally reached the foot of Sanchao Mountain. Sounds of fighting suddenly came from the front. "Don't come over! Don't come over!" A female Gu master's clothes were torn, her shoulders and thighs were exposed as she panted, her face full of panic. "Heh heh heh, little beauty, just obediently follow us. If you resist, Big Brother will cut off your pretty face. Don't resist. Later, Big Brother will make you wish you were dead, ha ha ha." Several demonic Gu masters' eyes flickered with a wolf-like green light as they continuously attacked the female Gu master. The female Gu master did her best to resist, but she was alone. She was powerless. The situation was firmly controlled by the male Gu masters. Damn it, damn it! The female Gu master bit her full lower lip with her pearly white teeth, her face full of panic. She retreated step by step, the clothes on her body continuously getting cut. Her smooth and silky hair was in a mess. As she dodged, half of her chest bounced up and down like a rabbit, causing the surrounding demonic Gu masters to howl uncontrollably. "Someone save me! Someone save me! I have 30,000 yuan stone here!" The female Gu master screamed, her delicate voice igniting the lust in the Gu masters' hearts. "Nobody move! This little girl is our 10 tyrants' prey. Our boss will also come over later. That's right, we can give up 30,000 yuan stone. We will enjoy it first, you can continue later. Hee hee." Some righteous Gu masters wanted to save her, but hearing the name of the 10 tyrants, they immediately chose to retreat. The boss of the 10 tyrants was a rank 4 Gu master. "Who can save me? Please save me." The female Gu master's voice was melancholy, like a cuckoo crying blood. She continued to run, asking for help everywhere, but everywhere she went, the Gu masters all retreated and avoided her. Only Fang and Bai stood on the spot, coldly watching from the sidelines. "Young masters, please be merciful and save me." The female Gu master's eyes shone with the light of hope, begging with tears on her face as she ran towards Fang Yuan. "Where did these 2 brats come from? Mind your own business. We are the 10 tyrants of Southern Mountain, you 2 young juniors, eh? Something's not right." These demonic Gu masters' expressions suddenly changed as they recognized Fang and Bai. "Although that person is dressed as a man, she is actually a woman. These 2 are a man and a woman. one black clothed with black hair and black eyes, the other white clothed with silver hair and blue eyes. Don't tell me they recently debuted. Black and white twin demons! Their momentum came to a halt as they nervously stared at Fang and Bai, their eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. They had heard of Fang and Bai's reputation the most recently. Although these two were young, they were true geniuses of the demonic path. They were extremely vicious and merciless, with a deep killing nature, especially when they had rank 4 cultivation. This kind of cultivation was incredible. Rank 1 was considered mediocre, rank 2 was a small fry, and rank 3 was a cornerstone, able to hold their own. Rank 4 was already an expert among Gu masters, the leader of an ordinary clan. Even among the 10 tyrants, only their boss was at rank 4 middle stage. As for rank 5, they occupied the peak of the mortal world and were few in number. In the huge southern border, with 100,000 famed mountains and countless heroes, there were only over 100 of them. Lord Twin Demons, save me, please save me! The female Gu master ran to Fang and Bai's feet, kneeling on the ground and begging. The surrounding Gu masters all focused their gazes on them. These two are the recently famous black and white twin demons. They are actually so young. 10 tyrants against black and white twin demons. One has been famous for a long time, while the other is a rising star of the demonic path. This is interesting. As long as the boss of the 10 tyrants does not appear, these people are not the match of black and white twin demons. Black and white twin demons gained an advantage and saved that beauty for no reason. TSK, Little Beast King will have many beauties in the future. His luck with women is really not shallow. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan lightly took a step back. Save you? Why should I save you? Because of your meager beauty, or because you think I have a kind nature and love to help others? Fan Yuan looked down at the female Gu master with a cold gaze. The female Gu master looked at Fan Yuan in a daze. Fan Yuan sneered and looked at the 10 tyrants members behind him. You guys continue. I will not make a move. Since the journey is boring, let me watch a good show. Chapter 343. Hearing Fan Yuan's words, the 10 tyrants members' expressions eased up. Soon after, one of them anxiously pounced and pressed the female Gu master to the ground. The female Gu master struggled helplessly. The 10 tyrants member laughed loudly and stretched out his demonic palm, tearing. Swoosh! The female Gu master's silk clothes were torn apart, revealing the bright red undergarment inside. This scene caused the surrounding wolves to howl. The demonic Gu masters were extremely excited. Many righteous Gu masters gritted their teeth. Someone wanted to make a move, but was stopped. Don't. Not only the 10 tyrants, but also the black and white twin demons. Are you courting death? Moreover, that female Gu master is clearly not a righteous person. Don't worry about this. Damn it! Demonic cultivators are truly scum of the world, despicable and shameless to the extreme. Some Gu masters were indignant, clenching their fists. Many female Gu masters could not bear to watch and turned their faces away, closing their eyes. No, no! I beg you, please stop. The female Gu master screamed for help in vain. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, glancing at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sneered, looking at them silently. Greetings to the black and white twin demons. Thank you for being merciful today and watching from the sidelines. We will definitely report this to boss. A Gu master from the 10 tyrants walked forward, smiling politely as he cupped his fists towards Fang and Bai. The other members walked towards the female Gu master. One of them spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed. Little bitch, do you think you can seduce the black and white double ghosts with just a few pleas? Naive! Fool! You're having fun running away. I will let you die. Hee hee. The other laughed lewdly, his expression extremely vulgar. The one riding on the female Gu master was about to make his move. But right at this moment, a pink light burst out from the female Gu master's body. The male Gu master was caught off guard and was sent flying by this pink light. He was like a shooting star, flying far away and smashing on the ground 100 steps away, immediately fainting. What? This female Gu master is still causing trouble. Brothers, let's attack together. How dare you? Do you still want to resist? The other members of the 10 tyrants shouted as they pounced at the female goo master. But in the next moment, the pink light exploded, and screams rang out one after another. The members of the 10 tyrants were all swept away. The female goo master had an arrogant battle strength. Her eyes were cold and demonic, the disguise on her body faded away like dust, revealing an even more bewitching appearance. The members of the 10 tyrants laid limply on the ground, each and every one of them horrified. Who knew what method this female goo master used to make them feel weak all over, unable to even get up? The ferocious 10 tyrants member was actually not a match for the female goo master. This sudden change caused the expressions of all the onlookers to change. Many people were flabbergasted and astonished by what they saw. Only Fan Yuan's expression did not change, as if he had expected it. The female goo master giggled. She showed her true appearance. Her charming eyes could captivate one's soul. Her body was graceful, her front and back were curvy, like a gorgeous peach smiling in the spring breeze, extremely alluring. Taking advantage of this time, the 10 tyrants members got up from the ground. Their strength began to gradually recover. Even so, the fear on their faces did not diminish in the slightest. It was because the female goo master's body was emitting a genuine rank 4 aura. This female goo master's cultivation was actually rank 4. Countless people's expressions changed. They were moved by this discovery. Little Beast King, you actually left a beauty to die. Are you still a man? The female goo master looked at Fan Yuan, her charming eyes revealing grief and anger, giving people a feeling of love and hate. At once, almost all the male goo masters stared blankly. Many goo masters even started to hate Fan Yuan out of jealousy. If they could get a glance from this woman, it would be worth it even if they died. But Fan Yuan was not moved, his tone was like ice, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Hu Mei, you think you can fool me with this bit of acting? The female goo master's pupils shrunk. She did not expect Fan Yuan to directly expose her identity. But she quickly recovered, her dark red little mouth slightly curled up. I didn't expect my lowly name to be known by Lord Little Beast King. This lowly one is really honored. It's just that I haven't torn off my disguise before, so how did you see through it, sir? Fan Yuan laughed. Before you revealed your true identity, I was only guessing. Whether I guess right or wrong, there is no loss, isn't there? Even though Hu Mei was a demonic cultivator, hearing Fan Yuan's cold and heartless words, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. It is actually her. This woman is a famous demoness of the demonic path. She is extremely terrifying. Don't be fooled by her charming appearance. She is actually a merciless demoness who eats people without spitting out their bones. She is extremely vicious. Hu Mei has a wide circle of friends. She has affairs with many demonic goo masters. How did the 10 tyrants offend her? The members of the 10 tyrants were supporting each other. Their faces were pale as paper without a trace of blood. Now that things had progressed to this stage, they could tell that they had been tricked by Hu Mei. Hu Mei's strength was rank 4. It was more than enough to deal with them. The disguise and performance earlier were all to trick them. It was very likely that she was using them to probe and get close to the black and white demons. But Little Beast King's gaze was sharp. He actually saw through Hu Mei's disguise. Ha ha ha, Fanjing, you really have a heart of stone. You really have a heart of stone, but don't be too pleased. You have been in the limelight these days. Right now, the whole of Sancha Mountain knows that 2 demonic path geniuses have come. Be it the righteous path or the demonic path, many seniors and experts want to measure you. You have already offended many people. I advise you to stop here. Otherwise, it will not be worth it if you lose your life on the mountain. Hu Mei laughed. Oh? That means you are the first person to measure us? Hee, why are you worried about our safety? As for offending people? The thing I am least afraid of is offending people. Even if I offend everyone in the world, so what? Fan Yuan lowered his head and spoke in a plain tone, but his words made people feel a chill. Hu Mei's eyes shone brightly. Her charming eyes were filled with splendor. She covered her mouth and giggled. Well said. You are really courageous, I like it. Not afraid of offending people? Then let me tell you, by looking down on my appearance, you have already offended me. In this world, only vile people and women are hard to deal with. I am not only a woman, I am also a vile person. He, little beast king, let's ride a donkey and read a libretto, wait and see. I hope you can leave the mountain alive. Humayer's eyes shone sharply. After saying this, she flicked her sleeves and left. Extremely direct and efficient. Everyone looked at her pink dress, her long sleeves fluttering in the wind as she flew away in a beautiful manner. They were all speechless. Humayer. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. This Humayer was a famous demoness of the demonic path. Her origins were extremely mysterious. No one knew about her background. In his previous life, she was very active, stirring up trouble everywhere, sowing dissension and creating a bloodbath. She cultivated the enchantment path, focusing on bewitching people. Using her beauty, she controlled many demonic path experts. Her subordinates were all over southern border. There were even rank 5 Gu masters among them. There were also many rank 4 Gu masters who fought for her affections. However, others did not know her origins, but that did not mean Fan Yuan did not know. This demoness had a huge origin. She was the granddaughter of Granny Mei Hua. Granny Mei Hua was a rank 6 Gu immortal of southern border, occupying Mei Hua blessed land. The demoness recruited subordinates everywhere. She was especially fond of young talents. 100 years later in his previous life, she gathered all her forces and went to Xiyang Mountain. No one knew what happened on the mountain, but the result was that she went down the mountain alone. What was worth mentioning was, she was only a rank 4 Gu master when she went up the mountain, but when she left, she was already rank 5 peak stage. This demoness has an unspeakable scheme. Right now, she has already started to use her enchantment path to recruit people. To think that in this life, I actually attracted her interest. Fan Yuan compared it to his previous life and sighed. Using the huge advantage of rebirth, he rapidly developed and became the candidate that Humayer wanted. Humayer saw his potential and wanted to develop him into a subject under her skirt. But how could this be possible? In the 500 years of my previous life, I have already seen through worldly pleasures. But enchantment path has its merits. I have to guard against it. Humayer is definitely going to incite others to find trouble with me. She has a goose set by Granny Mei Hua. If I want to kill her, I need to make sufficient preparations and isolate that goo for now. Let's see which blind fool dares to find trouble with me. Fan Yuan continued to ponder in his heart. Unable to kill Humayer for the time being, Fan Yuan could only deal with whatever comes his way. Fortunately, Humayer's enchantment path had not reached great success yet. The subordinates she could bewitch were at most rank 4. As long as they were not rank 5, Fan Yuan was not afraid. He was confident that with his experience and the set of goo worms in his hands, even if he could not win, he might not lose. Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. Riding on flying cranes, Fan Jing and the others traveled day and night, finally arriving here. Before him, many elite disciples of the 10 great sects had already arrived. It's Crane Gates people. Why is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Fairy by Xia with Crane Gate? Who is that kid? Fairy by Xia is talking and laughing with him. I have never seen Fairy by Xia talking so happily with someone of the same generation. The arrival of Fang Jing and the others naturally attracted everyone's attention. Bai Xia, you are here too. Do you know, ever since we parted, I have been looking forward to meeting you again. I guessed that you would come to Hu Immortal Inheritance this time. So I begged Master to send me here as well. A young man immediately went up to greet Fairy Bai Xia when he saw her. Bai Xia was talking and laughing with Fang Jing, but when she saw this person, her smile froze. Chapter 344. So it's young Master Wei. No need to worry, young Master Wei. Thanks to young hero Fang Jing's help, Bai Xia is safe and sound. Bai Xia Fairy avoided Wei Wushang's burning gaze and bowed. Young hero Fang? Wei Wushang narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Jing, who was beside Bai Xia Fairy. Hello, I am Fang Jing of Crane Gate. Fang Jing had a slight smile on his face as he cupped his fists and bowed. exuding a friendly intent. Young hero Fangjing is an elite disciple of Crane Gate, the first in this year's high school entrance exam. He can control thousands of cranes. It's all thanks to these cranes that we could reach Heaven Ladder Mountain so quickly. Bai Xia Fairy looked at Fangjing as she spoke. Her face blushed shyly and her tone hid a hint of sweetness. On the way here, she and Fangjing had a pleasant conversation and were very congenial. Cranes? These are only ironbeak flying cranes, just that their numbers are slightly greater. Wei Wuxiang's eyes flickered as he hated Fangjing to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth and raised a palm, returning a bow to Fangjing. Fangjing, you're an elite disciple of Crane Gate. Very good, very good. I've long heard of Crane Gate's crane controlling technique and have long wanted to learn from it. Please give me some pointers this time. With that, Wei Wuxiang strode forward and glared at Fangjing with a threatening light in his eyes. Fangjing was slightly stunned as he sensed the other's hostility and felt baffled. Ha! In his heart, Master Tenchura's laughter rang out. It's the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Disciple, you've already incurred the enmity of many by saving the little girl Bai Xia this time. This little girl Bai Xia is a great beauty. She obviously favors you now. You're in big trouble. This Wei Wuxiang is the first challenger. Ah? Favors me? Fangjing let out a cry of surprise in his heart. Speaking of love, his heart throbbed with sorrow. All these years, the figure of a woman had always existed in his heart. She was only a mortal, very ordinary, very ordinary. She was far inferior to Fairy Bai Xia. But in Fangjing's heart, she was unusually playful and cute. Fangjing's deepest and most beautiful memory of the time they had spent together. Unfortunately, she had already perished, no longer in this world. She was Shin Chui, the former personal maid of Fang Yuan. Thinking of Shin Chui, Fangjing's heart became gloomy. The woman I like is already dead. Master, you also know that all these years, I've been diligently studying and training. My biggest goal is to defeat my elder brother, to avenge my ancestors, and to complete the unfulfilled wishes of my uncle and aunt, Shin Chui, Lord Patriarch, and Lord Qi Shu. Although the Guyue village has been destroyed, there are still people from the Guyue clan. Ha ha ha, my foolish disciple. Even if you have such intentions, this Wei Wuxiang will not let you off. Since you have already saved Fairy Bai Xia, why don't you have any awareness of this? Master Tenchura laughed. But I don't want to spar with him. I have already heard of this Wei Wuxiang's name in Crane Gate. He is a healing Gu master, the rising star of Heaven's Envy Manor, and an A-grade genius in name only. He is most proficient in healing himself. Often, after an intense battle, there is not even a trace of injury on his body. If I fight with him, even if I defeat him, my strength will also be affected. It will also be disadvantageous to the fight for the Gu immortal inheritance. Fangjing frowned as he replied in his heart. Master Tenchura laughed heartily. Don't worry. Fight well, Gu immortal inheritance on Tianti Mountain has its own mysteries. It is not a competition of pure battle strength, but a competition of willpower and soul power. With my soul secretly assisting you, you will have an enormous advantage. After pausing for a while, Master Tenchura continued. You are still too young, you don't know the use of fame. Sometimes, fame is more convenient and useful than strength. This is a rare opportunity. Defeat these challengers and accumulate fame. Use more flying cranes, you don't need to care about these beasts' lives. In any case, Crane Gate has a lot of them. If they are used up, you can replenish them after returning to the sect. Hearing his master say this, Fangjing could only sigh and say to Wei Wuxiang, If you want to fight, then let's fight. Very well. Please. Wei Wuxiang sneered and stomped on the ground, his body shooting into the sky like lightning. Fangjing was not to be outdone. He waved his hand and stepped on the back of the cranes. Tens of thousands of ironbeak flying cranes chirped together, as if they were welcoming their king. The battle was about to start. The surrounding people could not help but become excited. Boss Fangjing, do your best, beat this sissy from Heaven's Envy Manor. Crane Gate's elite disciples shouted. Junior brother Wei, teach this kid a lesson. Wei Wuxiang naturally had his supporters. Wei Wuxiang nodded, his eyes burning with battle intent. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in heaven's envy manner. Fang Jing's 10,000 cranes could scare ordinary elite disciples, but not him. He also had his own trump card. Let's fight! Wei Wuxiang activated the goo worms in his body. His body flashed in the air and vanished. At the next moment, space ruptured. He crossed hundreds of steps and directly appeared in front of Fang Jing. It's actually breaking space goo? This time, even Master Tenshiro was shocked. A fierce battle was about to begin. At the same time, on Sancha Mountain, in a certain cave, the 10 tyrants gathered together. That means you were all used by Hu Mei'er as chess pieces, to probe the black and white demons. The leader of the 10 tyrants, Tyrant Heng Mei, muttered. That's right. Boss, this time, that demoness played with us, she even heavily injured 7th and 10th brother. Boss, you need to seek justice for us. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants shouted. Slap. Tyrant Heng Mei fiercely slapped. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants was fiercely slapped on the face, spinning on the spot. Boss! He covered his face, looking at Tyrant Heng Mei in shock. Heavily injured? Heavily injured is a good thing, as long as you are not dead. You bunch of sperm-addled things, take care of your lower bodies. Before coming here, I instructed you to be careful with your words and actions. Do you think this is still the Southern Mountain? Tyrant Heng Mei scolded in pain. Wrong. This is Sancha Mountain. Be it Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Wu Shintong, or Yichong, any one of them can crush you to death like an ant. Although you are all rank 3, what is the most important thing for you to be able to roam freely here? It's all because of my reputation. Humph. Take this as a warning to all of you. I also want to tell you, don't even think of finding trouble with Hu Mei'er. This little demoness is extremely charming, she has a wide circle of friends. She is flirting with Lin Sanqi, has rumors about Li Xian, and even has an affair with Mo Wu Tian. Tyrant Heng Mei's words no doubt shocked the 9 brothers present. Lin Sanqi was a rank 4 demonic path Gu master. Not only was he skilled in metal path, he was also an earth path Gu master. He had extreme metal and earth, he had been famous for a long time. Li Xian's cultivation was also not weak, he was not a native of southern border, he had wandered here from eastern sea. He was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path. He was most proficient in profiteering, buying low and selling high. He had a wide network, many demonic path Gu masters who committed crimes went to him to sell their goods. As for Mo Wu Tian, he was even scarier. He had inherited the mysterious inheritance of an ancient Gu immortal. He was the number 1 rising star of the demonic path, an absolute genius. Be it Lin Sanqi, Li Xian, or Mo Wu Tian, they were all rank 4 Gu masters. These important people all have an affair with that demoness? The tyrant members heard the boss' words and their faces turned pale, their hearts trembling in fear. I will tell you one more time. This is not Nanshan. Sai, I told you to use your brains and remember more, but you didn't listen to me. Sai, this 3 kings' inheritance is not a small matter. I wonder how many more powerful people will appear. Tyrant Heng Mei sighed. The other brothers looked at each other, they were speechless. Tyrant Heng Mei saw that it was about time and changed the topic. But you don't need to worry too much. Right now, on Sancha Mountain, for rank 5 Gu masters are keeping each other in check, no one dares to act rashly. We, the 10 tyrants of Nanshan, are not to be trifled with. We cannot suffer this loss for nothing. Let's go, follow me to meet the black and white demons. Boss, you are going to meet the black and white demons personally? Some members expressed shock. Boss, you are a rank 4 middle stage, an old senior of the demonic path. When you roamed the world, those 2 were still drinking milk. That's right. Boss, let's call them over. You are giving them too much face by going to meet them personally. Humph, what do you know? Tyrant Heng Mei immediately berated. These black and white demons are so young. They didn't do anything to you this time, It means they know of my reputation and know their limits. But they are youngsters, they care about their reputation. I've given them enough face by personally paying them a visit. Then, I will propose an alliance to deal with who may err, they will definitely agree. Hee. Boss, I understand. You are using them as cannon fodder. Boss, you are really wise and mighty. These black and white demons are only over 20 years old, they are too young. Now that they are enemies with who may err, they will definitely be overjoyed to hear your suggestion. Once Boss takes action, you are truly extraordinary. The 10 Tyrant's members flattered. Ha! Tyrant Hunmei raised his head and laughed, waving his hand. Brothers, follow me to visit the black and white demons. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing raised their heads and looked at Sancha Mountain Peak. This Sancha Mountain had a peculiar shape. From the foot of the mountain, it was divided into 3 peaks. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge fork, pointing towards the sky. Above the 3 peaks was the entrance to the 3 kings' inheritance. Every once in a while, 3 pillars of light would appear at the peak of the mountain, allowing people to enter. When the number of people reached a certain amount, the light pillar would disappear and the entrance would close. After that, there would be Gu masters who failed to pass the trial and would be sent out. Of course, every time, a large number of Gu masters would lose their lives. Chapter 345. Sancha Mountain was originally deserted. It was the border between She clan and Zhou clan. But ever since the inheritance, it became very lively, with people moving about in the forest from time to time. Small conflicts often occurred, but Sancha Mountain was currently in a peaceful period. Every time the light pillar opened, the number of people who could enter was limited. At that time, Sancha Mountain would definitely erupt into a storm of carnage. To fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, Gu masters all chose to station themselves on the mountain. This led to a phenomenon. The stronger the Gu master, the closer they would be to the mountain peak. This was called the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. When the inheritance appears, forcefully rushing in would be fast and convenient. The cave Fan Yuan chose was halfway up the mountain. Looking at the cave entrance, it was obvious someone was living there. Sure enough, once he got close to the cave, a loud and clear voice came from inside. This is my, Man Kuang's, territory, quickly leave, otherwise you will die a horrible death. Ha, Man Kuang? What is this? This place is not bad, I like it, scram. Fan Yuan stood at the cave entrance and laughed loudly, giving his ultimatum. Damn it, you really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Following this voice, a strong man walked out of the cave. His upper body was naked, and he was wearing ragged pants made of coarse hemp. His body was covered with green snake scales, and his face was covered with a big beard. His eyes were bloodshot, and his black hair was messy. His beard was blowing, and his eyes were glaring. He walked out of the cave with a fierce expression. You too are blind. Ugh! Man Kuang cursed at Fang and Bai, but suddenly his pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide. His gaze revealed a bewildered expression. You too, are you the black and white twin demons? What do you think? Bai Ningbing smiled faintly, her blue eyes flickering with killing intent. Man Kuang only felt a chill rising from his spine and spreading to his whole body. The black and white twin demons were rank 4 Gu masters, while he was only rank 3 upper stage. Moreover, Man Kuang had recently been hearing how these two killed without batting an eye, and how ruthless their methods were. Damn it! I, Man Kuang, was hiding in this cave, who did I offend? This is truly a calamity falling from the sky. Man Kuang's heart trembled. The expression on his originally fierce face suddenly changed. His raised eyebrows drooped down, and his widened eyes narrowed into slits. The corners of his mouth that had curved down immediately curled up. He tried his best to smile and express his goodwill. For the 2 sirs to take a liking to my cave abode, this is the good fortune that I have cultivated in my previous life. Man Kuang bent over and rubbed his hands together, giving a flattering smile to Fang and Bai. His body was tall and sturdy, but his head was hunched, and his originally arrogant and overbearing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Coupled with his rough appearance, he simply looked like a clown. "Oh, you're quite sensible. You can scram now." Fan Yuan waved his hand and said, "Yes, yes, yes." Python Kwang felt as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly ran off into the distance. Fan Yuan chased the python away and walked into the cave with Bai Ningbing. This cave had already been set up very well by Man Kuang, so there was no need to spend any more effort to set it up. "Sancha Mountain is filled with danger. For the next 8 days we will take turns to keep watch. When one person sleeps, the other person must be awake," Fan Yuan warned Bai Ningbing. "Of course." Bai Ningbing nodded. "Hu Mei'er will not let this go. In these 8 days we will have endless troubles. But it's also good that these people came to us to establish our might, which is exactly what we want." As Fan Yuan spoke, a voice came from outside the cave. "Is the black and white twin demons here? I am Tyrant Heng Mei. I have long heard of your great names. I have specially come to pay a visit." "Tyrant Heng Mei? Isn't this the boss of the 10 tyrants? I heard that this person is cruel, cultivates the strength path, likes to eat children's meat, and does evil in Nanshan." Bai Ningbing glanced at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sneered in his heart. This Tyrant Heng Mei, he had originally planned to find trouble with him. To think that he actually came to him. The two walked out of the cave entrance, and saw 8 people standing outside. The one at the front had a majestic body, his chest was bare, and his chest was covered with black chest hair. His whole body emitted a dense aura of rank for middle stage. But at this moment, this demonic character who was famous for his cruelty was smiling. Seeing Fang and Bai, he immediately cupped his fists, and at first glance, he looked like a graceful black bear. To think that black and white twin demons, these 2 youngsters have such a huge background. Tyrant Heng Mei purposely spoke in a loud voice, attracting the attention of many Gu masters. Even Tyrant Heng Mei came to pay a visit to them. Many people were surprised. "Fortunately, I ran out. When has Tyrant Heng Mei been so polite?" Mang Quan had not run far, and was holding his chest, feeling a lingering fear. "Tyrant Heng Mei, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you," Fan Yuan replied. Tyrant Heng Mei's smile deepened, thinking that Fan Yuan was going to pay him a visit. But who would have thought that Fan Yuan's next sentence would make his smile freeze? Fan Yuan said, "I heard you are also a strength path Gu master. Let's have a life and death battle to see who is stronger. I, Fan Jing, walk the strength path, and I will become number 1 in the strength path. Hand over your life." Before he finished speaking, Fan Yuan activated his Gu worm, and charged towards Tyrant Heng Mei. "What?" Tyrant Heng Mei reacted, shocked and furious. He had tried to befriend him, but to think that this Fan Jing did not appreciate it, and charged towards him without saying a word. What kind of person is this? Is he still human? Is there something wrong with his brain? Fan Yuan did not care about what he was thinking. He moved quickly and rushed towards Tyrant Heng Mei. All-out effort Gu. He did not say a word, and directly charged over. Howl! The shadow of a brown bear instantly appeared in the air behind him. Violence Gu. Tyrant Heng Mei opened his eyes wide in anger. He did not dodge, and raised his arms. Once Violence Gu was activated, his body expanded, and his strength rose sharply. Bam! Fan Yuan fiercely collided with Tyrant Heng Mei, and the latter retreated 5 steps. But Fan Yuan was repelled by the huge force. Tyrant Heng Mei was rank 4 middle stage, leading the other 9 people. He had dominated the southern mountain for many years, and had a deep foundation. Humph! Little Beast King, I gave you face, but you don't know what's good for you. Tyrant Heng Mei shouted, but did not pursue. He was rank 4 middle stage, and after fighting with Fan Yuan, he knew that he was weaker than him, only rank 4 initial stage. However, there was not only a rank 4 Fan Yuan, there was also Bai Ningbing, standing there. Tyrant Heng Mei thought he was confident in defeating Fan Jing, but it would be difficult to fight 1 against 2. Tyrant Heng Mei, why are you so wishy-washy? Bai Ningbing, deal with the others. Leave Tyrant Heng Mei to me. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, shrugging his arms, and took large strides towards Tyrant Heng Mei. I'll give you 10 minutes, if you can't deal with him, I'll do it. Bai Ningbing slightly raised his eyebrows, his blue eyes flickering with brilliance. Two juniors who boast shamelessly. Hearing Fang and Bai's words, Tyrant Heng Mei felt his lungs were about to explode from anger. He had a bad temper to begin with, and being able to endure it earlier was already an extraordinary display. Now that he knew this matter would not end peacefully, he threw everything aside, and killing intent surged in his heart. Fight! Both sides collided. Fan Yuan faced Tyrant Heng Mei, while Bai Ningbing suppressed the other members. What a chaotic battle! Mountain rocks cracked, mountain streams stopped flowing, caves caved in, and thunderous explosions resounded. The more Tyrant Heng Mei fought, the more apprehensive he became. Fan Yuan possessed bitter strength Gu, the more injured he was, the greater his strength and battle strength. He had just fought with Fan Yuan, and felt that the so-called Little Beast King was only SOSO. But halfway through the battle, his expression turned grave. When Fan Yuan was able to use 6 beast phantoms at the same time, Tyrant Heng Mei's face turned pale. This Little Beast King, how can he be so strong? Not only are his goo worms more outstanding than mine, his battle experience is also so rich. How did this person live? His methods are so experienced and ruthless. There is not even a shadow of a youngster, he is simply a 100-year-old monster. No wonder he is so overbearing. With such strength, I can also be so unbridled. I am done for this time. I must retreat. Fan Yuan fought head-on. His attacks were swift and fierce, like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountains, or a flood dragon overturning the sea. Tyrant Heng Mei's qi and blood were in a mess, and he was gasping for breath. Most importantly, every time he injured Fan Yuan, he would become stronger at the same time. Now that he was fighting with Fan Yuan, he was almost unable to hold on any longer. If Fan Yuan became even stronger, that would be terrible. Every time Tyrant Heng Mei thought of this, his fighting spirit would decrease by a bit. As time went on, he did not dare to make a move. He clearly had the chance to injure Fan Yuan, but he would hesitate. Should I make a move or not? How could he fight well with such thoughts? Tyrant Heng Mei gradually felt his hands and feet bound, but Fan Yuan completely let go. His attacks were like waves crashing on the table, wave after wave, without end. Beast phantoms flashed in the air. Every time they collided, there would be a violent explosion. The continuous explosions caused everyone's heart to palpitate with fear and trepidation. What kind of fierce attacks are these? Even an older generation expert like Tyrant Heng Mei is not Feng Jing's match. Feng Jing is clearly at rank 4 initial stage, but he is able to suppress the middle stage Tyrant Heng Mei. Little Beast King. Many people who were watching the battle in the dark started to ruminate over Fan Yuan's title. Who is the tyrant here? Mang Kuang could not help but grit his teeth. He felt that Fan Yuan was even more unreasonable than Tyrant Heng Mei. Tyrant Heng Mei, who was usually ferocious, now paled in comparison to Feng Jing. Feng Jing, don't go too far! Tyrant Heng Mei was beaten by Fan Yuan until he vomited blood. His chest, arms, and legs were all fractured. He wanted to retreat, but Fan Yuan had already seen through his intentions. After Bai Ningbing killed the rest of the tyrant members, she firmly restrained him. Roar, roar, roar! Roar, roar, roar! Fan Yuan stretched out his hand and pointed. The 6 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and descended from the sky, drowning Tyrant Heng Mei. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the smoke and dust dispersed. Tyrant Heng Mei's entire body was beaten into mincemeat. His internal organs and bones were scattered on the ground. Countless gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Chapter 346. Tianti Mountain was the #1 mountain in Central Continent. It was also known as the Land of Inheritance, the Mountain of Sages. It was over 1,000,000 feet tall. The mountain was majestic and had an extremely grand aura. The mountain peak pierced through the sky, hidden in the snowy clouds. Strangely, there weren't many jagged rocks on this mountain. Huge square rocks were lying horizontally, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top, forming a flight of stairs. But the scale of this flight of stairs was so huge that there was an ancient legend in Central Continent that this mountain could reach the immortal realm, and was the bridge between heaven and earth. There were many moving, mysterious, tragic, or joyous stories surrounding Tianti Mountain in history. Tianti Mountain was the holy land in the hearts of Central Continent Gu masters. It was the place closest to the immortal court. Many Gu masters sought immortality in their entire lives, but failed. Before they died, they placed their graves here. Most of them had also set up their legacies here. There were countless inheritances hidden on Tianti Mountain, but only fated people could obtain them. Every year, after the clouds covering Tianti Mountain dissipated, a huge number of people would come to Tianti Mountain. Many inheritances would be inherited, and many new inheritances would be placed here. But this year was different from the past. This year, on Tianti Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, attracting Gu immortals. After discussing, they teamed up and surrounded this mountain, arranging for their sex juniors to compete. Right now, at the foot of Tianti Mountain, an intense battle between youngsters was coming to an end. Tens of thousands of cranes flew together, coiling around Fajing. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxiang was panting, his clothes were tattered, he was heavily surrounded, his gaze fixed on Fajing. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card, I still have a trump card. Wei Wuxiang was at a disadvantage, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Under normal circumstances, he might have already admitted defeat. But at this scene, Hu knew how many elite Gu masters were watching attentively. Wei Wuxiang was not only representing himself, but also the heaven's envy manner behind him. At the same time, forget about the others, Fairy Bai Xia, whom he admired, was also watching. I can't lose! With such a thought, Wei Wuxiang activated a Gu worm in his aperture. He had been hiding this Gu all along, he did not use it even in the sex-important tests. Once this Gu was activated, it produced a colorless breeze that blew gently. A gentle breeze circled around his body, causing his clothes to flutter and the ends of his hair to flutter. But Fanjing felt like he was facing a great enemy. Because Master Tenshiro was already warning him. Not good! This kid actually has a wound wind Gu. Defend with all your strength. This Gu's wind seemed gentle and harmless, but it was actually extremely powerful. This Gu Master, this is his trump card. This Gu Master, this is his trump card. As the cold wind blew, Fanjing completely gave up on attacking and used all his strength to defend. Gu Tenshiro Gu of the wind. 1 on 1 in Gu. Thon Gu 1 Gu. The cold wind blew on Fanjing's body, causing the protective light around his body to sway continuously. Cold sweat dripped down Fanjing's forehead, he gritted his teeth and instilled primeval essence into his defensive Gu worms. The two were in a deadlock for a while. Finally, Wei Wuxiang sighed helplessly and stopped using the wound wind Gu. It was not that he did not want to fight, but his aperture was close to drying up. Gu masters all had one similarity. When their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would fall to rock bottom. Rank 1 to rank 5 Gu masters were restricted by their primeval essence. Only by transcending the mortal realm and reaching the level of immortals, becoming a Gu immortal, would they have an endless amount of primeval essence. I lost. Wei Wuxiang's gaze dimmed. He had calculated clearly. Right now, his primeval essence was exhausted, and he did not have any battle strength left. But Fanjing had been commanding the flying cranes, his primeval essence consumption was low, he definitely had a lot left. Brother Wei is indeed an elite disciple of Heaven's envy manner, your methods are so unique and sharp, it has broadened my horizons and broadened my knowledge. My primeval essence has also been exhausted by you. Shall we consider this sparring a draw? Said Fanjing with a smile. What? Wei Wuxiang was shocked. What was Fanjing saying? He was the clearest about his own situation. How could there be a Gu worm that consumed Fanjing's primeval essence? But Wei Wuxiang soon realized that Fanjing was lying. Fang Jing is giving me a way out of this embarrassing situation. After understanding Fang Jing's intention, Wei Wuxian showed a complex expression. Disciples of large sects usually could not fight casually, because they not only represented themselves, but also the sect behind them. And with Fairy Bai Xia present, Wei Wuxian could not afford to lose this battle. Since Fang Jing raised the price, Wei Wuxian hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and saying to Fang Jing, "Brother Fang is young and heroic, I really admire you. Crane Gate's foundation is truly deep to be able to teach someone like you. I have benefited greatly from this spar, let's call it a draw like Brother Fang said." Wei Wuxian said this on the surface, but in fact, he was secretly transmitting to Fang Jing. "Fang Jing, I, Wei Wuxian, will remember your leniency this time. I will definitely repay you in the future. But Fairy Bai Xia is my sweetheart, I will not give in this aspect. I will work hard to accumulate my strength and spar with you in the future." Fang Jing smiled faintly and nodded on the surface, but he was having a headache inwardly. Wei Wuxian secretly said, "Fang Jing, be careful. There are many people pursuing Fairy Bai Xia, I am not the only one. Even with your great battle prowess, there are still 4 great competitors. They are Celestial River Chen Dejiang, Purple Lightning Soaring Gu Ting, 9 Death Sorrowful Wintang Rookie, and the Tigress Zhao Shuyi. You and Fairy Bai Xia are so close, they will definitely find trouble with you. You better not lose." Fang Jing's gaze couldn't help but flicker when he heard these 4 great names, feeling his head hurt even more. Meanwhile, Master Tensura laughed loudly in his heart. As expected, it was as Wei Wuxian said. 3 days later, the people of Ancient Soul Sect came to Heaven Ladder Mountain. Their leader, Gu Ting, immediately came to challenge Fairy Bai Xia and Fang Jing after learning of the matter. In order to avoid this unexpected calamity, Fang Jing chose to avoid the battle. Gu Ting naturally wasn't willing to let the matter go. Every day, he would come to the cave that Fang Jing was temporarily living in and challenge him. This happened every day for 7 days in a row. Gu Ting's words became more and more unpleasant. The other disciples of Crane Gate were indignant and came to challenge him, but were defeated by him one by one. Ancient Soul Sect's morale was greatly boosted. On the 8th day, they directly led the crowd to block Fang Jing's cave entrance, constantly shouting and cursing. "Fang Jing, you coward, why haven't you come out yet? Fang Jing, you can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? Obediently give up on interacting with Fairy Bai Xia, and Big Brother Gu Ting will be merciful and let you go. Crane Gate is only SOSO to actually raise such a cowardly disciple like you." Once Crane Gate was involved, Fang Jing, who was in the cave, immediately let out a sigh and could only helplessly walk out of the cave. He could endure other people cursing him. But once it involved the sect, the nature changed. As a disciple, he had to protect the sect. This was the value of Central Continent. If he did not protect it, when he returned to Fei He Mountain, he would be impeached and punished. Master Tensura made a loud noise in his heart. "Gagaga! Fang Jing, my disciple, do you understand now? My advice to you before was not wrong, was it? Blindly enduring will cause others to misunderstand that you are easy to bully. In this world, the more harmless and cowardly you appear, it will only attract more people who want to bully you. Fight, defeat this Gu Ting. Make all the people of Ancient Soul Sect shut up. Your reputation will soar by a large margin. Sigh, in Jianghu, one has no choice, I finally feel it. I can only fight." After experiencing this matter, Fang Jing also had a clear understanding in his heart. "Gu Ting, come, let us have a good fight." While Fang Jing and Gu Ting were fighting, far away on Sancha Mountain in the southern border, a battle that everyone was paying attention to had already ended. The battlefield was a mess, blood sprayed all over the ground, rocks cracked, trees collapsed, and holes were everywhere. Fan Yuan stood proudly on the battlefield, while his opponent this time, Fei Li, was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Lord Fan Jing, please be magnanimous and let me off." Fei Li kowtowed towards Fan Yuan, begging pitifully. He had rank 4 middle stage cultivation, and was also a strength path Gu master. He was originally in high spirits, but now he was bathed in blood, his right arm was torn off by Fan Yuan, and both his legs were broken. He was in an extremely miserable state. Since you want to beg for mercy, then hand over your expend strength goo first. I will consider whether to agree or not. Fan Yuan looked down at Fei Li, his eyes shining with cold light. Fei Li hesitated for a moment, but could only hand over expend strength goo. This goo was his vital goo, his core goo. It could make the enemy's every move waste more strength, and increase the expenditure of strength. The expend strength goo was handed over to Fan Yuan, losing his vital goo and causing Fei Li to suffer heavy injuries, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Fan Yuan received the expend strength goo, his gaze flashing. I have considered it. Expend strength goo is not enough to exchange for your life. Fei Li's eyes opened wide. Ignoring his heavy injuries, he shouted, Lord Fangjing, this is my most precious goo worm. Bam! Fan Yuan willed, and the beast phantom pounced down, turning Fei Li into a pile of bloody meat paste. Pauper! Fan Yuan looked at the unrecognizable corpse at his feet, and sneered in disdain. Next, he shifted his gaze and looked around the battlefield. There were many spectators, but seeing Fan Yuan's gaze, they all subconsciously avoided it. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. What? Sky Tiger Shui Sansi did not come? Go tell him, we are all Strength Path Gu Masters. 3 days later, I will pay him a visit and spar with him. Once he said this, many people went into an uproar. Little Beast King was too ferocious. He killed Tyrant Hengmei a few days ago, and now he made Fei Li kneel and beg for mercy. But he still did not let him off, turning him into meat paste. Next, he still had to challenge Sky Tiger Shui Sansi. Chapter 347. What, Little Beast King wants to challenge me? Hearing this news, Shui Sansi was in disbelief. She thought to herself that she had no relationship with the black and white twin demons. She had not offended him and had not even met him. How could he find trouble with her for no reason? But soon, Shui Sansi investigated and found that this news was true. How can this be? What is this Little Beast King's brain filled with? 3 Kings' inheritance is opening in a few days. He actually has the mood to challenge me. What did I do to provoke you? Why are you finding trouble with me? Shui Sansi felt helpless and angry. Don't tell me that just because we both cultivate in the way of strength, we have to decide who is better? Sigh, this lunatic. Shui Sansi thought about it, and finally defined Fan Yuan as a lunatic who could not be judged with common sense. Shui Sansi had heard of the name of the black and white twin demons a few months ago. As time passed, the reputation of these twin demons became more and more famous. They were publicly recognized as the recent rising stars of the demonic path. At first, Shui Sansi did not care too much. After Fan Yuan and Hu Meier had a conflict, she had even rejoiced in his misfortune. But now, she could not laugh anymore. After the black and white twin demons came to Sanchao Mountain, not only did they not restrain themselves, they even made a bigger commotion. Especially Little Beast King's unbridled viciousness, causing people to feel apprehensive. Tyrant Hengmei of the 10 Tyrants had visited him out of goodwill, but was killed in the end. Fei Li had already begged for mercy, but Fan Yuan did not let him go and smashed him into mincemeat. One had to know, these 2 rank 4 Gu Masters were middle-stage Gu Masters. Little Beast King, however, could kill the 2 with his initial stage cultivation. This kind of battle prowess really caused people to feel fear in their hearts. Shui Sansi also had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. She believed that her strength was not much different from Tyrant Hengmei and Fei Li. Now that Fan Yuan wanted to challenge her, her heart was heavy and she was very apprehensive. There was even a trace of fear that she had to admit. This Fangjing is too fierce and unreasonable. He wants to step on the bodies of us seniors to build his reputation. Tyrant Hengmei and Fei Li were both victims of his ambition, and now it's my turn. Shui Sansi had also done such a frivolous thing when she was young. But at that time, she only killed those rank 3 Gu Masters. He was far from being as fierce as Fan Yuan, picking Gu Masters with higher cultivation levels to spar with. To be honest, Shui Sanxi didn't want to fight with a lunatic like Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, her godfather was in closed cultivation to refine Gu recently. Fang Yuan challenged her in public, she had to accept this challenge. In Jianghu, one had no choice. If she, Shui Sanxi, did not accept the challenge, the reputation that she had painstakingly built up would be completely destroyed. Shui Sanxi had been in the demonic path for many years. She had a clear understanding of the cruelty of this world. This was a world where survival was extremely difficult. In order to fight for that slim chance of survival, all living beings would kill each other. The kinder you appeared, the weaker you were. You would not obtain peace, but would instead land yourself in more danger, attracting more wolves. A demonic Gu master who could reach Shui Sanxi's position would definitely have killed many people and offended many more. The world was like this: if you didn't kill so many people and offend so many people, how could you accumulate enough resources to build up strength? How could you have battle achievements to build up your reputation? To protect her reputation, Shui Sanxi quickly responded to Fang Yuan's challenge. Both sides agreed to battle, and the location was chosen in a wide valley. 3 days later, Shui Sanxi saw Fang Yuan for the first time. She was a little surprised. Fang Yuan was not as fierce as she had imagined, and instead looked rather delicate. There was no trace of arrogance, and his eyes were deep like a pool, appearing very calm. "Flying Tiger, I have heard of you long ago. You offended the clan's higher-ups and were exiled. But you worked hard in secret. You took the risk to kill beast kings and used the goo worms you seized to arm yourself, finally becoming an expert step by step. Then you killed your way back and killed those elders who framed you. To be honest, I admire you a little." Fang Yuan spoke. These words were said very politely, but those who heard them were very surprised. Why did Fang Jing change his personality this time? Why is he speaking so gently? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to Flying Tiger? But then again, although this Flying Tiger looks ordinary, she has a great figure and is indeed a beauty. Humph, is Little Beast King such a person? He didn't even bother with Wu Mei'er. This person is vicious and cold-blooded, very scary. These days I have seen through him, don't place any hope on him. While everyone was discussing, Shui Sanxi also responded to Fang Yuan. Well said, well said. Little Beast King, I have heard of your reputation as the Black and White Demons. Fang Yuan smiled. I cultivate Strength Path. You are also a Strength Path Gu Master. We can spar more and benefit each other. Earlier, I had sparred with Tyrant Hen Mei and Fei Li. These two were very good and benefited me greatly. But I am also a little tired of this kind of sparring. Why don't we change the way we spar this time? Shui Sanxi heard this and raised her brows. Oh? What good idea do you have? Let me hear it. Very simple. I will stand still and let you spar. After you finish, I will spar. This is much better, it will be straightforward and end quickly. How about this? Seeing that you are a woman, I will let you spar 3 times. After the 3 times, I will only spar once. Fang Yuan smiled. Spar like this? Shui Sanxi's eyes brightened, attracted by the content of Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did not move and allowed her to spar 3 times. This suggestion was too tempting. All right, then let's spar like this. Shui Sanxi thought for a while and agreed. Please. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, standing still as he extended his right palm. Shui Sanxi's eyes flashed with killing intent as she shouted. First move! Several goo worms in her aperture were activated at the same time. Her delicate hands suddenly glowed brightly and turned into 2 tiger claws. The tiger claws pierced through the air and struck Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a huge rock far away. Bam! With a loud sound, the huge rock shattered and the fragments flew everywhere. Good fight! Fang Yuan laughed heartily, standing up. His chest had caved in, at least 4 of his ribs were broken. Not only that, Fang Yuan also felt that his internal organs were injured and bleeding. Waves of intense pain came. Fang Yuan endured it, his nerves were severely tested. Shui Sanxi's expression changed slightly. Yes, Fang Jing is a good schemer. The more injured he is, the more strength he can exert. In that case, should I be more forceful, or more gentle? The harder she attacked, the more injured Fang Yuan was, and the more his battle strength would increase. If she went gentler, when it was his turn to attack, the pressure on her defense would be reduced by a lot. No, I will use all my strength to attack. I will kill him within 3 strikes. Shui Sanxi thought for a while and made up her mind. Second move! She shouted and activated her goo worm. Her body suddenly expanded by 2 times, turning into a giant. The hair on her body grew longer, turning into brown-yellow tiger hair. Her eyes turned into tiger eyes, and her teeth protruded out, forming sharp tiger fangs. On her forehead, there was also a wong pattern. Her strength had increased by more than 2-fold. When she arrived in front of Fang Yuan, a beast phantom appeared in the air behind her. A fierce tiger roared towards the sky with a ferocious aura. Its whole body was covered in brown-yellow tiger hair, and its body was extremely robust. What was most eye-catching was that it had a pair of wings on its back. A tiger with wings. A fierce tiger with wings. That was Biao. Tiger was the king of beasts. Biao was the flying tiger, the king of tigers. 3 dogs and 1 mastiff, 5 tigers and 1 Biao. Biao's strength was 5 times that of a fierce tiger. A Biao beast phantom could suppress 3 or 4 ordinary beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body. Shui Sanxi's original strength had more than doubled. Now, she unleashed a Biao's strength. Under this enormous strength, Fang Yuan was like a meteor, sent flying. He flew hundreds of steps before crashing into a mountain wall. Boom! The entire small valley shook intensely because of this. Mountain rocks collapsed, completely submerging Fang Yuan below. Such strength! Is Fang Jing dead? No, not yet. His aura is still here. The stacked rocks were destroyed by someone from behind. Fang Yuan walked out. His arms were completely crippled, his iron bones were broken, the steel bars were turned into mush, and his copper skin was beyond recognition. With every step he took, the bones in his body could not bear the burden, and were on the verge of collapsing. The current Fang Yuan could definitely unleash 8 beast phantoms at the same time. However, all of these injuries were healing at a steady pace. Fang Yuan activated self-reliance goo. Its healing effect was extremely outstanding, completely surpassing flesh-bone goo. Third move! Shui Sanxi was anxious, not wanting to give Fang Yuan more time to recover. A pair of wings suddenly grew out of her back. This pair of broad and strong wings were covered in orange-yellow feathers. With a light flap, Shui Sanxi's body flew into the sky. Shui Sanxi flew higher and higher, until she reached a height of over 3,000 feet, before she dove down. She had calculated carefully, this height was already her limit. If she went any higher, she would not be able to bear the force of the impact. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Shui Sanxi charged straight down towards Fang Yuan. Biao's phantom appeared again. But this time, Biao's phantom did not appear above her head, but directly enveloped her entire body. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a real soaring tiger. You will definitely die with this move! Shui Sanxi roared. Her killing intent was so sharp that it seemed to have materialized. She had to pay a huge price for activating Biao's phantom twice in a row. This was her strongest strength, her strongest attack. She was confident that she could completely kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked up at Shui Sanxi and activated Golden Shield Goo. Chapter 348. In Shui Sanxi's vision, the verdant valley was rapidly enlarging. The sound of the fierce wind whistled in her ears. On Shui Sanxi's unrecognizable face, a pair of tiger eyes stared intently at Fang Yuan on the ground, the corner of his mouth revealing a bloodthirsty smile. She could clearly see the scene of the little beast king being smashed into minced meat under her unprecedentedly fierce attack. He definitely won't be able to withstand such an impact. When she saw Fang Yuan activating the Golden Shield Goo and raising a bright golden defensive barrier, she could not help but sneer inwardly. What a joke! Rank 3 Golden Shield Goo? Humph, even if it is a rank 4 Golden Bell Shield, it will not be able to block my attack. The battle between rank 4 Goo Masters was very intense. It was not something that rank 3 Goo Worms could defend against. This time, I will teach you the consequences of being young and arrogant. Shui Sanxi's killing intent was overflowing. It's over, Fang Jing is finished this time. Feeling Shui Sanxi's fierce attack, many people outside the valley shouted. Very good, Little Beast King is too arrogant, he should be taught a lesson. Many righteous Goo Masters were also rejoicing in his misfortune. It seems Little Beast King still wants to rely on Golden Shield Goo to resist. How naive. No, maybe he'll use his Beast Power Phantom. The power of the 8 Great Beast Phantom's joint attack was not to be underestimated. However, if Rubo were to make a move like this, he might not be able to fulfill the sparring agreement that they had just made. As long as he makes a move and breaks this agreement, it means that he has lost this competition. Many of the people present, whether they were from the righteous path or not. Even the demonic Goo Masters hoped that Fang Yuan would lose this round. These days, Fang Yuan was very active. It brought them a huge psychological pressure. No, there's still one more factor on the field. That's Bai Ningbing. So. A few figures suddenly landed at the entrance of the valley, faintly surrounding Bai Ningbing. These people had a tacit understanding and took measures together. If Bai Ningbing were to save Fang Yuan, they would stop her. This was what made the black and white double ghosts so terrifying. It was because these 2 rank 4 Goo Masters were extremely close partners. Now that Bai Ningbing was restrained, the Little Beast King would be in danger. Once the Little Beast King falls, Bai Ningbing will be left alone. Thus, it was not as scary as before. Looking at Shui Sanxi in the sky, Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Shui Sanxi had yet to collide with his body, but the formless wind pressure she created was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. She engulfed him in an overwhelming manner. Displayed from the other side. The impending impact was enormous and violent. Biao's shadow shrouded Shui Sanxi, and the wings on her back kept flapping. Her speed was getting faster, and she was getting closer to the ground. Just as the collision was about to hit him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he activated the Goo Worms in his aperture. Horizontal Charge Goo. He swerved to the left and dashed out. Then he turned sideways. Vertical Crash Goo. Another 100 steps later. Little Beast King you! Shui Sanxi saw Fang Yuan suddenly ran away. He was instantly enraged, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were about to split open. She tried her best to adjust herself, but her speed was too fast. Even after using all her strength to accelerate, she could only let Fang Yuan run out of the attack range of the ZG. Seeing Fang Yuan's sudden retreat, the spectators had yet to react when a huge explosion resounded like thunder from a clear sky. Bam! Shui Sanxi fiercely crashed into the ground. In an instant, the spectators at the side of the valley could feel the rocks under their feet shaking. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and the impact created a violent wind pressure that spread to the surroundings. Wherever it went, rocks were swept away, and trees and flowers were uprooted. Smoke and dust billowed, and in an instant, the huge destructive power formed a circular pit with a diameter of more than 3 feet. Everyone was in shock, sighing at the huge impact force, when Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction and charged into the dust and smoke. Horizontal Charge Goo, Vertical Crash Goo. He used both Goo, ignoring the biting cold wind pressure and the pain from the broken rocks, and quickly approached Flying Tiger Shui Sanxi. Shui Sanxi's whole body fell into the deepest part of the huge crater, and the huge impact force caused her whole body to be covered in dust, looking extremely miserable. Her ears were buzzing, and her head was dizzy. Biao's fierce phantom had already dissipated. The incomparably powerful aura that burst out earlier was no longer there. Bitter strength Goo, all-out effort Goo. Fang Yuan arrived, his eyes shining with an ominous light. Howl, 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 8 beast roars resounded at the same time. boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms appeared above Fan Yuan's head. Strength Qi Gu. Yellow gold primeval essence was injected into strength Qi Gu, and a formless and enormous strength was produced. The 8 beast phantoms attached to this strength Qi Gu, and turned from phantom to solid, suddenly becoming vivid and lifelike. Fan Yuan willed, and the 8 beast phantoms pounced into the deep crater together. Shui Sanxi's body swayed, and just as she was about to pull her legs out of the ground, she suddenly heard beast roars above her head. She hurriedly raised her head to take a look, only to feel her vision darken. Countless attacks rained down on her body like a torrential storm. Bam bam bam. At the bottom of the huge crater, intense sounds of fighting could be heard. Shui Sanxi struggled with all her might, resisting with all her might. She was after all a rank 4 Gu master, and had a deep foundation. But after half a cup of tea's time, the sounds of fighting stopped. Of the 8 beast phantoms, only 5 were left, and were immediately taken back by Fan Yuan. And Shui Sanxi, as the loser, had a miserable ending. The whole bottom of the crater was filled with her dismembered corpse, and blood was scattered all over the ground, mixed with white bone fragments, brain matter, hair, and so on. As the dust settled, the whole battlefield became clear. Seeing this result, the spectators burst into an uproar. Flying Tiger is dead! Another rank 4 Gu master was killed by Little Beast King! Didn't Little Beast King make an agreement with Shui Sanxi? He said not to move, but in the end, he actually left. This battle. It should be Little Beast King's failure. Because he violated the rules of the arranged battle. The valley was filled with clamor, and everyone was discussing with astonishment. Anger, they expressed intense anger and disdain towards Fan Yuan's shameless actions. Bai Ningbing chuckled coldly as he swept his gaze across the room. She had already expected such an outcome. The so-called agreement was only a trap dug by Fan Yuan. What kind of person was Fan Yuan? And she, Bai Ningbing, was the clearest person in this world. The Gu masters who had surrounded Bai Ningbing. Then, they all retreated at the same time. Fan Yuan listened to the countless Gu masters around the valley reprimanding and disdainful towards him. His hands were behind his back, and his face was calm as he squinted his eyes. There seemed to be a sense of enjoyment in it. From his point of view, the so-called integrity. It was only because he was afraid of being cheated, so he hoped and demanded other people's standards. Walking the demonic path, one had to be fearless and have no taboos. So what if he broke the agreement? So what if he didn't keep his promise? As long as he was strong enough, he could do whatever he wanted. So what if others disdain and ridicule him? These powerless words could only show the helplessness of the weak. Could they touch even a hair on him? Hee. As for this Shui Sanxi, she was really stupid. She was actually restrained by her reputation. She came to fight with him. Fan Yuan felt disdain towards this in his heart. Reputation is something to be used. It is only a tool. But in this world, there are many people who treat reputation as something more important than their lives. What a joke! Of course, I also played some tricks in this battle. Shui Sanxi was different from Tyrant Hungmei and Fei Li. She had a flying Gu, and as long as she sensed something was amiss, she could fly into the sky, and Fan Yuan could do nothing to her. Thus, from the start, Fan Yuan proposed the duel. His goal was to restrict Shui Sanxi's movement ability. The so-called 3 strikes, when Fan Yuan proposed it, he had never thought of complying with it. Shui San fell into Fan Yuan's trap step by step. Fan Yuan's heavy injuries tempted her to continue moving forward. After the second strike, Fan Yuan purposely healed his injuries in front of her. Shui Sanxi didn't want to see her efforts go to waste. She was anxious and didn't think too much about it. She flew into the sky and chose her strongest attack. But in the end, Fan Yuan instead borrowed her strength and deftly counterattacked, killing her. If it was a fair and square battle, Shui Sanxi could fly and would not be killed by Fan Yuan so easily. Little Beast King, you are really despicable and shameless. You broke the agreement, you are the loser of this battle. Among the spectators, many people were shouting and shouting, saying similar words. That's right. I admit defeat, so what? Fan Yuan sneered and replied loudly. His voice echoed in the valley. The originally noisy shouts suddenly quieted down. That's right, so what if he lost? Look at that Ing family, she had turned into a pool of blood and flesh, even her parents would not be able to recognize their daughter. What was the meaning of this kind of victory or defeat? After realizing this point, the voices in the valley suddenly increased by an octave, becoming even more violent than before. Fan Yuan calmly admitted defeat, showing his shamelessness, thus arousing the indignation and anger in everyone's hearts. Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. You guys are so crazy. Are you trying to take revenge for Shui Sansi? I didn't expect her to be so popular. Come, all those who want to take revenge come down. I will take you all. The noise in the valley suddenly became softer, and soon, it became completely silent. Although Fan Yuan used some tricks to kill Shui Sansi. But Shui Sansi was a famous rank 4 middle stage expert. She would be exhausted if she did not use 3 strikes. She was also beaten into meat paste by Fan Yuan, displaying Fan Yuan's formidable battle strength once again. Fan Yuan used his rank 4 initial stage cultivation to defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts in a row. With such strength, other than a limited number of people, who would not be fearful. Moreover, the more heavily injured Fan Yuan was, the stronger his battle strength was. Fan Yuan challenged them arrogantly, but no one stood up. Demonic Path people were wary and suspicious of each other, almost all of them were lone rangers, no one stood up for Shui Sansi. But among the Righteous Path people, there were some who wanted to get rid of the demon Fan Yuan, but it was not good to do so now. For what? Because if they stood up, people would say that they were taking revenge for Shui Sansi. Shui Sansi was a demonic path person. Is there anyone who wants to take revenge for her? Is there anyone? Fan Yuan shouted a few more times. Countless spectators had gloomy expressions, some looked at each other, but no one answered. If there is no one, then I am leaving. Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows, taking a few steps forward before stopping. I am really leaving. Still, no one spoke. Fan Yuan's domineering aura suppressed everyone present. His attitude was too arrogant, causing many rank 4 experts to feel indignant. Many people were tempted, but they endured in the end. Chapter 349. Brotherly, just do it. Hu Mei'er sat in Li Xian's embrace, acting coquettishly. Li Xian had a round nose and big eyes, his forehead was wide, and his face was emitting a layer of greasy light. He was short and fat, and right now, one of his thick and short hands was holding Hu Mei'er's soft waist, while the other was on her leg. Li Xian's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage. But he rarely fought, he made a living by doing business, and was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path, with a wide network. Right now, he was hugging Hu Mei'er, smiling. Mei'er, your body seems to have no bones, your skin is as delicate as jade, I haven't seen you for a few days, you have become even more beautiful. Hu Mei'er rolled her eyes, saying in annoyance. Brotherly, I am talking about serious matters. That black and white twin demons offended me, I am already yours, you have to uphold justice for me. Yes. Li Xian said perfunctorily, while his 10 fingers moved, roaming around Hu Mei'er's body. Hu Mei'er let out 2 soft gasps, her face blushing red. Together with her big watery eyes, it was extremely alluring. But her heart was clear as ice. She tried to persuade a few more times, but Li Xian only grunted and did not agree, instead taking advantage of her. Hu Mei'er pushed Li Xian away, standing on the ground with an aggrieved expression. Brotherly, you have to give me a definite answer. I am begging you like this, don't you have pity on me? Oh, my sweetheart, my little treasure. It is not that Brotherly doesn't want to do it, but that black and white twin demons are too troublesome. They are 2 middle rank masters, while I, Brotherly, am alone. Li Xian spread his arms, showing a helpless expression. Hu Mei'er snorted. All right. Then I will lower my standards, and only ask to deal with that little beast king. This Fang Jing is the most hateful. That by Ningbing. Brother Li can ignore him for now. Is that so? Li Xian hesitated. Brother Li! Hu Mei'er saw that there was hope, and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, breathing into his ears. Li Xian immediately felt a ball of lust rising in his lower abdomen. His eyes became blurry. All right, Mei'er, since you asked for it, then Brother Li will help you vent your anger. But... He changed the topic slightly. In a day or two, the Three Kings' inheritance will reopen. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this critical juncture. After the Three Kings' inheritance, Brother Li will come and teach that little beast king a lesson. What do you think? The Three Kings' inheritance was about to open. Everyone was watching. Hu Mei'er curled her lips. She did not say much to Li Xian's evasions. After the two of them were intimate for a while, Hu Mei'er bade farewell. Li Xian tried his best to persuade him to stay. However, Hu Meier's attitude was firm. In the end, Li Xian could only send her out of the cave. He stood at the entrance of the cave and stared at Hu Meier's back as she gradually disappeared into the forest. Humph, this little demoness! Li Xian returned to his cave residence, and the lecherous expression on his face disappeared. A cautious and gloomy look appeared on his face. You want to sow discord and use me as a spear to deal with Little Beast King? This little demoness really thinks she has great success in her enchantment path. Ridiculous! Li Xian's smile was very cold. I naturally have a way to deal with black and white demons. But when have I, Li Xian, done any unprofitable business? Hee hee. This little beast King Fang Jing is not simple. He looks boorish and rude. But his thoughts are meticulous. Before the Three Kings' inheritance opens, he challenged 3 demonic goo masters. This is definitely a plan he had planned for a long time. Goo masters came from all over the world and gathered at Sancha Mountain. What was the reason? Wasn't it for the Three Kings' inheritance? Fan Yuan's arrogance did not bring him any trouble. These days, only he was finding trouble with others. Why? This was because everyone was staring at the inheritance of the Three Kings. They were all secretly preparing and working hard. Who would want to fight with this man and Little Beast King at this crucial moment, and miss such a good opportunity? No one. This Little Beast King is making use of people's mentality and is fearless, establishing his reputation. 2 days later, the Three Kings' inheritance will open. Who would want to waste their effort to stop him from entering? Li Xian shook his head, already seeing the future. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Shui Sanxi, even he was afraid of Little Beast King. Previously, when Fang Yuan defeated Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li, Li Xian did not pay attention to it. But after Fang Yuan broke the agreement and killed Sky Tiger, Li Xian realized how troublesome Fang Yuan was. Why? Righteous path selection usually divided talents into 4 classes. First class were those with talent and virtue. Those with talent and moral character were the highest class, able to take charge of an area. Second class were those with virtue but no talent. Although they had no talent, they had moral character. Filial piety meant they would listen to their parents. Loyalty meant they would listen to their leader. Integrity meant they would not break the agreement. Using them would make people feel at ease, at least there would not be any big mistakes. Moreover, many talents were gained through experience. Third class were those with talent but no virtue. Although they had talent, they did not have moral character. If they had talent, they could be qualified for the position, but the higher-ups would not feel at ease using them, afraid of being betrayed one day. Fourth class were those with no talent and no virtue. No talent and no virtue. If they had no value, they would not feel at ease using them. In the demonic path, what was the most troublesome demonic path person? Fourth class were those with no talent and virtue. You had no talent, but you had to pay attention to virtue and live in ideals. Often, you would destroy yourself before anyone could destroy you. Third class were those with no talent and virtue. Although they had no talent, they did not have moral character either. At least they could do some lowly things to make a living. Second class were those with talent and virtue. With talent, they would be able to make a living. But at the same time, they still had moral character, filial piety, respect, loyalty, and other ropes that bound them. In the demonic path where everyone was deceiving each other, this kind of person was destined not to prosper. And the first class were those with talent but no virtue. Fan Yuan was such a person. He had talent, he was simply overflowing with talent. His aptitude was outstanding, not everyone had an A-grade aptitude. Secondly, he had battle talent, and could fight above his rank. Tyron Hengmei, Fei Li and Xue Sanxi all had higher cultivation than him, but they all died tragically in his hands. This was enough to explain everything. Afterwards he also had the ability to manage. In Sham Clan City, he was doing very well. In just a few years, he had built up such a powerful set of goo worms. If such a person with such outstanding talent had moral character, Li Xian would not find it hard to deal with him. But Fan Yuan was a person without moral character. When he faced Hu Mei'er, he left her in the lurch and did not care about her beauty. He was rude and unreasonable, killing people at the slightest provocation. It could be said that he had no regard for life. He killed Tyron Hengmei and the other two, turning his opponents into meat paste every time. It could be seen that he had a cruel and ruthless nature. He even lied to Xue Sanxi and broke the contract in front of everyone, feeling proud of himself. This was even more terrifying. This showed that he acted without any scruples, he had no bottom line, he could easily betray others without a trace of guilt in his heart. Li Xian deeply understood, for a person like Little Beast King, if he was placed in the righteous path, in a peaceful and stable environment, he would definitely be ostracized, suppressed, banished, and imprisoned by the people around him. But if he was placed in the unstable demonic path with cruel competition, he would be like a ferocious tiger entering a mountain, a flood dragon entering the sea. As long as his luck was not too bad, he would definitely have great accomplishments. If I had discovered such a person in advance, I would have definitely suppressed and killed him. But now, it is too late, too late. Li Xian sighed deeply in his heart. Fan Yuan had already grown up and had a companion helping him. Although Li Xian had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he was skilled in doing business and not in fighting. Of course, there were always capable people. On Sancha Mountain, there were also people who could kill Fan Yuan. They were Kong Ri Tian, Longqing Tian and the other rank 5 Gu masters. But how could Li Xian command such peak-level characters? Moreover, these 4 people were in a subtle state of checks and balances. No one dared to act rashly, they were all staring at the 3 kings' inheritance. How could they put their thoughts elsewhere? Humph, this little demoness has bad intentions. She actually wants to instigate me, Li Xian. How is it possible to become enemies with such a troublesome demonic path character? Not only will I not offend him, I will instead establish a good cooperative relationship with him. Demonic path people prioritize benefits above all else. However, Little Beast King killed Xue Sanxi and also offended a character. Sky Tiger has a godfather, Century Boy, who is rank 4 upper stage. These days, Century Boy has been in closed cultivation refining goo. He will definitely appear when the inheritance opens. At that time, he is likely to find trouble with the black and white twin demons. I will secretly befriend Little Beast King, but on the surface, I will watch from the sidelines. I will quietly watch the fight between Century Boy and the black and white twin demons, then observe the result and wait for an opportunity to act. Regardless of the result, Li Xian would not suffer much loss. This was Li Xian. A great and scrupulous merchant of the demonic path, he was most proficient at taking advantage. Swish, swish, swish. Bright golden primeval essence waves, under Fan Yuan's control, washed the 4 walls of the aperture. Even on Sancha Mountain, he had always been diligently cultivating. His actual cultivation was only rank 4 initial stage. It was originally light gold primeval essence, but with 9 eyes liquor worm's refinement, the primeval essence's quality rose by a small realm, becoming bright gold primeval essence. Bright gold primeval essence was a huge help to him in battle. This was also one of the important reasons why he could consecutively defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts. These days I have made a name for myself. There are definitely many people who are afraid of me, hate me, and are wary of me. But what does that matter? I am walking the demonic path, this is how it should be. Moreover, this is not Earth, an individual's strength is above an organization. The environment was different, the rules of the game were different. If it was on Earth, even if one walked the demonic path, they would still have to consider their moral character. Because on Earth, the difference in individual strength was not big. Only by gathering the masses could the people of the Devil Dao achieve great ambitions. In another 2 days, it will be the opening of the Three Kings' inheritance. No one will find trouble with me. I should make use of this time to refine charge and crash goo. Chapter 350. Back then, when Fan Yuan chose horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo as his movement goo, he had considered the situation when he was a rank 4 goo. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, they were the two main materials to refine charge and crash goo. Using these two rank 3 goo as the main body, along with the goo master's primeval essence and some supplementary materials, he could refine charge and crash goo. The process of refining charge and crash goo was not difficult. Fan Yuan had made ample preparations, and with his own recipe, the success rate was very high. 2 days later, Fan Yuan succeeded in the refinement, and obtained a brand new charge and crash goo. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo's charging distance was only 100 steps. The charge and crash goo, however, increased this charging distance to 200 steps. At the same time, the time between activations was reduced to half. However, the expenditure of primeval essence had increased. Of course, this small disadvantage was nothing to Fan Yuan, who had 9 eyes liquor worm and heavenly essence treasure lotus. Looking at it, I already have 6 rank 4 goo in my hands. They are bitter strength goo, charge and crash goo, yang goo of yin yang rotation goo, 9 eyes liquor worm, expend strength goo, and blood skull goo. The other all-out effort goo, strength chi goo, golden shield goo, and so on are all rank 3 goo. They are gradually not meeting my requirements. Most of the goo worms in Fan Yuan's hands were still rank 3. Fan Yuan was now rank 4 initial stage, and had middle stage bright gold primeval essence, thus these goo worms were gradually becoming unsuitable. Of course, it did not mean the higher the rank the better. Take bone flesh unity goo for example. It was only rank 3, but with such a rank, many goo masters could use it. This highlighted its value even more. But overall, goo worms and goo masters needed to coordinate their ranks, and it was best if they were the same to be able to use them easily. Fan Yuan calculated, there were many goo worms he needed to raise. The first was all-out effort goo. The all-out effort goo he had was only rank 3. It could only activate rank 3 beast phantoms. To raise its rank, he needed to obtain undefeated 100 battles goo from the Three Kings' inheritance. Let's put this aside for now. Strength chi goo was also rank 3, but Fan Yuan did not have the relevant recipe. He couldn't advance to the next step. Fan Yuan planned to refine the rank 3 golden shield goo to rank 4 and turn it into golden bell shield goo. The rank 3 Tusita flower used to store it could be upgraded to rank 4 Tusita lantern goo. Self-reliance goo was also rank 3. But he had already reached the peak. There was no related secret formula to improve it further. However, although it was rank 3, as long as Fan Yuan exerted his strength, its healing effect could rival that of a rank 4 healing goo. Similar to self-reliance goo, there was also bone flesh unity goo. The supplementary breath concealment goo was also rank 3. Although he could improve it further, Fan Yuan decided to put it aside. At the moment, he didn't need to conceal himself. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was also rank 3. In Fan Yuan's hands, he already had the refinement recipe for the 4th Revolution Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. However, he needed to obtain several spirit springs before he could fuse them. This was a huge project. Fan Yuan could only put it aside for now. Like this, all-out effort goo, golden shield goo, Tusita flower, heavenly essence treasure lotus. Fan Yuan only needed to refine these 4 goo. However, that was not the case. Fan Yuan had once used iron bone goo, steel tendon goo and copper skin goo to modify his body. These goo were all rank 3 goo. The current defense was barely effective in a battle between rank 4 goo masters. Also, the 8 beast phantoms on Fan Yuan's body did not originate from rank 4 strength goo. Thus, these things needed Fan Yuan to upgrade. The 8 beast phantoms on my body are all ordinary wild beasts. Only by replacing them with Biao strength phantoms, skeleton strength phantoms, and so on can I display the strongest battle strength of rank 4 goo masters. Fan Yuan was very interested in the Biao strength goo in Shui Sanxi's aperture. But Shui Sanxi was turned into a pile of minced meat by him, and her goo worms were also destroyed. Fan Yuan's fighting style was too ferocious. He would turn his enemies into meat paste at the slightest provocation. Although this was a characteristic of strength path goo masters, this method was too violent, and after a battle, it was hard to preserve any goo worms. Fan Yuan defeated 3 rank 4 demonic goo masters in a row, but only obtained 1 expend strength goo. And this expend strength goo was contributed by Fei Li after he surrendered. But to obtain goo worms, goo masters usually traded with each other, nurtured and captured, or fused and refined them. Very few goo masters could obtain goo worms from the spoils of war. One reason was that goo masters' methods were secretive and dangerous. Once a battle broke out, both sides would attack with full strength, and for their own safety, they would not hold back. This way, the goo worms would also be destroyed. Secondly, it was very easy for goo masters to destroy their own goo worms. With just a thought, they could make their goo worms self-destruct. To raise all these, there is still a long way to go. Fan Yuan sighed, walking out of the cave. Bai Ningbing was already standing at the entrance, looking at the peak, waiting for him. Fan Yuan followed her gaze and also looked up. He saw that on the 3 highest peaks of Sanchao Mountain, there was a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was grand and majestic, supporting heaven and earth. 3 kings' inheritance opened. Relying on this inheritance, my set of strength path goo worms will be greatly perfected. Fan Yuan's gaze was burning, but he did not restrain himself. Although his battle strength was outstanding, it was not his turn yet. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 silhouettes shot up from the north, south, east, and west respectively. They stopped in midair and confronted each other. Rank 4 peak stage aura was emitted without concealment. The one on the east side was Poison Path Goo Master Long Qing Tian. He had long black hair, pale skin, and a pair of green pupils shone with eerie light, like 2 balls of cold flames. The one on the west side was Righteous Path Wu Clan's elder Wu Shintong. His name was mighty and domineering, but his body was thin, like a sickly scholar. His face was pale, and he coughed from time to time, as if he could not endure the mountain winds. The one on the south side was Demonic Path Expert Kong Ri Tian. He wore a flowery robe. He stood in the air, his lips curled into a smile, as pink butterflies danced around him. The one on the north side. It was Yi Clan's elder Yi Chong. His whole body was covered in blue fish scales, forming into a suit of armor. His nose was protruding, his eyes were twice the size of a normal person's, and he had a head of fiery red messy hair. His whole body was covered in layers of muscles, and his body was short, but his physique was extremely majestic. On his back, there was a huge triangular fin, like the black fin on a shark's back. These 4 were currently the strongest Goo Masters on Sancha Mountain. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. They were only a step away from rank 5. If they could advance to rank 5, they would be the monarch of the mortal world, ruling over one place and spreading their might everywhere. Their aura shrouded all directions. These 4 people. They had been facing off on Sancha Mountain for several months. During this period, they had also fought many times. But no one could do anything to the other, forming a chaotic battle. The Righteous Path's Wu Shintong and Yi Chong looked peaceful on the surface, but they were not united in private. And Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian would occasionally cooperate when the situation was bad. The 4 of them occupied the highest cave on Sancha Mountain, and were the Goo Masters closest to the inheritance entrance. The appearance of these four attracted the attention of all the Gu masters on the mountain. The inheritance was right in front of them. No matter who it was, they had to restrain their desire to attack. After a moment of stalemate, Kong Ri Tian chose King Bao inheritance, Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance, and Wu Xingtong chose King Quan inheritance. The three inheritances were not interconnected. But there were 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. Only Yichong was left. After some hesitation, he finally chose King Bao inheritance. This way, King Bao inheritance has Kong Ri Tian and Yichong, 2 experts. Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance. We lost to him last time, we need to avoid it. Wu Xintong is an enslavement path Gu master. It is said that King Quan inheritance has already been opened to the middle stage by him. In this inheritance, he is like a fish in water, and can display extraordinary battle strength. If we choose King Quan inheritance, we will only be able to drink his leftovers. While everyone was discussing, a group of Gu masters reached the peak. They were all rank 4 upper stage Gu masters. Some had strange appearances, some had fierce expressions, some had dignified appearances, and some were gloomy and cold. Among them was a boy wearing black clothes. Before leaving, he looked down the mountain and gave a deep glance at Fang Yuan. Humph, century boy. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Century boy was also a strength path Gu master. Xue Sanxi recognized him as her godfather, and could be said to be Flying Sky Tiger's backer. Fang Yuan killed Xue Sanxi and offended Century Boy. However, with the 3 kings' inheritance around the corner, Century Boy did not have the mood to settle the score with Fang Yuan. But once the inheritance closes, he will definitely find Fang Yuan to denounce him. Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. Instead, he was secretly looking forward to it. With his current battle strength, he was almost invincible among rank 4 initial stage, and could even defeat ordinary middle stage Gu masters. But rank 4 upper stage, they were evenly matched. Rank 4 peak stage, they were hard to defeat. But people like Kong Ri Tian would have to pay a disastrous price if they wanted to eliminate a person like Fang Yuan. When a Gu master's cultivation reached the later stages, the difference of 1 rank would become larger, and it would become increasingly difficult to challenge someone of a higher rank. Not to mention challenging a higher rank. Even someone like Fang Yuan, who had rich battle experience and an outstanding set of strength path Gu worms, could only cross 1 rank and kill a middle stage Gu master. Of course, if I can upgrade all my Gu worms to rank 4, I will definitely have the ability to defeat a higher stage Gu master. I might even be evenly matched with a rank 4 peak stage Gu master. 3 kings' inheritance, here I come! Immediately, Fang Yuan activated Charging Crash Gu and charged towards the mountain peak. Rank 4 upper stage Gu masters had all entered the inheritance. The 3 inheritance light pillars that were the entrances had already shrunk by a lot. On Sancha Mountain, a group of rank 4 middle stage Gu masters were about to enter. Suddenly, they saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing rushing over. Their expressions changed and they opened up a path at the same time. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered King Quan inheritance together. Chapter 351. The moment he entered the light pillar, Fang Yuan felt an intense sense of weightlessness. When his field of vision stabilized, he discovered that he was already standing in the middle of an empty wilderness. Looking around, he could only see that the sky was gray and hazy. On the ground, grayish-white rocks formed small mounds that looked like tombs. The gray ground was not fertile, it was dry and hard, with sparse brown grass growing on it. The white of the sky, the gray of the ground, and the yellow of the withered grass formed the 3 primary colors of this world. Other than that, there seemed to be no other colors. There was only silence, or more accurately, deathly silence. There was no wind, no rustling of leaves, no cries of birds or roars of beasts. It made one feel as if they were the only living being left in the entire world. Invisibly, loneliness, bewilderment, and even fear would spread in their hearts. Although he entered the inheritance at the same time as Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan was alone at this place. But Fang Yuan was calm and collected. This is King Quan's inheritance. He looked around and muttered softly to himself. There was a huge difference between the three kings' inheritance and the inheritances of ordinary rank 5 Gu masters. Ordinary rank 5 inheritances, be it in Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, or Western Desert, they were all in the Great Worlds. The three kings' inheritance location, however, was a Gu immortal blessed land. In the past, when the three kings were in trouble, they unintentionally found an inheritance left behind by an ancient Gu immortal, and rose to power. The three kings were all geniuses, but they failed to advance to rank 6, and before dying, they set up their inheritances in this Gu immortal blessed land. Thus, Fan Yuan was not in a great world now. It was a Gu immortal blessed land, a small world that was attached to a great world. Every world had its own set of rules and laws. After entering a world, one had to follow the corresponding rules. Although Bai Ningbing entered the inheritance with me, she must have been sent to another place by this small world. But it is not important. As long as she and I can get through each round, we will meet again. Fan Yuan knew this was the unique spatial law of a small world. At the same time, the time laws were different. The flow of time here is about 3 times that of the outside world. In the center of Fan Yuan's aperture, the spring-autumn cicada, which had been in a deep slumber, had already woken up, and was recovering at a speed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada used the water in the river of time as nourishment. In this small world, the flow of the river of time was 3 times faster than the outside world. Therefore, it was of great help to the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. However, this was not good news for Fan Yuan. The pressure of spring-autumn cicada at its peak was definitely not something a rank 4 aperture could withstand. King Quan's inheritance was an opportunity for Fan Yuan, but at the same time, it was also a land of death. 1 day here is 3 days in the outside world. We need to act as soon as possible to save as much time as possible. Fan Yuan suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Thankfully, he had his previous life's memories. He was not unfamiliar with this rank 5 Gu Master King Quan inheritance. If I'm not wrong, there should be a dog-type wild beast nearby. Fan Yuan took a step forward, constantly moving as he looked around, searching for something. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a sound was heard. A thin and weak wild dog with eyes shining with a pale green light ran towards Fan Yuan. This wild dog was so thin it was only skin and bones, its mouth full of yellow teeth only reaching Fan Yuan's calf. It was very fierce, obviously starving. Smelling the smell of human flesh on Fan Yuan's body, it pounced towards him without a care. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. This wild dog was very ordinary. Encountering it in the first round, it seems his luck today was not good. He quietly stood on the spot, letting the wild dog charge towards him. In the current environment, Fan Yuan could not use the other Gu worms on him, he could only use the rank 1 dog enslavement Gu. This was also the restriction of this small world's laws. King Quan modified the Gu immortal blessed land, making it so that Gu masters could only bring 1 rank 1 dog enslavement Gu into his inheritance. At the same time, other Gu worms could not be used freely. Of course, spring-autumn cicada was an exception. Spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 Gu. When a Gu worm reaches rank 6, be it a great world or a small world, there was only one. Spring-autumn cicada was no longer a mortal object, it was an immortal Gu. Even in the blessed land, he could control and use it as he pleased. Not only King Quan inheritance, King Xian inheritance, and King Bao inheritance are the same. When Gu masters first enter the inheritance, they can only use rank 1 dog enslavement Gu, paper crane Gu, and exploding egg Gu. Seeing the wild dog charging towards him, Fan Yuan activated the dog enslavement Gu in his aperture. This dog enslavement Gu looked like a jade stone, only the size of a thumb. The jade stone looked like a dog's head. Fan Yuan only used a drop of bright gold primeval essence to activate this dog enslavement Gu. The dog enslavement Gu turned into a bright jade light, shooting out and turning from solid to phantom. Following that, with lightning speed, it shot into Wild Dog's body. The wild dog whimpered, as if it was struck by lightning. immediately falling down. Because of its inertia, it rolled along the ground, all the way to Fan Yuan's feet. After being still for a while, the wild dog suddenly stood up. But this time, it did not bare its canine teeth at Fan Yuan, instead obediently lying on the ground, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail at Fan Yuan. "Get up!" Fan Yuan willed. The wild dog obediently stood up. Its fur was soft and dull, but there were no injuries. The dog enslavement goo directly entered its soul, and did not cause any damage to the wild dog's body. Its 4 limbs were on the ground, and its head only reached the middle of Fan Yuan's calf. Fan Yuan observed it carefully, and shook his head. This was an ordinary wild dog, with worrisome battle strength. But precisely so, it allowed Fan Yuan to easily use the dog enslavement goo on it. No matter what, I need to rely on it to get through the second round. Just as Fan Yuan was thinking, a heavenly power descended, wrapping around his body. At once, Fan Yuan could not move. In front of him, a jade light flashed, and a second dog enslavement goo appeared. Fan Yuan knew this was the inheritance's reward for him, and the key to the second round, so he quickly refined it. This dog enslavement goo was also rank 1, and was easy to refine. When Fan Yuan refined this goo, and kept it in his aperture, with a swoosh he disappeared on the spot, teleported by the heavenly power to another place. This was still the wilderness, with a gray sky and brown grass. Fan Yuan stood on a low mound, and around the mound were 3 stray dogs. They were also as thin as a stick. 2 of them were looking for food in the grass with their heads lowered. As for the third one, it seemed to be a little old and simply lay on the ground without moving. Fan Yuan's sudden appearance caused these 3 dogs to go crazy. They started to run like they were electrocuted, charging towards Fan Yuan from 3 different directions. The first wild dog that Fan Yuan controlled had its ferocious nature stimulated. Under Fan Yuan's command, it spread out its 4 paws, pouncing towards one direction. But it could only block one dog, and soon, the second one reached Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used the same trick, using the second dog enslavement goo to tame it. The third dog also pounced, but Fan Yuan was multitasking, commanding the 2 dogs to fight at the same time. If it was an ordinary goo master who was not familiar with dog enslavement, they would not be able to handle 2 battles, and would lose focus. But Fan Yuan was not nervous, he was at ease. He had 500 years of memories, he was experienced, and had commanded many beast groups in battles. Especially the Blaewing blood bats and the Blood Sea inheritance. In this life, for the sake of Sancha Mountain inheritance, he had trained in Shang Clan City for several months, learning how to control dog enslavement. The battle progressed in the direction Fan Yuan expected. But Fan Yuan frowned. The first wild dog's condition is not good. If we fight like this, even if I win, there will only be 1 wild dog left. Thinking of this, he started to command the 2 wild dogs, fighting while retreating. Eventually, Fan Yuan successfully merged the 2 groups into one. This immediately increased the pressure on Fan Yuan's command. But at the same time, he established a huge advantage. The 2 wild dogs in Fan Yuan's hands had precise and ingenious coordination, but their enemies were fighting for themselves. Not long later, this intense battle ended. The corpses of 2 wild dogs were lying on the ground, their blood flowing everywhere. The 2 wild dogs under Fan Yuan's control stood on the ground, their bodies full of injuries. The first one from before had more serious injuries. The second one was in better shape. The moment the battle ended, the power of heaven and earth descended again, wrapping around Fan Yuan and the 2 ordinary wild dogs in his hands. His vision suddenly changed, the weightlessness once again assaulted Fan Yuan's body. Entered the third round. Fan Yuan started to observe his surroundings. This time, he was also standing on the top of the mound, but was surrounded by 6 stray dogs. 6! Fan Yuan's gaze focused, feeling the slight pressure. He only had 2 wild dogs in his hands. The enemy's military strength was 3 times that of his own. At the same time, his 2 wild dogs were also injured. Without giving him any time to think, the moment the 6 wild dogs discovered him, they started to salivate and charged at him. Fan Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened. He saw a pit and quickly jumped. He jumped in, his back against the thick rock wall, lining up the 2 wild dogs in front of him. The 6 wild dogs madly charged at him, pulling away from each other. The 2 healthy wild dogs were the first to charge up the mound, while the remaining 4 were injured and left behind. Seeing this, Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 352. Woof woof woof. Fierce barking sounds rang out one after another. Dozens of wild dogs fought. One side had the advantage in numbers, but their formation was loose. The other side had fewer numbers, but their formation was tight. At the same time, the wild dogs had cover, retreat, assault, and other tactics. Fan Yuan stood on a hill not far away, looking down at the whole battlefield as he commanded attentively. This was already his 10th round of battle in King Quan inheritance. Relying on his rich experience and understanding of King Quan's inheritance, he sprinted all the way without any danger. The battle continued for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it ended. On the whole battlefield, there were still 18 wild dogs left standing. All of them were accumulated by Fan Yuan through painstaking efforts. Fan Yuan lightly let out a breath of turbid air, feeling slightly tired in his mind. Every 10 rounds in King Quan inheritance is a challenge. The difficulty will increase by several times. This time, I used 27 wild dogs and sacrificed 9 to resist the attacks of close to 60 wild dogs before I passed this round. In all fairness, there were still some small thrills in the process. The 3 kings are demonic Gu masters, and demonic inheritances have always been cruel, upholding the cold competition of survival of the fittest. This round is enough to get rid of most of those who want to sneak in. On Sancha Mountain, there were countless righteous Gu masters and demonic Gu masters. Every time the 3 kings' inheritance opened, large numbers of Gu masters would rush in to try their luck. But the 3 kings' inheritance, no matter which path it was extremely strict. To choose the most suitable inheritor, the 3 kings set up extremely difficult rounds. Among the 3 kings, King Quan was an enslavement path Gu master, King Xian was a refinement path Gu master, and King Bao was a fire path Gu master. The inheritors they chose naturally had to be from these paths. The first 10 rounds difficulty was enough to ruthlessly eliminate most of the side path Gu masters. From the 30th round onwards, there would be no side path Gu masters. From the 50th round onwards, only the elites and geniuses of this path would remain. From the 70th round onwards, only experts with deep foundations would remain. Those who could reach the 90th round were few in number, they could be counted with 10 fingers. Especially the last 10 rounds from 90 to 100, the difficulty was extremely high, like a heavenly moat. Even a monster like Fan Yuan would not be able to pass it. In his previous life, the 3 kings' inheritance lasted for close to 10 years. It swept up countless people, the devil Dao, the righteous Dao, heroes and ambitious people. It had not even been a year since the 3 kings' legacy had appeared. It was the early stages. Most people could only reach a dozen or so levels at most, and that was already very impressive. At the middle stage, people would rush to the 50th checkpoint and find it hard to continue. They could only exchange their experiences and conclude many rules. Towards the end, most people would hover around the 70th to 80th checkpoint. Only a very small number of people fought around the 90th round. These people were mostly rank 5 Gu masters. Their every action would attract everyone's attention. And when it ended, many mysterious rank 6 Gu immortals even appeared. Fan Yuan remembered most of it very clearly. Of course, there were some areas that were vague, but they were minor details. He had a deep understanding of the 3 kings' legacy. He knew that with his own strength, no matter which inheritance it was, he would definitely not be able to pass the 90th round. After the 90th round, only rank 5 Gu masters had hope of passing the rounds. Fan Yuan knew that it would be difficult for him to cultivate to the 5th rank. 10 years was definitely not enough. This was not only because the higher the Gu master, the harder it was to cultivate. It was also because of the spring-autumn cicada. In this Gu immortal blessed land, time flowed faster, and the spring-autumn cicada healed even faster. To him, this was a huge potential threat. The heavenly power descended once again, and Fan Yuan's vision flashed. When he looked again, he found that he had been teleported to an unfamiliar place. Different from the clear vision of the first 10 rounds, right now, his vision was filled with dense gray fog, and he could not distinguish north from south. Other than the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, all other goo worms could not be activated. 19 wild dogs were surrounding him, but right now, even the dog enslavement goo only had a faint connection. But Fan Yuan was not panicking. He knew that from the 10th round onwards, the inheritance would give every challenger the right to choose. He quietly stood on the spot, and quickly distinguished. On his left, in the depths of the fog, there was an orange-yellow light, as if someone was holding a lantern. At the same time, there was a relatively loud dog bark. And right in front of him, there was a black figure, faintly discernible, seemingly near yet far. On his right, in the depths of the gray fog, there was a ball of blue lightning flickering. The orange-yellow light represents the Chrysanthemum Akita dog. This type of dog is more loyal and united than the ordinary wild dogs I have, and is easier to control, able to coordinate their battle tactics. The blue lightning should be the lightning symbol dog. This type of dog's running speed is twice that of an ordinary wild dog. And the black figure represents the next opponent, another goo master. Fan Yuan pondered. These were the hints given to him by King Quan inheritance. Those who enter for the first time would definitely be blinded, and could only try to pass the rounds, and not choose the most advantageous option for themselves. But Fan Yuan was well aware. Whether it was the Chrysanthemum Akita dog, lightning symbol dog, or goo master, they were all challenges, and also opportunities. Fan Yuan only thought for a moment, before giving up on the left and right, and walking straight ahead. The further he walked, the thinner the gray fog became, and his vision became clearer. At the same time, his control over his 19-dog enslavement goo became stronger. And the gray fog on the left and right became thicker. Han Bulu stood there without moving, quietly looking at the person walking out of the fog. Han Bulu was already 48 years old, a righteous goo master with rank 4 middle stage cultivation, and had entered King Quan inheritance many times. Thus, he had a good understanding of King Quan inheritance. Right now, seeing Fan Yuan's figure slowly walking towards him from the gray fog, he immediately knew this was his opponent. But he was not flustered. He was an enslavement path goo master, and was like a fish in water in King Quan inheritance. In this special environment, the goo master's previous accumulation did not count. He could only use the goo given in the inheritance to fight. The difference in cultivation also shrunk rapidly. This person is really unlucky to actually meet me. I need to take down this person with the smallest losses. Then I will charge towards the 22nd round. Han Bulu was very confident in himself. Last time, he made it to the 21st stage. Last time, he charged to the 21st round. This result was already among the best in his circle. It even surpassed many rank 4 upper stage and peak stage goo masters. Fan Yuan stepped out of the fog, his gaze dark and his expression calm as water. Han Bulu's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. It's Little Beast King! His heart tightened, and he panicked. Although Fan Yuan had just arrived at Sancha Mountain, he had killed 3 middle stage goo masters with initial stage cultivation. His fierce name had spread far and wide, and his might was awe-inspiring. Han Bulu was also a middle stage goo master, but he knew his own limits, and knew his battle strength could not compare to Sky Tiger and the others. But soon, Han Bulu reacted. This is not the outside world, it is a goo immortal blessed land. In this round, both sides can only use dog enslavement goo. He cannot use Little Beast King's set of goo worms. He walks the strength path. How can he have attainments in the enslavement path at such a young age? Han Bulu's eyes shone with ecstasy and greed. He roared in his heart. Ahahaha, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If I kill Little Beast King, my name will spread far and wide. If I snatch his goo worms, I can sell them for countless yuan stone. Wild dogs, charge! Righteous path inheritances were gentle and did not usually result in death. Sometimes, even if one failed, one could still gain something. But King Quan inheritance was a demonic path inheritance. Here, one could kill. Death was also a common occurrence. Most importantly, in this Gu immortal blessed land, Gu masters could not use their own Gu worms. This meant that if Gu masters died, they could not use their thoughts to detonate their Gu worms. Sancha Mountain's Gu masters had already discovered this point during the battle. This caused the number of Gu masters who died to increase sharply. In the outside world, Gu masters would detonate their Gu worms before dying, not leaving anything for the enemy. The gains from the battle were very little. But here, when Gu masters died, their Gu worms would be left behind. This was enticing people to commit crimes. If Han Bulu killed Fan Yuan, almost all of Fan Yuan's Gu worms would be left behind. This huge battle loot caused Han Bulu's killing intent to soar. Under his command, 11 wild dogs pounced towards Fan Yuan. Woof woof woof. They let out savage barks together, their aura surging like a rainbow. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. When these wild dogs reached him, he casually waved his hand. He lightly waved his hand and 19 wild dogs suddenly rushed out from the fog behind him. 19? Han Bulu was extremely shocked, his eyeballs almost popping out. How can there be so many? He was filled with doubts. He himself was an enslavement path Gu master and was very experienced in commanding wild dogs. He tried his best and passed the 10th round, leaving behind 11 wild dogs. But Little Beast King was a strength path Gu master, how could he have 19? He had 8 more than Han Bulu. What kind of enslavement path attainment was this? No! This is impossible! This is definitely just his dog shit luck, otherwise how could there be so many wild dogs left behind? The real battle was about to begin. I will show you the art of commanding an enslavement path Gu master. Han Bulu calmed his mind and was soon filled with fighting spirit. In his opinion, Little Beast King was so young, no matter how much of a genius he could not advance in both strength path and enslavement path at the same time. There is a flaw. Fan Yuan had been observing his opponent. Seeing the change in Han Bulu's expression, he immediately grasped this fleeting opportunity, and decisively mobilized the strongest wild dogs to form a charging arrow. The next moment, this arrow fiercely broke through the enemy's formation. Not good! Han Bulu's heart was filled with alarm and he quickly mobilized the wild dogs. But how could Fan Yuan give him the chance? The remaining wild dogs formed 2 graceful arcs and flanked from the left and right, instantly seizing control of the situation. Chapter 353. This was an intense battle. Han Bulu resisted with all his might, trying to turn the situation around. But Fan Yuan saw through his plans every time, breaking through his battle tactics, suppressing his every resistance. Every time he tried, he returned empty-handed. An hour later there were only 8 wild dogs left, all belonging to Fan Yuan. Han Bulu's face was pale, his face full of sweat, his head spinning as he stood on the spot. Plop! He suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading loudly to Fan Yuan. Little beast, human Wang De, I beg you to spare my life. I'll do anything for you to repay your kindness. You are a genius, a monstrous genius. I fought with you because I had no choice but to do so. Your attainment in the enslavement path is truly admirable. Little beast, human Wang De, from now on, you are my master. Oh, is that so? But how do you want me to believe your sincerity? Unless you are willing to be enslaved by me. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, commanding the 8 wild dogs to surround Han Bulu. Han Bulu was flustered. Lord, in this Gu immortal blessed land, Gu masters cannot use their own Gu worms. Moreover, I do not have enslavement Gu. Then I have no choice. Fan Yuan coldly waved his hand, and the 8 wild dogs pounced. Lord Fangjing! Don't! Han Bulu jumped up, screaming in fear, trying to escape. But it was too late. The 8 wild dogs tightly surrounded him, opening their mouths and biting his body with their sharp teeth. Han Bulu screamed miserably, waving his arms like a man and rolling on the ground. It was useless. Even if he had defenses like ice muscles, iron bones, copper skin, these were not useful in the blessed land, they were weakened to nothing. Fanjing, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. Amidst the wretched curses and cries, Han Bulia's flesh was torn off by the wild dogs. His eyeballs were clawed open and blood flowed out, revealing his pale white bones. Fan Yuan watched quietly until Han Bulia died, not moving an inch. He gently waved his hand, and the 8 wild dogs immediately stopped attacking and retreated to the sides, making a path for Fan Yuan. Their bodies were stained with scarlet blood. Some were still gnawing on Han Bulia's bones, while others had Han Bulia's hair and flesh on their claws. Han Bulia's corpse was already beyond recognition. However, under Fan Yuan's conscious protection, his abdomen was still intact. Fan Yuan placed his palm on Han Bulu's abdomen, his consciousness entering his aperture. This was a standard rank for middle-stage aperture. But because Han Bulia was already dead, his aperture was currently shrinking. Restricted by the laws of this blessed land, all of his goo worms were motionless, quietly lying in the shallow primeval sea. There were a total of 5 goo, all of them of the enslavement path, and 2 of them were rank 4. Fan Yuan browsed through them and extracted them, easily refining them and storing them in his aperture. During the whole process, he did not use the spring-autumn cicada. The laws of the blessed land did not restrict him at this moment, but instead helped him easily refine these goo. King Quan seemed to be encouraging goo masters to kill each other, showing the cruelty of the demonic path. Fan Yuan killed Han Buliu, and only had 7 wild dogs left. Just now, when Han Buliu was struggling, he killed the most heavily injured wild dog. At the edge of death, a person could often burst out with great strength. Fan Yuan looked at these 7 wild dogs, his calm gaze containing a trace of regret. Only 7 wild dogs are left, and all of them are injured. As for the following rounds, the difficulty will naturally increase by a lot. But compared to the gains, the loss of 12 wild dogs is absolutely insignificant. These wild dogs could be seen everywhere in the forest outside. To be able to use 12 wild dogs to exchange for 2 rank 4 goo and 3 rank 3 goo, this transaction was too profitable. 3 kings' inheritance. Not only are the treasures passed down, but goo masters who enter the blessed land are all moving treasures. Killing them and taking their goo worms, I can strengthen myself. The heavenly power descended. Fan Yuan sneered, his heart filled with killing intent. The fog appeared in front of him again. Fan Yuan looked around. In front of him, there was a black shadow, representing the goo master enemy. On the left, there was also a black shadow, but at the edge of the shadow, there were protruding spikes. On the right, there was an orange shadow, similar to the previous one. It represented the chrysanthemum Makita dog. I only have 7 wild dogs now, my battle strength is insufficient. I cannot choose goo masters as my enemies, the risk is too high. On the left, there is a hedgehog dog, its body is covered in spikes, and its attack strength is twice that of a normal wild dog. On the right, there is the chrysanthemum Makita dog. Fan Yuan's eyes turned, and he moved towards the right. Although the hedgehog dog's attack strength was strong, to pass this round, they would suffer heavy losses. The 7 wild dogs in Fan Yuan's hands were all injured. Once their organs were pierced by the spikes, they would die. Fan Yuan had experience. The hedgehog dogs were more troublesome. Without the steel armor dogs or yin dogs, it was best not to encounter them. These precious experiences, in the early stages of the inheritance, goo masters kept them to themselves, purposely hiding them. Most of them fell into a pit, and after suffering losses, they would want others to fall into it as well. Fan Yuan moved forward, the fog in front of him getting thinner. At his feet, 7 wild dogs followed him with unsteady steps. They had followed Fan Yuan all the way here, and were all injured. Especially the battle with Han Bulu, they had expended a lot of their life force and battle strength. Dog enslavement goo after dog enslavement goo appeared in the air, landing in Fan Yuan's hands. When the fog completely disappeared, Fan Yuan had 20 dog enslavement goo, all rank 1. Dog enslavement goo were hard to retrieve, they were planted in the dog-beast soul. After the dog-beast dies, its soul dissipates, and the dog enslavement goo also vanishes. Even if the goo master brought many rank 1 dog enslavement goo before entering the inheritance, it was of no use. The heavenly power of the blessed land would take away all the dog enslavement goo from the goo master, and not return them, only leaving 1 for the goo master. After a few times, the goo masters learned their lesson. A total of 50 to 60 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs appeared in front of Fan Yuan. These dogs had orange fur, which was the color of oranges. Their long ears drooped down, covering their ear holes. At the same time, there were chrysanthemum patterns on their fur. Their bodies were about the same size as ordinary wild dogs, and were even slightly shorter. But Fan Yuan's expression changed. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were good at cooperating, the more they were, the stronger they were. And the location he appeared in was not good either. On flat ground, there was no terrain to fight on. With just 7 wild dogs, he would be easily surrounded and devoured. In the end, Fan Yuan's outcome would not be any better than Han Bulu's. I need to get to that hill quickly. In just a breath's time, Fan Yuan saw the terrain clearly, and without hesitation, he ran towards that hill. After he ran 5 steps, the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs also found him. Woo woo woo, they let out long whimpers, and countless Chrysanthemum Akita dogs raised their necks, calling out to each other. At once, all the nearby Chrysanthemum Akita dogs gathered together, and formed a river of attacks, charging towards Fan Yuan. Such a scene, if it was a wild dog, lightning symbol dog, or hedge dog, would not happen, unless there was a dog king commanding them. But Chrysanthemum Akita dogs had a strong sense of unity. Even without a dog king commanding them, they could still charge together. This was a completely different concept from fighting one-on-one. Fan Yuan barely managed to get to the hill, but in the next second, the Chrysanthemum Akita dog group surrounded him. Fan Yuan retreated, leaning against a cliff to defend himself. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs paused for a moment, before launching a wave of attacks. Because the ground was narrow, the dog group could only send out 15 dogs each time. Fan Yuan quickly mobilized the 7 wild dogs to resist. Both sides fought intensely, as Fan Yuan used his exquisite control to resist. At the same time, he waved his arm, finding an opportunity, and threw out 5 dog enslavement goo. At once, he had a new group of soldiers. 5 healthy Chrysanthemum Akita dogs changed sides, joining Fan Yuan's side, causing the situation to turn around. Originally 15 against 7, now it was 10 against 12, Fan Yuan had the advantage. Companions turned into enemies, causing the dog group to panic. Fan Yuan used the chaos to attack, killing 6 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and forcing the remaining 4 to retreat. He could have taken down 10 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, but he purposely let the remaining 4 escape. Fan Yuan's rich experience was not just limited to this. He had 20 dog enslavement goo, but he did not use them all at once, but in batches. This terrain limited the number of dogs that could fight. At the same time, the fewer the dogs, the more Fan Yuan's exquisite control could be displayed. With more dogs, he had the advantage in numbers, but if he was distracted, he would not be able to use his exquisite control. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs charged towards Fan Yuan's defensive circle, launching a wave of attacks. Fan Yuan planned meticulously. Every time he used the dog enslavement goo, he used it at the most crucial moment. He did not limit himself to choosing the healthiest Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, but to disrupt the formation of the dogs. Such gains did not seem obvious, but as time went by, it became more and more. The Chrysanthemum Akita dog group launched close to 10 waves of attacks, but were repelled by Fan Yuan each time. When Fan Yuan only had 3 dog enslavement goo left, the remaining dozen or so Chrysanthemum Akita dogs scattered and escaped. These Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were all injured. Fan Yuan had purposely let them escape earlier, to prevent them from retaliating in a frenzy before they died. But now, they were afraid, and chose to retreat. Without King Quan's leadership, they would not have escaped so easily. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, choosing not to chase. After this battle, his original 7 wild dogs were left with 3, but he gained 16 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Chapter 354. 13th round, 14th round, 17th round, 18th round. Fan Yuan passed round after round, as the number of dogs in his hands continued to increase. By the end of the 19th round, he had over 80 dogs. Among them were over 40 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, over 20 lightning symbol dogs, and 19 hedge dogs. During this period, he killed another person. It was a rank 3 Waterpath Peak Stage Gu Master, with 6 Gu. However, he did not encounter Bai Ningbing. 20th round. Fan Yuan calculated in his heart. 3 Kings Inheritance. After every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase by several times. At the start of the 20th round, 100 Beast Kings would appear, with hundreds, or even thousands of dogs fighting. In the fog, 3 lumps of light appeared, on the left, right, and front. The lumps of light in front were orange-yellow, about the size of a wicker basket. The lumps of light on the left were eerie blue lightning, flickering continuously, about the size of a millstone. The lumps of light on the right were the moon in the water, flowers in the fog, indistinctly green and white. Among the 3 lumps of light, this lumps of light was the smallest. Fan Yuan knew clearly, the size of the lumps of light represented the number of dogs. The bigger the lumps, the more dogs there were. The orange-yellow lumps in front represented Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, about 200 of them. The eerie blue lumps on the left meant there were about 150 lightning symbol dogs. The green and white lumps on the right meant there were yin dog groups, with the smallest numbers, about 100 of them. Fan Yuan first eliminated the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. The Chrysanthemum Akita dog groups, with the dog king, became more united. The larger the numbers, the stronger their battle strength. Over 200 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, to Fan Yuan, was a disaster. Secondly, he eliminated the yin dog groups. Yin dogs were special, they did not have a physical body, and were like a lump of dog-shaped yin chi, floating in the air. Ordinary attacks could not kill them, they could even penetrate rocks, burrow underground, hide in water, and so on. The dogs in Fan Yuan's hands did not have such methods. Lightning symbol dogs were only fast, they did not have the ability to release lightning. After thinking for a while, Fan Yuan chose the left direction. The mist dissipated, and the dogs circled around him, silently following him. A rank 2 dog enslavement Gu descended from the sky, landing in his hands. When he completely walked out of the fog, the lightning symbol hounds were scattered around. On the hill, a huge dog beast was lying on the grass, taking a nap. It was more than twice the size of a normal lightning symbol dog. Its entire body was covered in dark blue fur. The tips of its fur were sharp and flashed with a faint electric glow. This was the king of 100 beasts, the big lightning symbol dog. A heaven-sent opportunity! Fan Yuan understood the whole situation, his eyes shined with brilliance as he instantly made his decision. With a wave of his hand, he brazenly sent out all his forces. More than 80 dog beasts surrounded him in the middle, and rushed towards the big lightning symbol dog. The big lightning symbol dog's reaction was also very quick. Its ears twitched, and it immediately opened its eyes, standing up like lightning. It raised its head and howled, summoning the pack of lightning symbol dogs near the hill. Hearing the king summon, the surrounding lightning symbol hounds immediately responded and gathered around the king from all directions. Although the lightning symbol hounds were fast, Fan Yuan had the initiative. He gathered all his forces together, attacking the root of the problem without hesitation. Some of the lightning symbol hounds that were closer gathered around the dog king before Fan Yuan did. Charge! Fan Yuan's eyes shone with determination. At this moment, hesitation was the worst. Since he had made up his mind, he would charge forward. The lightning symbol hounds that came to block him were quickly dispersed by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's formation was dense, while the lightning symbol hounds' formation was loose, their numbers were few. Woof! As the 100-beast king, the lightning symbol hound saw that its underlings were all slaughtered, its ferocious nature was aroused, it pounced towards Fan Yuan with its 4 paws. Fan Yuan willed, and the 20 lightning symbol hounds split into 2 groups, flanking from the left and right. The 19 hedgehog hounds formed a formation and charged towards the lightning symbol hound without fear of death. The rest of the group, the 40 chrysanthemum Akita hounds, surrounded Fan Yuan and spread out, following behind the hedgehog hounds. The lightning symbol hound fell into the encirclement set up by Fan Yuan, and was trapped in the center. Fan Yuan disregarded the exhaustion of his mental energy, and used all his energy to mobilize the hounds under his command, displaying their exquisite coordination. The lightning symbol hound's speed was even faster than the other lightning symbol hounds, but under Fan Yuan's intentional encirclement, its greatest advantage was suppressed. It raised its head and howled, attempting to gather its underlings. Its underlings were rushing over in a frenzy to save the king. Fan Yuan had to encircle the lightning symbol hound, and at the same time, he had to defend against the attacks of the hounds outside. The pressure was immense, and not long after, his head was throbbing, and a layer of sweat covered his forehead. The situation was dangerous. If it was a direct confrontation, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and he would not have many soldiers left. Thus, Fan Yuan's plan was to capture the leader first. But if he could not control this 100-beast king, then Fan Yuan would be wrapped up like a dumpling. Not only would he fail, he would have no hope of entering the next round, and might even die on the spot. In this Gu immortal blessed land, other than the Gu worms from the inheritance, other Gu worms could not be used. Thus, Gu masters could easily die. Fan Yuan could not use the strength Chi Gu and all-out effort Gu either. Of course, he still had his trump card, Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Spring-Autumn Cicada's current condition, he could barely activate it. But activating Spring-Autumn Cicada itself carried a huge risk. There was a high chance that he would self-detonate and die. Thus, unless Fan Yuan was at his wit's end, he would not use it recklessly. The sweat on his forehead gathered into beads, rolling down his body. Fan Yuan did not bother to wipe it. He tightly held the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu in his hand, not making a move. He was carefully looking for an opportunity. Using the rank 1 dog enslavement Gu to subdue ordinary hounds, that was easy. But using the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu to subdue the 100-beast king had a chance of failure. Because there were natural Gu worms on the 100-beast king's body. These Gu worms could ruin Fan Yuan's plans. Fan Yuan only had one chance. If the rank 2 dog enslavement Gu was destroyed, he would be finished. Thus, he had to be careful. Woof! The lightning symbol dog was anxious. It opened its mouth and spat out a lump of blue plasma. The dark blue plasma was like a sticky liquid, falling down with a plop sound. It smashed on the grass, but did not dissipate. It was still flickering, hitting the grass and mountain rocks, causing them to crackle, and soon they were charred black. This is the rank 2 plasma Gu. Fan Yuan immediately recognized the culprit that created this plasma. Plasma Gu's attack power was not strong. Although the attack was sudden, and covered many of Fan Yuan's chrysanthemum Akita dogs, Fan Yuan immediately pulled out all the hounds within the plasma. The fur of these dogs had been charred black by the lightning. At the same time, they were not agile, paralyzed by the electric current. But they still had some fighting strength. Woof, woof, woof! The lightning symbol dog continued to spit out plasma, covering patches of grass. Fan Yuan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression becoming more solemn. Plasma Gu's attack power was not strong, but when it covered the ground, it would last for a period of time. During this period of time, this area would become a restricted zone for Fan Yuan's hounds. Fan Yuan's troops were surrounded at the center, and could not move around much. Once the plasma covered the area, this problem was magnified. This was a huge obstacle for Fan Yuan's movement of troops, rotation of defense lines, and distribution of damage. Without a choice, Fan Yuan could only change troops. He moved the lightning symbol dogs that were defending outside, to the inside to deal with the 100-beast king. He mobilized the chrysanthemum Akita Inu to defend against the 100-odd lightning symbol dogs outside. The lightning symbol dogs could move freely within the plasma's range, and their bodies were even stimulated by the electric current, becoming faster. But the situation was disadvantageous to Fan Yuan. The lightning symbol dogs couldn't help but be afraid of the 100-beast king lightning symbol dogs of their own kind. This made Fan Yuan expend more effort to control them, and the effectiveness of his commands was also greatly reduced. Outside, the speed of the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs could not match the lightning symbol dogs. They could only form a tight formation and defend passively. If it was the lightning symbol dogs, Fan Yuan could use his speed to restrict them. Persevere, I need to persevere. 100-beast king's first gu has been detected. I need to work harder from now on. Fan Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. Every time the plasma gu was activated, there was a 5-breath interval. The plasma gu itself needed to rest. In this 5 breaths of time, Fan Yuan could activate rank 2 dog enslavement gu, and did not need to worry about the plasma gu's attack. But Fan Yuan did not know if there were other gu on this 100-beast king. To be safe, he had to continue probing. Time passed bit by bit. The situation became more and more difficult for Fan Yuan. He had lost 14 lightning symbol dogs, and only 9 were left. Hedgehogs did not belong to the same tribe as the lightning symbol dogs, so they had fewer losses, but only 11 were left. The Chrysanthemum Akita dogs suffered the most losses. From close to 50, there were less than 20 left. But Fan Yuan could not detect the second gu on this 100-beast king. Fan Yuan decided to make a move. I can't wait any longer. This lightning symbol dog's body most likely only has 1 parasitic gu. He had to take a risk. If he waited any longer, his perilous outer defense line would be broken. Rank 2 dog enslavement gu. While the lightning symbol dog was firing its plasma, Fan Yuan quickly made his move, dealing the crucial blow. Under Fan Yuan's watchful eyes, the dog enslavement gu flew to the lightning symbol dog's body, planting itself in its soul. A formless mental attack attacked Fan Yuan through this dog enslavement gu. Fan Yuan's head was already throbbing in pain, and with this attack, he felt a wave of dizziness. This was the 100-beast king's soul, resisting unwillingly. Subduing a 100-beast king was not easy. Fan Yuan's body shook, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. A spiritual connection was formed between Fan Yuan and the lightning symbol dog. The latter was still going berserk, wanting to tear Fan Yuan into pieces, but now it barked and wagged its tail at Fan Yuan in an attempt to please him. The lightning symbol dog group heard the dog king's barking and stopped attacking. The battlefield, which was in a stalemate just a moment ago, suddenly quieted down. Fan Yuan stood on the spot, slowly turning his head, looking at the battlefield. This risk was worth it. Although he suffered many losses, looking at the battlefield, there were at least 120 lightning symbol dogs. Don't forget, there was still a 100-beast king with a plasma gu. Chapter 355. The fog in front of him was thick. Fan Yuan walked slowly in the fog, a large group of dog beasts circling around him. 11 hedge dogs, 132 lightning dogs, and 17 Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Besides them, there was also a 100-beast king, big lightning dog. Restricted by the heavenly power of heaven and earth, this group of dogs followed Fan Yuan quietly and obediently, not making a single sound. The misty world was silent. It was so quiet that Fan Yuan's every breath could be heard clearly. Although he had passed the 20th round, and the number of dogs in his hands had reached an unprecedented high, Fan Yuan was not optimistic. This 3 kings' inheritance, after every 10 rounds, the difficulty increases by several times. Although I have 100 dogs, to pass the next 10 rounds and reach the 30th round on my first try, it will not be easy. The 30th round was the goal that Fan Yuan set for himself in his first attempt at King Quan inheritance. In his previous life, the 3 kings' inheritance was divided by many gu masters after many years. Fan Yuan would definitely have to spend a long time on San Cha Mountain this time. It was not realistic to want to take the inheritance in one go. 3 kings' inheritance, no matter which path it was, had a high difficulty. Even if Fan Yuan had the 100-beast king and 100 dogs, he would only be able to temporarily gain a foothold. If he was careless in any of the rounds, he might suffer a crushing defeat and lose all the dogs he had painstakingly gathered. He might even lose his life. Demonic inheritances had always been cruel and merciless. This King Quan inheritance, the further I go, the more advantageous it is for the enslavement path Gu Master. I had walked the enslavement path in my previous life, but in this life, I am still a strength path Gu Master. After experiencing that dangerous battle, Fan Yuan's head was still feeling dizzy. This was an intense use of mental energy, expending a lot of mental energy to command the dogs to fight. This was the after effect left behind. But if it was an enslavement path Gu Master with a strong soul, this after effect would be much smaller. Enslavement path was a Gu Master path that enslaved beast groups and insect groups. To command large numbers of insects at the same time, it consumed a lot of mental energy. Thus, enslavement path Gu Masters often used specific Gu worms to temper and deepen their soul foundation. In King Quan inheritance, the heavenly power did not restrict the Gu Master's soul foundation at all. Thus, enslavement path Gu Masters would be like fish in water in King Quan inheritance. But enslavement path Gu Masters are also very tough. Firstly, the burden of food was extremely heavy. The larger the size of the insect beasts, the more they would eat. Secondly, it was not easy to subdue a powerful insect beast. It was very likely that he would suffer a backlash and become an idiot. Thirdly, enslavement path Gu Masters were overly reliant on worms and beasts. If I'm weak, I'll be easily targeted, Fan Yuan pondered. Gu Masters have their own advantages and disadvantages, as well as their own difficulties. The vicissitudes of the world. In the current Gu Master world, Chi path was almost extinct, strength path had completely declined, only some remnant light was left. Enslavement path followed the rules. It was hard to prosper. Occasionally, a few enslavement path experts would appear, but they were like shooting stars, only dazzling for a moment. Enslavement path Gu Masters often have huge requirements towards resources. Moreover, it was exhausting. Even small or medium-sized clans could not afford to raise enslavement path Gu Masters. At most, large or super clans would specially nurture several enslavement path Gu Masters for large-scale battles. In the demonic path, enslavement path Gu Masters were even more difficult to manage, they were very rare. Thus, I did not choose this path. Fan Yuan composed himself. He collected his scattered thoughts. In this short while, he felt his mind clearing up, the dizziness had mostly disappeared. He moved his eyes and started to assess his surroundings. On his left and right, as well as in front of him, there were lumps of light. The earlier lumps were all blurry. But after 20 rounds, the lumps had become extremely clear. On the left, there was a group of Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There were over 200 of them. Some were resting on the ground, some were playing around, and some were drinking milk from the female dogs. Fan Yuan looked at it attentively, his gaze constantly searching. Chrysanthemum Akita dog beast kings were different from other dog beasts. The stronger they were, the smaller their bodies would become. Especially on the chaotic battlefield, the beast king mixed in with the pack of dogs and was inconspicuous. This was a good way to protect themselves. Where will the 100 beast kings be? Fan Yuan's gaze moved back and forth. When the lumps of light suddenly changed, a Gu appeared. This Gu was the size of a fist, its shape was like a cobblestone, dark brown in color. Its surface was smooth, as if it was covered with a layer of oil. Dog Guts Gu. Fan Yuan recognized this Gu at once. Appearing after the beast groups, this means if I choose to fight these Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and win, I will get a Dog Guts Gu. After a while, the lumps of light dissipated. Fan Yuan did not make a choice, but looked ahead. The lumps of light ahead showed a group of black dogs. These dogs barked at each other, charging at each other and crashing into each other. This displayed the fierceness of these dogs. These were steel armor dogs. These dogs had leather armor on their bodies. The leather armor was black and heavy like steel, its defense was impressive. During the process of growth, The armored dogs would bump into each other to reduce the intense itch of their bodies as they grew. The steel armored dog 100 Beast King was about the same size as the big lightning dog. It was very conspicuous among the dog groups. Fan Yuan found it immediately. Next, the lumps of light changed, turning into a goo. Fan Yuan was familiar with this goo, he had used it earlier. It was the rank 2 dog enslavement goo. If I choose the steel armor dog group, if I win, I will get a dog enslavement goo, Fan Yuan mumbled, before looking to the right. The lumps of light on the right had no dog beasts. Instead, it showed the scenery of a mountain. Gray and white rocks were steep, the trees were verdant and swaying with the wind. After a while, the lumps of light disappeared, and there was no goo worm like before. This is a chance to leave King Quan inheritance. Fan Yuan understood. King Quan inheritance was set up in the Blessed Land. The goo masters who entered were restricted by the heavenly power and could not enter as they wished. However, the 3 kings' inheritance was not a place where one could only enter but not leave. There was a chance of survival. At a certain stage, the inheritance would give a chance to leave. Like this time, if Fan Yuan chose the right. When he walked out of the fog, he would be transported out. The location he would appear at was the mountain in the lumps of light. This mountainside wasn't far, it was somewhere in the San Cha mountain. But Fan Yuan did not choose the right. I have resources, I can try again. It would be a pity to leave now. Of course, there might not be another chance for me to leave. This was actually a formless test. Many goo masters had the strength, but to be safe, they chose to give up and leave the inheritance, wasting a great opportunity. Some goo masters had no resources, but advanced rashly, missing the chance to leave and regretting it when they died. Fan Yuan never lacked courage, he resolutely gave up the chance to leave. To him, there were only 2 choices left. The left is the Chrysanthemum Akita dog. This dog is the most united, the location of the Dog King is unknown. But if I win, I will get Dog Guts Goo. Dog Guts Goo is a rank 2 goo, an enslavement path support goo, specially used on dogs. Once the Dog Guts Goo is activated, it can increase the courage of the dogs within a certain range, sweeping away their cowardice and unleashing their full battle strength. Fan Yuan could not help but think of the battle earlier. He was forced to use the lightning dogs to attack the big lightning dog. In the end, the lightning dogs were too timid to advance, trembling in fear, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. Fan Yuan could only expend his mental energy to urge them to fight, causing his mental strength to be greatly depleted. Beast kings would have a form of suppression and deterrence towards ordinary wild beasts. But if Fan Yuan used Dog Guts Goo earlier and applied its effect on his lightning dog group, then these lightning dogs would be full of courage, no longer afraid, and could bravely attack the big lightning dog. Thus, although Dog Guts Goo was not an offensive goo, it was an excellent support goo. It targeted dog beasts, increasing their courage and raising their morale forever. Dog Guts Goo is only rank 2. It can allow ordinary dogs to overcome the deterrence of 100 Beast King. Further up is the rank 3 Dog Guts Mountain Goo. It can resist the deterrence of 1,000 Beast King. At rank 4, it is the Dog Guts Sea Goo. It can resist the aura of a myriad Beast King. If it is lucky enough to advance to rank 5, it will be the famous Dog Guts Heaven Goo. It can make eunuchs go crazy and old dogs go crazy, even facing the Emperor of Dogs. It has the courage to overturn them. Fan Yuan was very clear about this, and also knew that in King Quan inheritance, there were goo related to dog guts, from rank 1 to rank 5. In his previous life, many people obtained rank 3 and 4 Dog Guts Goo. There was also a lucky person who obtained the only rank 5 Dog Guts Heaven Goo. I want to achieve great things in King Quan inheritance. Having Dog Guts Goo is a must. Fan Yuan had to admit, he had a desire for Dog Guts Goo. But he did not move towards the left, but towards the front. He chose the Steel Armor Dog group. Although he really wanted Dog Guts Goo, he did not let it get to his head. Chrysanthemum Akita Dog group was extremely united, and had great battle strength in group battles. They were tough to deal with. At the same time, their Dog King was hidden very well. Fan Yuan could not find it. This was a huge hidden danger. But the steel armor dog group was different. Their dog king was very obvious, and Fan Yuan had a weapon that was specially used to deal with the steel armor dog group. Fan Yuan walked out of the fog, and the steel armor dog group was very alert, immediately reacting. As the 100-beast king, the big steel armor dog howled towards the sky, and the dog group quickly gathered around it. The whole process, Fan Yuan watched quietly. He did not attack like last time. Last time was because he had rank 2 dog enslavement gu, but this time, he did not have it. Chapter 356. The 2 dog groups confronted each other. On Fan Yuan's side, the blue lightning symbol dog group was supported by gray hedge dogs, orange chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and others. On the other hand, the steel armor dog group was covered in a heavy black color. Fan Yuan moved the big lightning symbol dog to the front lines and waved his hand. The dog group split into the vanguard and attacked first. The big steel armor dog barked, seeing the big lightning symbol dog appear. It also joined the fray. The steel armor dog group followed closely behind it. A black mass, like a lump of dark cloud, flew down from the hill with an imposing aura. The dog group collided. Fan Yuan's vanguard was limited and was immediately engulfed by the steel armor dog group. But because of the big lightning symbol dog's existence, the steel armor dog group could not take down this tough bone. The big lightning symbol dog was after all a 100-beast king. It charged left and right in the dog group's encirclement. It was very valiant. Ordinary Thai family dogs were not its match at all. Woof! The big steel armor dog stood up, finally restraining the big lightning symbol dog's ferocious charge. In the end, only a 100-beast king could restrain a 100-beast king. In the intense battle, the big lightning symbol dog was gradually losing ground. It had just gone through a battle, it was injured, and its battle strength was not at its peak. Moreover, its advantage was speed. Now that it was fighting against the big steel armor dog that specialized in defense, it was at a disadvantage. Fan Yuan saw this and sent his dogs forward. The new troops charged into the battlefield like a torrent, bringing chaos with them. But the opponent was a steel armored dog with outstanding defense. It specialized in this kind of battle. Although Fan Yuan sent his army and only left a few dogs to protect himself, he could not change the situation. Whether it was a battle between 100-beast kings or a battle between dog groups, he was at a disadvantage. But Fan Yuan was not anxious. In fact, this was the result he wanted. He was waiting for the weapon that could restrain the steel armored dog group to appear. Woof! The big lightning symbol dog could not resist the big steel armor dog's attack. It suddenly barked and spat out a blue liquid. Rank 2 plasma goo. That's it! Fan Yuan's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The steel armor dogs gathered around the dog king and attacked the big lightning symbol dog. On the other side, they were being squeezed by Fan Yuan's dogs, so their formation was especially dense, forming a black iron bucket formation. Blue plasma. It landed on the ground and sprayed everywhere. A large number of steel armor dogs covered in plasma instantly trembled and howled. Not to mention the drastic drop in combat power. The operation of the entire dog pack was greatly hindered. The armored dog lived up to its reputation. His leather armor was made of metal. Iron gave them a defense that far surpassed that of their peers, but at the same time, they were harder to defend against lightning strikes. Plasma goo's attack power was not high. But if it was used on an armored dog, it would be quite impressive. The large lightning symbol hound continued to spit out plasma that covered the battlefield, greatly reducing the combat power of the steel armor hounds. Under the effect of the plasma goo, the battle formation that was originally as sturdy as an iron bucket began to crumble. He suddenly became extremely weak. Fan Yuan saw the opportunity and urged the dogs to pounce. The dogs were outside. They resonated with the big lightning symbol dog at the center, erupting with immense destructive power. If one looked from above, they would see that the black color on the ground was first covered by patches of blue, before being devoured by the other colors. The black color became lesser and lesser, while the blue, yellow, and gray colors became stronger, leaving behind more and more colors. The situation of the battlefield changed rapidly. Soon, Fan Yuan reversed the situation and killed most of the steel armor dogs, surrounding the big lightning symbol dog at the center. Sensing the danger, the goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog's body also erupted. The big lightning symbol dog became even stronger, and many black spikes protruded from its body. 15 minutes later, the big lightning symbol dog bit the big lightning symbol dog's throat, and it fell down unwillingly. Blood flowed on the ground, and it did not get up again. The battle was over. Of the two goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog, one was destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle, while the other flew away. Fan Yuan's expression was gloomy. To kill this 100-beast king, he had paid a huge price. Less than half of the dog group was left, and they were in a precarious situation for the rest of the challenge. After the 20th round, a beast king would appear. With a beast king, the dogs would display even greater battle strength. At the same time, the beast king itself was a huge threat. The more goo worms the beast king had, the stronger it was, and the worse it would be for the goo master challenging the challenge. Fan Yuan's luck was bad this time. The big lightning symbol dog he encountered had two goo worms. Especially one of the goo, it could attack and defend at the same time, causing Fan Yuan to suffer huge losses. Challenging the Three Kings' inheritance also depended on one's luck. The steel armor dog group was Fan Yuan's best choice this time. But Fan Yuan's luck was slightly worse. A rank 2 dog enslavement goo fell from the sky, landing in Fan Yuan's hands as a reward. Fan Yuan did not use the spring-autumn cicada, and with the help of the heavenly power, he instantly refined this goo. This goo is the key to my next challenge. With such a resolution, Fan Yuan walked slowly in the fog. In front, on the left and right, there were lights flashing. They were a large number of corpse dogs, a certain number of yin dogs, and a huge number of hyenas. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered, carefully distinguishing. His strength was limited this time. It was important to choose his opponents. He had to pick the weakest ones. But he could not forget the reward after the challenge. If I can defeat the corpse dogs group, I can get a white silver relic goo. Killing the yin dogs, the reward is a simultaneous 2 tasks goo. White silver relic goo had no use to Fan Yuan. At his level, only the yellow silver relic goo was attractive. Unfortunately, the yellow silver relic goo was restricted even in Shang Clan City. Rank 4 goo masters were already experts in the mortal goo master world. One yellow silver relic goo could influence, or even change it. The difference in battle strength between rank 4 goo masters. In the market, the white silver relic goo was circulating, while the yellow silver relic goo was very rare. It was often strictly controlled. Fan Yuan knew that superclans like Shang Clan definitely had a lot of yellow silver relic goo in stock. But even if he had the purple thorn token, he could not buy them. Shan Yanfei kept these yellow silver relic goo in his hands, not allowing them to flow into the market. This was an invisible temptation. If Fan Yuan was sincere in joining Shang Clan, the yellow silver relic goo would be a method to reward him. Shan Yanfei's shrewdness. He could not be compared to ordinary people. Fan Yuan did not want to compete with him for a yellow silver relic goo. It would distract him. In the Three Kings' inheritance, there is a yellow silver relic goo. But that is after the 40th round. If I can get one by luck, the situation will improve greatly. Fan Yuan had a need for the yellow silver relic goo. He had a desire. But he was very clear whether he could get the yellow silver relic goo. It depended on his own luck. This could not be forced. As for the dual-use goo, it could easily split a goo master's mind into 2. It was very convenient for commanding the insect beast army. Fan Yuan could already do 4 things at once. If he added this goo, he could do 6 things at once. Dual-use goo, and it is only a rank 2 goo. Further up, there are 3 things at once, 4 things at once, 5 things at once goo, and so on. Multi-use goo is a necessary goo for enslavement path goo masters. Wait, this is... Fan Yuan saw a change in the light on his right. After the large hyena group disappeared, a bronze plate appeared in front of him. Normally, the reward for victory was an enslavement path gu. But the reward here was a little special. It was an unremarkable bronze token. The bronze token was clearly crudely made, its shape was not even neat, as if it was casually molded by a person's hand. On the surface of the bronze token, there was an image of Sancha Mountain, but the lines of this image were simple and crude. It was filled with a feeling of being rushed. With one look, one could tell that the person who had created this medallion had not put much effort into it. He had been sloppy and casual. But when Fan Yuan saw this token, his eyes shined. "This is King Quan's travel token!" He immediately threw the white silver relic gu and the dual-use gu to the back of his mind. "I was really lucky to encounter this travel token. I must get it!" Fan Yuan's determination was firm. He had to get this token no matter what. This bronze token looked worthless, but it was one of the best items. Right now, the public had not realized its value. But Fan Yuan clearly remembered that in the later stages of Three Kings' inheritance, this bronze token was worth as much as a rank 4 gu. But this hyena group is huge, and most importantly, there are 2 dog kings. If I choose the right side, I will have to take a huge risk. The ideal plan is to use the rank 2 dog enslavement gu to subdue a large hyena in battle. But even so, even if I win this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and I will not be able to advance to the next round. Fan Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. This was the benefit of having an abundance of resources. It could let Fan Yuan understand the pros and cons of a choice. Fan Yuan thought about it, and decided to take a risk. Since he walked the demonic path, he had to take risks, and take an unconventional path to obtain the greatest benefits. After making a choice, he would not regret it. This was a happy life. 4 hours later, the tragic battle slowly came to an end. Dog corpses were everywhere on the hill. Blood flowed, and limbs were everywhere. Fan Yuan stood on the hill, his body also injured. In this gu immortal blessed land, he could not use his original gu, and was very weak. But I won in the end. Fan Yuan looked at his footsteps. There were only a dozen dog beasts left, and sighed. His dog beasts were almost all dead. In this cruel demonic inheritance, there was no hope of continuing. But Fan Yuan still had a trace of hope in his heart. The heavenly power descended, and teleported him into the fog again. If I can meet Bai Ningbing, and borrow her strength, I can continue. But Fan Yuan was disappointed. In 3 directions there were huge dog groups. If he did not have the token, Fan Yuan would definitely die. He took out the token he had just obtained. Holding the token in his hand, he bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the token, and Fan Yuan opened his mouth again, and called out to the token. Woof! The token shined brightly, the void shattered, and Fan Yuan was sucked in. Chapter 357. Mountain winds blew gently. At the waist of Sancha Mountain, in an unremarkable bamboo forest, the space suddenly shattered and light blossomed. The light flashed and disappeared. Then, a person appeared in the empty grass. This youngster had black hair and black eyes, his expression was calm and he was holding a token in his hand. It was Fan Yuan. I came out from King Quan inheritance. Fan Yuan only felt his vision blur, and the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and confirmed there was no danger in the surroundings, and he was at the waist of Sancha Mountain. According to his initial estimation, his cave was at the north of Sancha Mountain, and the cave he had once occupied with Bai Ningbing was at the southeast direction. He raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. Sancha Mountain's unique 3 peaks stood proudly in the clouds, like 3 spear tips that were shoulder to shoulder. The light pillar on the mountain peak had already shrunk. The yellow light pillar represented the door to King Quan inheritance. The blue light pillar represented King Xin, and the red light pillar led to King Bao inheritance. The light pillar's current size had already shrunk by half compared to when Fan Yuan had just entered. As time passed, the more Gu masters entered the inheritance, the smaller the light pillar would become, until it completely disappeared. At that time, the door to the 3 inheritances would close. After a period of time, the light pillar would open again and cause another round of carnage. Fan Yuan lowered his head and looked at the token in his hand. There were already several deep cracks on the surface of this ugly King Quan token. Fan Yuan was not surprised. King Quan's token could only be used 3 times at most. After 3 times, the token would completely shatter into pieces and become useless. But 3 chances to escape was already extremely precious. This was not only a good chance to survive. More importantly, Gu Masters had a psychological advantage and could make more choices. Fan Yuan kept this token and rushed to the cave he had stayed in not long ago. Ah, it's Fangjing! Little Beast King has finally appeared. Along the way, Fan Yuan met many Gu Masters, be it the righteous path. Regardless of whether it was the Devil Dao, they all stared at him with strange and amazed gazes. What happened? Fan Yuan frowned, keenly aware that something important had happened. On the way, he casually caught a person and interrogated him. It turned out that Bai Ningbing had killed a Tai clan Gu master in King Quan inheritance. After leaving the inheritance, she was immediately discovered by the Tai clan. Tai clan Gu masters surrounded the cave. They surrounded Bai Ningbing. 4 rank 3 peak stage Gu masters attacked at the same time. Using the iron cabinet Gu, he sealed the surrounding area. Bai Ningbing failed to break out of the encirclement, and was now being attacked by Tai clan's Gu masters. Little Beast, Wanga's people, this matter has caused a huge commotion recently. The entire Sancha Mountain knows about it. This is no longer a personal grudge, but a battle between the righteous path and the demonic path. Actually, everyone is looking forward to seeing you. Lord, once you make a move, that Tai clan Gu master will not be able to resist. You are a genius of our Devil Dao. The banner of our demonic Dao. Lord, this lowly one has said everything. Can this lowly one leave now? That unlucky fellow who was caught by Fan Yuan cried and begged. Such a huge matter actually happened. Fan Yuan held the unlucky fellow's collar and frowned slightly. Although this news was shocking, it was not out of Fan Yuan's expectations. But it was not out of Fan Yuan's expectations. To challenge the 3 kings' inheritance, there would naturally be conflicts. This was a demonic inheritance, the competition was extremely cruel. Sometimes, even if one wanted to retreat, they could not. Tai clan has the rust flower Gu, this Gu is in the souls of Tai clan Gu masters. Whoever kills a Tai clan member will be stained with this formless fragrance. It is not surprising that Bai Ningbing was found. Fan Yuan nodded and muttered. Lord, you are truly knowledgeable, you are absolutely right. You don't know, these days you did not appear, the entire Sancha Mountain is talking about you, saying you are a coward and became a tortoise after encountering the super clan Tai clan. Do you think I am not clear what kind of person you are? This lowly one admires Lord the most. The moment you arrived at Sancha Mountain, you killed Tyrant, beheaded Fei Li and took care of Flying Sky Tiger. Who doesn't know of your prestige? Who doesn't know of it? You must have your reasons, it is not worth telling outsiders. Now that you are here, won't those Tai clan members be scared witless and kneel down, begging Lord to let them go? Fan Yuan had great strength. Grabbing this unlucky Gu master's collar made it hard for him to breathe and his face turned purple. But this Gu master, in order to survive, kept on flattering and displayed his enormous life potential. Fan Yuan heard his words and sank into contemplation. After a while, he slowly said, You are right. His grip loosened. This rank 3 Gu master's face immediately showed great joy. What kind of person is Lord? Anyone with a discerning eye knows very well what kind of person Lord is. He is absolutely a great hero, a great hero. Those slandering Lord are all bastards, their dog eyes are blind. Lord, this lowly one has always supported you and even argued with others. Hee. But right at this moment, Fan Yuan sneered. His hand moved like lightning, attacking fiercely like an eagle's claw, grabbing this rank 2 Gu master's neck. Crack. The Gu master's eyes opened wide, his spine was completely crushed by Fan Yuan, dying on the spot. Seeing this scene, the Gu masters who were hiding and observing in the dark could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fan Yuan was an influential person, but because of Bai Ningbing's matter, his traces were exposed the moment he appeared, and his every action attracted the attention of many people. Fan Yuan killed this person and immediately searched his body. Unfortunately, be it on his body or in his aperture, the goo worms had all self-destructed. Fan Yuan moved like lightning, but how could he be faster than a person's thought? A person's thought could be as fast as lightning, not even 1/100th of the time it takes to blink an eye. In the outside world, the chances of obtaining goo worms as spoils of war from a goo master were quite low. Unlike in the Three Kings' Inheritance, where there was the suppression of heaven and earth, rank 1 to 5 goo worms could not self-destruct. Looking at Fan Yuan's skillful body search method, the goo masters who were observing in the dark felt a chill in their hearts, and could not help but deepen. Such skillful methods, how many people has he killed? Fan Jing did not even let off a rank 2 goo worm, he is clearly a rank 4 goo. It can be seen how greedy he is. Fan Jing is extremely bloodthirsty. That goo master had clearly begged for mercy, there was no mercy at all, but he still did not let him go. Have you guys seen enough? If you have, then scram! Fan Yuan raised his head and stood up, his fierce gaze sweeping around as he shouted in a low voice. Soon after, from the lush grass, the dense forest, the mountain stream, under the soil and rocks, figures appeared. These figures quickly retreated, and in a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared. Fan Yuan's surroundings regained its calmness. It was hard to imagine that there were so many people hiding just now. Fan Yuan was infamous now. He had consecutively killed 3 rank 4 middle-stage demonic goo masters. He did things by hook or by crook, despicable and cold-blooded, cruel and bloodthirsty. These people were all scared out of their wits by Fan Yuan's simple words, and did not dare to loiter around in front of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, and looked around again before leaving the place. But he knew there were definitely people watching him. Those who were scared away by him were all small fries. The rest definitely had their own unique abilities, and the capital to be confident. Fan Yuan did not care about them, and swaggered out of the place. In fact, although his combat power was outstanding, scouting was a weakness of his. Moreover, these goo masters who were secretly following him were definitely experts in speed. Even if Fan Yuan discovered them, with just the charging crash goo in his hands, it would be very difficult to chase after them. Where is he going? This direction isn't where Bai Ningbing is trapped. Did he discover me? Just now, when he swept his gaze over, my heart skipped a beat. Is Little Beast King afraid? Wait a minute, this cave seems to be Li Xian's residence. These goo masters carefully followed Fan Yuan, and were inwardly astonished when they saw Fan Yuan stop at a cave entrance. Little Beast King's partner, the inseparable white demon Bai Ningbing, was trapped, but Little Beast King did not seem anxious at all. Instead, he walked to Li Xian's residence. This Li Xian was a demonic goo master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He had a crafty nature and had never suffered a loss, a troublesome character. Could it be that Little Beast King was unhappy with Li Xian and came to find trouble with him? The goo masters following behind Fan Yuan secretly guessed. Fan Yuan's arrival immediately attracted Li Xian's attention. Li Xian had already set up a scouting method near the cave. Little Beast King, Human Wangda, what a rare guest! What business do you have with me? Li Xian took the initiative to welcome Fan Yuan. When he was 20 steps away, he stopped and cupped his fists in greeting. He did not dare to get too close to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was a temperamental thug. Li Xian, this unscrupulous businessman, also felt uneasy when facing him. Fan Yuan's arrival was out of his expectations. Who knew what this crazy, crafty and shameless Fan Yuan would do in the next moment? Thus, Li Xian's expression was amiable and full of smiles, but he was already extremely vigilant in his heart. I came to find you to make a deal, of course. Why aren't you going to invite me in? Fan Yuan lightly smiled, his gaze deep. Since you are a guest, I will naturally welcome you. Please come in, please come in. Li Xian's gaze flashed as he moved aside, letting Fan Yuan enter first. Fan Yuan swaggered to his side and glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and walked side by side with Fang Yuan into the cave. The two of them went in. I can't track them anymore. There are investigative goo all around this cave entrance. Once I barge in, I will definitely be viewed as an enemy by Li Xian. Is Little Beast King really going to make a deal? Why do I feel that Li Xian is going to be unlucky this time? Fuck me, I can already foresee a thunderous explosion later. The earth will shake and the mountains will shake, and the scene of the two of them fighting. Li Xian is rank 4 upper stage, he definitely has a lot of trump cards. If they fight, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Chapter 358. Inside the cave. Li Xian invited Fang Yuan to a seat and sat beside him. Please have some tea. Li Xian stretched out his 5 stubby fingers. With a flick of his fingers, a cup of fragrant tea appeared in his open palm. Fang Yuan looked at the tea and did not move. He did not take it, instead sighing. Eastern Sea's blue sky goo is really useful. This goo not only has a large capacity, it far surpasses other goo of the same rank, it is also fast and convenient to use. Oh? To think that Sir Little Beast King recognizes this goo. Li Xian's gaze shone slightly. He was not a southern border native, but a wanderer from Eastern Sea. Blue sky goo was a goo worm that only Eastern Sea had, and was very rare in Eastern Sea. When Li Xian interacted with others, he often used this goo to display his methods. Southern border goo masters did not recognize this goo, but when they saw this method, they would often think highly of Li Xian. Fang Yuan smiled and said slowly, This rank 4 blue sky goo is refined from rank 3 empty warehouse goo. The success rate is very low and it is very rare even in Eastern Sea. If blue sky goo wants to advance further and advance to rank 5, the best method is to fuse it with skywell goo to refine rank 5 blue skywell goo. But this skywell goo is a natural goo that only exists in Eastern Sea's Skywell Island. Li Xian, it will be troublesome if you want to advance. In this southern border, only Yi clan has the heavenly well goo. Yi clan was a super clan on par with Shang clan, Wu clan and Tai clan. They had close relations with Eastern Sea forces. Yi clan's trade was very prosperous, second only to Shang clan. Their flying blue whale caravan traveled by air, they did not even have Shang clan. Empty warehouse goo, skywell goo, blue skywell goo, as well as Skywell Island. How does Little Beast King know so much? Li Xian was shocked and suspicious when he heard Fang Yuan's words. The goo master world was extremely vast. Between southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert and central continent, there were natural barriers. It was hard to communicate with each other and information was also blocked. Li Xian had already investigated Fang Yuan's background. Fang Yuan was a native of southern border. How could he be so knowledgeable at such a young age? He even knew about Eastern Sea in detail. Li Xian could not help but feel a vague pressure in his heart. Strange. Where did this Little Beast King come from? How did he know so much? Could it be that there is an expert behind him? With his age and experience, how could he know so much detail? That's right, he had stayed in Shang clan for a period of time. He might have received guidance from Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, a rank 5 upper stage goo master, an expert at the peak of the mortal realm. Under his guidance, it is not surprising that the Little Beast King knows these things. Li Xian's eyes kept flickering, and his heart was filled with doubts. His whole body was stiff, and his hand was still holding the purple clay teacup. That's not right! Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he realized the crux of the matter. I originally wanted to display my skills and suppress him. He didn't expect that he would become restless with just a few words from the Little Beast King. So what if he had Shang Yanfei behind him? Others may be afraid, but I, Li Xian, have my own methods. Humph! Li Xian snorted in his heart, and put the teacup in his hand on the table. Using this time, he calmed his mind. He was after all an elite of the demonic path, and in just a few breaths of time, he adjusted his state of mind and calmly faced Fang Yuan again. But this time, his gaze was filled with vigilance and seriousness. Sir Little Beast King, drink some tea? What transaction do you want to make with me this time? Li Xian asked. Don't think too much, it is just an ordinary transaction, Fan Yuan said, and took out goo worms from his aperture, showing them to Li Xian. These goo worms were the spoils of war he obtained from killing goo masters in King Quan inheritance. There were rank 3, rank 4, but none of them were suitable for Fan Yuan's strength. Seeing these goo, Li Xian's eyelids couldn't help but narrow. He was an astute person, and immediately understood many things. To think this little beast king has such skill in the enslavement path. After entering King Quan inheritance, he killed 2 goo masters. Such talent, truly a monster! Li Xian couldn't help but think of Mo Wu Tian. After coming to southern border, he had mingled in the demonic path for so long, and had come into contact with all kinds of people. He felt that in terms of aptitude, talent, and temperament, Mo Wu Tian was the best among the younger generation of the demonic path. But today, he realized that this little beast king in front of him had talent on par with Mo Wu Tian. Little beast king, Mo Wu Tian, if these two collide, I wonder what the situation will be like. But little beast king's cultivation is slightly weaker now, and Mo Wu Tian is older than him, and is already rank 4 peak stage. Li Xian pondered in his heart, but said with an excited tone, Sir Little Beast King, you are absolutely right to find me for this transaction. I have a goo in my hands right now, and it will be very useful to you. Oh? Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. Li Xian spread out his palm, and a ball appeared. This ball had an extremely good appearance, reflecting a bright platinum light. Fan Yuan carefully looked at it, and saw that this ball was an ant ball, formed from over 100 flying ants climbing and clinging to each other. The appearance of these flying ants was not much different from ordinary ants. Other than their size being several times larger, they also had a pair of transparent membranous wings on their bodies. This is a rank 3 gold-eating flying ant goo, a total of 120. Those old fogies from Tai clan surrounded Lord White Demon, and they used iron cabinet goo in combination with chief flow goo. Right now, the radius of 300 meters around that area has been covered. But in front of this group of flying ants, iron cabinet goo will not be able to withstand a single blow. Sir Little Beast King, I just calculated, the price of your goo is just enough to buy this group of flying ants. Li Xian smiled amiably. But out of his expectations, Fan Yuan only took a glance at this group of gold-eating flying ant goo before shifting his gaze. Who said I want to buy this thing? This is the list, all the things on it are what I want. Li Xian took the list and looked at it. There were many goo worms on this list, as well as numerous refinement materials. Although there were all sorts of items on the list, with Li Xian's experience and shrewdness, it was not hard to see that these things were all needed for strength path. Bai Ningbing is surrounded by Tai clan. Why is Little Beast King not anxious at all? Strange. It is not easy to destroy iron cabinet goo with just the strength path goo in his hands. Does he have some special method? Or perhaps, among the items on this list, I can refine the nemesis of destroying iron cabinet goo? Li Xian squinted his eyes, a bright light flashed past his eyes as he probed. Sir Little Beast King, there are many things on this list, I cannot take them out at once. Moreover, the total price is far higher than the goo you want to sell. No problem, no problem. Fan Yuan waved his hand. I want to buy all the things on this list. Whatever you have on hand now, you can exchange for it. As for the others, I will have to trouble you to pay more attention in the future. As for money, it is not a problem. Fan Yuan had a lot of yuan stone on hand, he had ample financial resources. Li Xian smiled, but did not probe anything, he could only nod and agree. Light flickered in the cave. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating his attention on the paste in front of him. This paste was colorful and floated in the air, rolling around and emitting a strange fragrance. The fusion of the goo worm had entered the crucial stage. Fan Yuan threw out yuan stone continuously. Piece by piece, the primal stones were thrown into the paste and immediately dissolved into primal essence liquid, diluting the thick paste. Fan Yuan did not care how many yuan stone he threw, he only stopped when the paste thinned to a certain extent. Next, he quickly took out a Thunderclap goo. Thunderclap goo was a rank 3 goo. After the paste engulfed it, it immediately flickered with lightning. In an instant, the fragrance in the air intensified, the colorful light dissipated, and blue light filled the air. The lightning produced a slight crackling sound, like a string of small firecrackers being lit. Fan Yuan's breathing rate increased, and when he smelled a trace of burnt smell in the air, his eyes shined brightly. The time is ripe, all-out effort goo. The image of the boar immediately flashed above his head. Strength Chi Goo. Fan Yuan activated Strength Chi Goo, and the boar phantom attached itself to the formless Strength Chi, immediately raising its threat. Fan Yuan willed, and the boar phantom flew towards the paste. The moment the two collided, lightning shone brightly, illuminating the darkness in the cave. After the light dissipated, the boar phantom in the air had changed greatly. The new boar phantom was twice the size of the boar, with tusks like an elephant and blue fur all over its body. Especially the blue fur on its back. It was thick and long, standing in a row and pointing to the sky, with lightning coiling around it. Thunder Boar Phantom. Success, very good. Thunder Boar is comparable to Dragon Elephant, Tiger and Lion Mastiff. With the strength of Thunder Boar, my battle strength has risen by another level. Next is the strength of the Rock Crocodile. A night passed unknowingly as he cultivated. When the light of dawn shone on Sancha Mountain, Fan Yuan walked out of the cave he was staying in. Although he was tired, his heart was filled with joy. He had successfully raised the strength of Boar and Crocodile to the strength of Thunder Boar and Rock Crocodile. His battle strength had risen by at least 30%. Bai Ningbing. He looked towards the southeast direction. At the waist of the mountain, there was an area covered in a deep purple Qi barrier. The Qi barrier was like a tall tower, sealing the space and isolating the inside from the outside. Iron Cabinet Goo and Qi Transformation Goo made by Ningbing a trapped beast in Tai Clan's cage. Fan Yuan snorted in his heart. This situation looked simple, but it was very subtle. The 4 old-timers of Tai Clan surrounding Bai Ningbing were all rank 4 middle stage. Although Bai Ningbing was a genius, he was still at rank 4 initial stage. If Tai Clan's death row prison had really made up their mind, they would have captured Bai Ningbing long ago. But they did not. Firstly, they wanted to preserve their strength to contest for the 3 kings' inheritance. Secondly, they were wary of the purple thorn token in Bai Ningbing's hands. Thirdly, it was to lure Fan Yuan into the trap. Once Fan Yuan barged in, the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan could activate the rank 5 Search Lock Goo together and easily suppress him and Bai Ningbing. In Fan Yuan's previous life, the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan used this killer move to capture the demonic path's Kong Ri Tian. But soon, they were killed by a rank 3 Goo Master. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.